It's not March, it's April 19th. We're going to look at stocks, options, futures, some technical analysis. SPY, BBBY, see what's going on today. Sub up, like up, comment down. Happy money sticks around. Going to get set up here. A little bit of yes. Whoa. A lot of yes. Here we go. Okay. Weird stuff's happening with Bed Bath & Beyond, not just the price action and like 30 million volume in extended hours. Crazy. Weird stuff with their earnings. Monroe was saying, TradingView says it's going to be this morning, right at the opening bell, which is hilarious. We've seen a lot of estimated dates, which is normal. Brokerages will give you estimated dates. But no filings from them yet saying when it's going to be. And yeah. But then Webull, right here, Webull is actually saying that earnings were yesterday. You see that? Oh, you can't even see that. Crap. I don't know why Webull's full screen is like larger than my screen for some reason. What in the world? Yeah, this thing's broken. There's my yacht. Dude, no, okay. Yeah, okay, look. It says earnings were yesterday. Estimated was 0.0318. Actuals negative 0.92. What? What is it talking about? Get set up here. Getting way ahead of myself. A Discord link for you guys in the chat. Just like even today. Yeah, what stocks are you guys looking at? Hey, positions. What do you got? Hello, my next bear. Hello, Rally. Hello, Mo. Hey, Mazimus. Hey, SHF. Hello, good morning, Emperor. Hey, Damien. SPY had a nice little sell-off there, coming into SLD. Didn't like some of the earnings. Wow, Netflix really bounced from that low. Down 3% after earnings. Not bad. I forgot to open up my short on the futures. It said I was gonna do it in the video, and then I finished it and just started thinking of other stuff I had to do. Oh well, look for a bounce today to start adding to some. Will probably be red into end of week. Find some highs today. Pretty good gap down though, down 0.5%. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the best earnings. Like so far, we've just seen estimated dates, which is kind of normal. What's a little crazy is they haven't announced when it's going to be yet. So maybe they're going to do it all real quick, like announce when it's going to be, and then it'll be like same day or next day or something. But even more strange is that Weeble's reporting they already had earnings. They had them yesterday. They missed. Shared it on Discord. 418.23. That was yesterday. Before estimated EPS was 0.03. I don't even know if that's estimated. Are they estimating a positive EPS on BBBY for this quarter or for Q4? That would be crazy. Yeah, there should be some pullback. I'd say. The bounce back to 80 cents though can be pretty quick. You know, we're 3 days into this rally and we've already made up what 100% almost. Yeah, almost 100% from the bottom. But it's definitely. I don't think it's too late. I think 80 cents will definitely be it. Maybe not this week, maybe next week. And then $1 soon after that, potentially. Earnings no show? I don't know. I mean, everything we have is just estimates still. Yeah, E-Trade says it's today pre-market also. But that's just an estimate because it would have already happened. It's not going to be at the bell. And I've been looking at their filings. They don't have any earnings release dates. Is not in here. No new filings, like nothing. So not sure. $500 million volume today? Maybe. I'm curious on what the open interest is on those 50 cents. What'd you miss? A bottoming on BBBY. Yeah, I was looking at XXII. I liked it yesterday. Even the day before it was looking good. Little pre-market pump up on that thing. Yeah. This day it started to look nice. But yeah, yesterday was more confirmation, so things looking good. Little XXII action. Right, phone wave, average 59. Wow. Like total forever? You haven't closed out, we bought back in. That is neat. Thanks for the likes, guys. Got 9 of them. Even though like 90% of you forgot. appreciate them. If you did forget, you've now been reminded. We've got about 2 minutes to open. A lot of stuff is down, actually. That's pretty bullish for BBY, just being an outlier when the market's down and there's only a few stocks that are really ripping. Get a lot of just money pouring into those specifically. There's not many places to put capital. Again, it'll be day traders and speculative stuff, not like investing, but still you'll get eyes on it and volume, volatility. Yeah, I think it passed $2 for sure. Without news, without some bullish news, we'll see. Peaks we chasing? I don't know. Dorito, cap. Average down from 330. Wow. Salty B, got calls. Coming in here with all the saltiness still. $36. Yeah, did you guys buy on that dip? I don't know what this was from. Sometimes you'll see it when different markets open or different brokerages allow trading. We kind of saw it at 8 here. See all that volume? There's 4 million volume right at 8 when that opened. We might get a ding ding ding. You can shut it off in case we do. There. Let's see. All right, there's opening bell. BY is opening up 23%. Didn't get a bell. Very interesting. GME put is up. I gotta see the OI on this. I'm very curious. 93,000, is that right? Has that been updated? Isn't that what it was yesterday? 10,000 volume on that already. Crazy. Buy ripping out of open. But Bath pretty green as well. Got a pre-market high of 48.39. Call it just 48 even. I might be selling some calls today. I'm not convinced they're going to let it close over 50 cents by Friday. But it's possible we make it over there before Friday. It's still just Wednesday. No, we don't. They haven't announced when their earnings will be. I'm curious. The open interest is still 93,000. Wasn't it 93,000 yesterday? 14,000 volume on those 50-cent calls already. That might have been my short opportunity right there on SPY. Okay, coming down a little bit. Look for support, maybe 37 cents. That breaks just, yeah, yesterday's highs, I'd say 34 cents. But like yesterday, we might just consolidate. Much bigger gap up today though, so take that into consideration. I think yesterday's gap up was like, ended up being like 5%. So could come down and consolidate a little lower. Yeah, open interest still 93,000, so I guess no one held. I don't. Maybe that hasn't updated yet. I'll pause that for a bit. High ripping up there. Let's see. SPY retesting that high from pre-market. Bed Bath very stable, really. I mean, it has a big range, but that's to be expected with volatility. Oh, nat gas sold back off. Interesting. Might go long here. Yeah. Picked up some nat gas contracts. It's bouncing right on my level. But I picked it up yesterday, or tried to, but I missed it. I feel like it kind of moves with the market a little bit at times. Dude, that volume and volatility is more crazy. 71 million. Don't wanna get crazy. Let's get nuts. This bonkers. Good morning, Dennis. Get my money back. Baby bottle pop. I'm keeping my eye on their SEC filings. Looking for earnings or share offerings or anything like that. Fill a gap and go would be great. I'll probably be picking up more today, especially if we get a nice like 32-cent support or even a gap fill, which is what, like 28 cents. I don't think we'll get that low, but good. Off extended hours, we can see some gaps. So yeah, big gap there. 35 cents. Bouncing right on that 40 cents now. So that might be the support for today. Had that drawn. We had this drawn from yesterday. A lot of these levels. This one, this 42 cents where it resisted in the after hours. And this 40 cents, of course, is kind of a psychological level. Get rid of that one. I wasn't respecting that at all. Yeah, even the support here. SPY moving up there. On a pump. I might sell some 50-cent calls. See if I can do it on my IRA. I was thinking about just flipping my IRA shares because there's no wash sales or anything like that. Could just be more active about trading them. Big hugs. Thank you for the 5. Appreciate it, man. The hippo hype. The hippo hype man. That's what's up. Thanks, big hugs. Appreciate it. Says hippo character with stars growing in his eyes, pumping his arms in the air with the word hype pulsating above him. Appreciate it, homie. Hope you're having a good day. I can sell them on this. Yeah. Fidelity's has a expected report date of today also on BBBY. Maybe they're gonna announce it midday like we've seen on some stocks. Just middle of the day. Middle of the day earnings come out. Seven. I can sell these. Wow, I can. Crazy. All right, I know I could sell covered calls in my IRA. See what these things are trading at. So still bouncing above 40 cents here. It's up about 20%. See if that support holds. Benzinga says Bed Bath & Beyond received Chapter 11 bankruptcy preparations. What does that even mean? There it is. This is why we're ripping. Just a title on Webull. Is that an actual article? SPY rejecting that. Or 1270. Buy huge volumes. Because it's been running a lot and there's lots of trading going on. I don't know. Big reversal on a stock that's already had huge volume. A lot of people want to sell it, a lot of people want to buy it. Ah, he's back again. Hey, Ricardo. Yeah, Julian. I mean, volume doesn't just make you go up. You guys have been conditioned. Stocks don't usually just go down for months and months. So there's a certain point where there's too many buyers that will buy it to cause the stock to go up and not just go down. So there's an equilibrium there somewhere where buyers and sellers are happy. Stocks can go up too. All right, I've got one order. We'll see if that fills. It's 100. I actually do 110, couldn't I? Think. Yeah, maybe I'll change it. All right, so I've got my barriers of entry are just that my BY position is spread across 3 accounts, so helps me to move slowly. So even with covered calls, I can move slowly. Eyes. Sit on a throne. Nice. Your position from last August, 1,000 shares at 20K. 1,000 shares, 20K. You never average down. I mean, or sold. That's, I don't know, man. You have a high share price. Sounds like. Is that $20? There's a bounce. So it is respecting the 40 cents. I might pick up more shares. We retest it down here again. Used to have a little bit of capital. I was planning on allocating. Pretty big bounce. See if this gets filled. I have a feeling it might, because we'll probably retest 48 cents here. Do the IV. Let me look at the IV. It's got to be insane. Yeah, 614% IV on those 50-cent calls. 40 cents. Yeah, it looks like it so far. 40 cents, pretty strong support there. Bounce up it kind of twice. Once we gapped above it, pre-market once, then there's one more. So we'll just see where resistance is at now on this candle. Force average on 50K shares. Oh, okay, good. Good. 58,000 shares is quite a bit. A healthy pullback. We have to think, I mean, for how much we've dropped, we're still in like, this isn't like much, I mean, it's a rip, but it's not much. We're still in kind of a bounce from the overreaction of this sell-off. And this sell-off overreaction was from 80 cents. So not to say it'll just rocket all the way to 80 cents, but it's not like we've been in an uptrend and now we're just way overextended. Look at the RSI. This thing just went from oversold today on the daily. So not to say it's a dead cat bounce, but this is a just a reaction from the overreaction of the sell-off the last 2 weeks. So it could slow down, but big healthy pullback. Like you might not get what you're expecting, like when you have it ripping. These aren't even anything to look at. See, this is just, there's nothing there that's sustainable. You're not, it's not like here, like where you're having a huge rip and it's way overbought, and then you have there's a big healthy pullback and it consolidates. It's different than that because it's from just a super low, so it's almost like here, like huge dip and just like a bounce from it. But we're hoping that it doesn't do this after, which it could just bounce up to a certain price and then sell back off, but I'm not expecting that. See, like this one could have just been a bounce and then stopped, but the momentum kept carrying it. So I think that's more kind of what we're seeing is, like I said, the RSI is still extremely low. Extremely low. Like today could end still in oversold territory. So consolidating is fine, and gapping up is fine. It's actually gaps behind, but yeah, whatever. I got filled. That's sick. Bill? So I'm selling some covered calls on some of my positions. 50 cents. Yeah, we might get up to 80 cents by end of week. I don't know. I'm just hedging a little bit, I guess, because I think they'll want to keep it under 50 cents. Just for the gamma pressure it gives. Trying to see if I can picking up on this account now. No. Rallied up today on that. So yeah, it's looking, so far it's similar to yesterday. Consolidating, holding at a higher level, 40 cents. This is, yeah, bigger gap up than I was even anticipating. Remember yesterday I was saying hopefully rip up, and tomorrow 37 is a support, which is the line we had here. And it became support in after hours. And now during the day we're looking at potentially a 40 for support. That might not hold though. We still could come down, find a lower support like we did here. Kind of one above VWAP and then below VWAP back to those levels. Just my next pair is still. Yeah, I mean, I'm still. I mean, I've closed out and bought back in a couple times, so it's kind of hard to tell. But on some of my brokerages, it tells me because it accounts for wash sales. Like the shares in the TD account, it's even though I just bought them at 30 cents or whatever, it's telling me I'm down 70% on it still. So, yeah, that's because it's showing me my old cost basis. I want to see where this bounce leads to. If we break 48, that could definitely be big. Start getting resistance up there, I'll probably sell some more calls. Average down. I mean, there's no way I can answer that for you. Average down or not. Everyone's situation is different. So, I really can't. Thanks, guys, for your likes. Appreciate it. With 17 likes on the day. Oh, okay. Look at this consolidation, man. That's crazy. That's awesome. Easy goes up 3%. Oh, EVTL. We actually got a perfect exit on this one for that double top. I didn't want to let it go because I loved it, but ended up coming down. Easy go has looked nice. GME down 1.3. My puts were up 40% this morning. I thought about selling, but probably keep holding. We'll see what Friday brings. Now that we're back in the channel on GME, I feel like the market's pretty red as of late. You need 660% ace. Chapter 11 could be a good bullish catalyst. I don't know all the reasons. I guess it's kind of speculation. You figure that is one way a company can be saved is with Chapter 11. It's a restructuring of everything, and shorts have basically won at that point, and they could maybe close out then. But I don't know all the reasons. Jan, same thing. Burger King news 121 to 6. Yeah, there's some upside gaps too. That's true. KA. Party Q. Yeah, it's a pink sheet now. I know some of you guys like to trade a lot of pink sheets. I've not. I've maybe done it like once or twice. I've had exposure. I think Sears I had some still when it went OTC. I don't know. Are they have assets and stuff? Do they own any of the stores that they real estate? You buy 27 end of day. Yeah, Chapter 11. I mean, it's shareholders are usually the last to get paid out of something like that. But it's not like they announce it, then it happens. There's a long process, and during that process, you could have big volatility, big rips. because there also could be other buyers looking to scoop it up, and combination of shorts closing, and it can get volatile. We saw it with Hertz, with Revlon. There's been a lot of examples. SI is up 5.8. But I'm still glad I closed this for BBY at this point, even though this chart still looks quite nice. And I thought they were going to have earnings. Still haven't had earnings. That gap in consolidation, man, that's crazy. Let's see, yesterday it kind of, yeah, it was actually a relatively tight range. I mean, it was big, but pretty concise. So it's been almost 30 minutes. Get the little Yaz back in here. Can handle it. Yeah, another test on 40. I think I'm gonna pick up another portion here. I feel like we could still see a sell-off on Friday. Just not sure how low it will come. We do. I'll wait with it. At 33 cents is probably a pretty big level to bounce on if it does get that low. Okay, let's see. Do some more covered calls. Put an order out. Yeah, still kind of bouncing around the floor. A lack of dilution, maybe. I mean, you mean the bounce we're having, or it's consolidating? I don't know. I mean, I don't think anybody like knows specifically. Yeah, I mean, diluting ending at some point. Which maybe do we have filings for that? I'm not sure. Probably not. And we've been having some buying pressure throughout this, you would assume. There's a ton of FTDs, of course. Go that route and say it's from that. The swaps, the rollover, whatever, for the swaps expiring, was it 13 days ago? And I guess they have 13 days to settle those. There's also that speculation, which was also coincided with this January rip. I don't spend too much time trying to figure out why it's doing it. Just try and follow the charts to make sure I'm riding it the right direction. Shut up, Ace. Oh my gosh, dude. All right, it's ripping up here. See if we break that 48. We could. Definitely could. I was just saying, for me, if I was averaging down, I would wait till the momentum is right. And then if it's not, to stop averaging or to cut, you know, if it changes. And the momentum was right from really 2 days ago. It was a little early 2 days ago, but everything seemed right. And then yesterday is more confirmation it was right, and just gets more and more confirmation. So, yeah. But not to say it's over. Like we're only halfway to 80 cents, which I think is the next big spot. So still have almost another 100% to 80. You'll maybe get another chance if you still want to. I think maybe Friday might get a good I don't know, if they rally it into OPEX and close it high, then you could just buy then also, because that would be just as equally bullish. It'd be more bullish, but you wouldn't have as good of a price. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think 80's future. SI ripped up there. Almost 9%. Okay, let's see what happens when we get up to 48 cents here. Jeez, people are hitting the ask on the calls, man. Cash needs to sell. It's true. +2. You really should consider looking at just a margin account. It's not like you have to again trade on margin. So I open up more covered calls, got an even higher price. I'm probably gonna chill for now, because if we do break that 48, got 51.93 there. Seems like we'll definitely be getting over 50 cents at that point. It's just if it holds through Friday, which would be pretty amazing. Yeah, 58.99, so really 59 cents. Kind of the next level there. $51.93 and then 59. But do you have is your Webull account funded though? You just buy it on Webull. So BBY up 45 cents, up 33%, it's above VWAP. High on pre-market was 48.39. We're getting up to that zone. See if it rejects it. Nat gas coming down a little bit. I don't like that. Where's the freakish hedging? Are they gonna wait for the break of 48? You mean hedging like it coming down, or what do you mean? Coming up more here, 46. SPY's also moving up some. Does TD charge 65 cents per contract? Oh, jeez. I haven't even looked at the commissions. I know, that is true. You have to consider commissions. Alright, I'll stop selling cover calls then. No, I mean on E-Trade, let me see what it was. I think it was maybe like 10 bucks. Yeah, it's not much. I mean, 10 bucks on a $800, $880 transaction. Here we go. Up the yellow brick road. $0.47 on BBBY. I kind of projecting that level again to the upside. That's 3,600 on fees going sell and close. What? Oh, hedging for the calls going in the money. I mean, they have been. It's not like it's on off switch. It's constantly hedging back and forth. It's liquid, so it's a constant hedge, right? That's what's moving the market, is these options. You know, it's a big part of it. So once it gets over 50 cents, it's not gonna be like, oh, now it's being hedged. It should always be hedged. That's if they're hedging it. All right, here's 48. Let's see, it's slowing up a little bit. My cover calls are getting scared. Yeah, I wonder what that commission was. I think that was probably, you say it's 65 cents a contract. Yeah, that's probably what it is on E-Trade, something like that. So it did reject the breakout there. Looks like we might be in another gap up consolidation day, which is totally fine by me. Makes it easier to trade if it's not just crazy volatility upside. You never know when there's going to be a huge rug pull. Then tons of halting and gapping, and this is good. I like it. 19th? Yeah, E-Trade's saying 19th also. I saw Fidelity say that. It's all estimates though. Some estimates said it was on the 12th. They're still saying it's on the 12th. If you look on like Yahoo Finance, like, oh, estimates that it's going to be on the 12th. Like, what? I think we're past the 12th. Pretty certain. I'm no mathematician. EVTL 7.5. Silvergate 5.5. BBBY 38%. It's flirting with that 48 cents here. You guys want the L2 over here again? And Weeble's already released the earnings. Weeble's like, we don't need to estimate. Earnings were yesterday, clearly. They were estimated at 0.0318, and they were actually negative 0.92. It's done. They're not even gonna wait for the real earnings. They're like, we got it. Good. Morning, Gene. Oh, it's looking like it might want it. Let's see. Dude, the IV on those weekly options is 600 something percent. 658% at the money. There it is. Broke it. Broke the 48 cents. Oh, snap. 48.50. So 51.93 is kind of a next soft level I have there. More major levels, 58.99. Wicking here. There's definitely some sellers up there. Tempted to do more covered calls, but I'm not going to. There's BY earnings. You're in the green? Nice. Well done, Gene. We don't know when they are yet. All the dates have been estimated. Nothing has come to fruition. I guess I could ask them. I saw someone ask them the other day, and they said it's definitely not the morning of the 12th. That was their answer, because that's what was estimated on a few brokerages. They just said when it wasn't, so they haven't released. Maybe it'll be a midday thing, and maybe with the earnings, we're gonna get some crazy news. Buy breaking up through that level too. I think that's why they're being so cheeky about their earnings. GME is up 0.5%. Busted back up through that channel. Hit $1, I'll bounce, be done with it. Yeah, I mean, it's not worth stress, like your livelihood. Not your livelihood, but your peace. Not worth losing sleep. But it's a hard balance with trading, though. Like, sometimes it's definitely just super stressful. I'm gonna try and reduce those positions in plays. My gas is not getting the bounce on that level I was for yet. BY is kind of rejecting that 48, so if I were to do more covered calls, see, actually I only have one more count to do them with, so I'll be good. I'll leave one alone, leave one open. The premium is insane. So on just in my IRA, got 11,000 shares in there. So it's 110 covered calls. It's $880 in premium for out of the money calls that expire in 2 days. And then on the E-Trade, I've got 11,000 in there too. And I actually got, wait, I think I got more on there, right? $110. Oh, that's weird. That filled for 8 cents. Why is it showing different? I think Fidelity maybe doesn't show the commissions. Oh, current value. I see. Never mind. Yeah, 880 on the E-Trade. The other one that was a little less. It was 728. Yeah, that's true. I didn't even think about GME with BBY. I was thinking it was with a SPY, but maybe that was little BBY volatility hedging or something. Interesting. And now GME's weighing it down. Now GME's the anchor. G maker. Just kidding. EVTL 8.5%. I don't really like this chart yet, but it did have a nice bounce off of that port back here. Kind of an inverted head and shoulders. It's setting up here a longer daily time frame. Silvergate also 6%. This thing could get out of control. Silvergate's got a long ways to go up. Continuing to climb. Yeah, I wonder if that GME move was with this on BBY. We kind of had it on SPY also though. Yeah, I'm thinking that's just a SPY pump. BTL 9.5. You guys remember Ichiro was gonna buy them? Ichiro was gonna buy Bed Bath & Beyond? Funny. Just got in and you're nervous because some got in at over 1? I don't understand that. Bruce B. Yeah, the way it's projecting is 48. I probably wouldn't be picking it up right here. If it holds above it, then yeah, you can play it, but that's the breakout. I just don't like doing that. When it was right here, you want to buy it if you wanted to buy it. 40 cents. When it was double bottoming and showing support. And that's what I'm gonna wait for. If we do get back down here today, I'll probably pick some up here. But might even wait till tomorrow or the next day. Yeah, on the RSI and stuff, like it's still not, had some big days, but it's still just getting back to equilibrium. Yeah, looks like that's our range so far, 48 down to 40. So cover calls the top. If you want shares, buying shares the bottom or whatever. You could even go long and short shares. Just swing it back and forth depending on how good you are. It's a 20% swing both ways. That ain't bad. eToro has old history with him? Really?
The ego on you.
Oh, geez. Ace, thank you, man. Wow, it's so slow. You just gifted 10 of them? Wait, what the heck? Crazy, Ace.
The ego on you.
Thank you, I appreciate it. You guys can all come thank Papa Ace, aka BBY Fire Marshal Bill.
The ego on you.
Ricardo Gallegos, Bad Hombre, T-Dub, Dr. GME, Wrongly Rightish. All y'all need to come in chat now. He's summoned you out of your lurkishness. Sweet Lou, Jason,
the
Tenzin.
Ego on you.
You Smoke Trium. Not a Country. Yeah, all y'all. Jamon. Come thank Papa Ace in chat. And while you're at it, give it a thumbs up. Thanks, guys, for your likes. We got
ego on
31 of them. Well done. A lot of egos in chat right now. A lot of egos. Thanks again, Ace. Appreciate it, man. Can't be stopped. Can't be stopped. He will take out all the grays.
Ego on you.
Even if they're lurker grays. I like how you
ego on you.
Front run my gifts. Double snipes, dog. Those are 50 cals too, huh? Woo. How much do those weigh? Like 60 pounds, 80 pounds? Those gotta be insane.
The ego on you.
Legit. I'm gonna drop one of my own. I mean, you just gifted 10 subs, man. Come on. That's sick.
The ego on you.
Just like that. Down you go, Grays. Now you're green. Now you're members.
The ego on you.
Alright, rejection there on BY at 48 cents. Now we're looking to see if that 40 cents holds. W key up 10%. Happy birthday, Ricardo. Lurk is life. Oh, happy day. It's a birthday gift. Juan was hiding. I knew you were hiding, Juanro. You're always trying to hide with your weird cheeky names and stuff. No capitals, but all capitals and small and can't tag. PXMD still looking good. Oh, yeah. Okay, this wasn't the one I was thinking of, but yeah, this one does look good now. Some of you guys mentioned a few days ago, and I'm like, I didn't like it. But you were right. This does look good. Was that a Heyman? Oh, the candle. Yeah, Heyman or a hammer, right? I guess a hammer might have a wick at the top. I don't know. Stealth mode. 10:30? Thanks. What happens at 10:30? I'm scared for 10:30. Is that when their their earnings are coming out? The biggest gift here, I think, so far has been this trading. This price action on BBY has been extremely easy to read and trade for the most simple of TA guys like myself that are novice. It's just been a delight. Nice consolidating, and just once it starts getting super volatile, sometimes I just like it's hard to capture everything that's going on. You have to start using extended hours and really zooming out. And, I don't know. Nice Candyman. He's moving with it. Did sell off pretty good there. Oh geez, the whole basket can't get pulled. I don't know. It looks like it this morning, but I'm not convinced by that, honestly. Because, well, the SPY... Yeah, that is interesting, actually. It's just like when the volatility picks up on SPY, too, that's when it moves GME. And same with the basket. But I think it's a higher percentage of the time it's just with the SPY, and then when it's very volatile with the basket, that's when you'll see it. So this sell-off was because, yeah, I mean, it did move with that. That's interesting. For some reason, I'm still not seeing it as far as without volatility, but I guess we'll find out. Excuse me. Natty gas. Dropping down here. Why do you do it? Here, just gap. Many bodied candles. You watch Commodities, it's gonna be 80 for sure. Nice. Good to hear. I've been waiting for some news like that. Should pick up another 7,000 shares. Nice, Grant. Well done. This file flush, then do a bounce off support. Like down to 411. Yeah, it looks like it's topping here with these double dojis and stuff. Is it this kind of resistance also? Yesterday's support. Tied up in that gas again though. This thing did not bounce. Why didn't I? Yeah, I should probably just cut losses here. Dang. Broke through that level, I didn't want it to. No reason to just hold through it all. Catch you again, Natty. A crazy 2 days. I think I might take a short here on SPY. Don't like how high VWAP is, but all these small-bodied doji candles hanging out at a resistance. Looking a little toppy. There's still a gap up there, big gap. Maybe it'll fill it next week. After I saw the Slopter box. Alright, Ryan. Slopter box. Slopter box. Never tried to say that. A month has dropped from 80? No, not that long. Has it been a month? No, not quite. That's true. It has been a long time though. That was March 30th, so yeah. The red candle there, below VWAP now. See what comes of this. Not ready to turn off extended hours. Yep, BBBY bounced on VWAP. Oh, that's true. It's true, Trays. 232 million volume already. I'm assuming even if we consolidate, we're going to pass that 336 volume from the other day and probably make a new all-time high volume, which would be over what, 395. Do this. Won't snap to volume. Oh, whoops, that moves with it. Doesn't work. Oh, that makes sense actually. Excuse me. 395 for 395 million B. Wait, what's going on here? Oh, I've never been able to see that. Let's see if that's 336. Yeah, I bet we'll make all-time high volume today. Bouncing above VWAP, so might not be getting back to the 40-cent level. The VWAP's at 44 cents. On it now, drop to no wrong. Or 1150. Then rip to the side, like to the right, like time speeds up and it goes really fast to the right. Webull has it 230. What do you guys brokerage say? Yeah, it says 235 on Webull. It added volume yesterday. Webull did this daily volume. We were noticing that with GME too. On those big volume days, SPY's bouncing up here a bit. It would add volume. So this wasn't 307 yesterday, I don't think. Pretty sure it was lower than that. Bed Bath holding above VWAP still. Lot box. Okay. Rip to the upside. Okay. Off exchange heats up at 10:30. And I guess still coming down. So you think I see a sell-off then, or I mean, randomly don't believe you. Hey, good morning, Don. Appreciate it. Drop by and say good morning and hit the thumbs up. Yeah, I read that right. Hope you're doing good, buddy. Working hard. Ah, GNS. Been looking at this last few days. I've pretty tied up in BBY, but this has been looking good. Been looking good for a move up for sure. No more gap fill. Charles Schwab. In an earning continuation. This actually might be a nice trade. That's crazy. Buy there. Pretty big candle to the upside. If you were a no-like person, after you just gifted 15 memberships, that's dope. Always thumbs up. I know. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. All-time high share price. One step at a time. Start with volume. Still intact on SPY. 408 by Friday, Monday. I like that. Yeah. I like the SLD push as well with it. Yeah. There's some signs there on TA. It's actually not a divergence, but the RSI is kind of cooling down. Hammer candles can be reversals. It's kind of what that is. Alone, it could be bullish, but it also could just be reversal. Is what we got yesterday. And then we're down 0.3, so I guess even a close here would be negative. Bed Bath holding above VWAP still. Stronger than yesterday. Fire marshal bill now. You've been demoted. Iron Stark. Yeah, this is more bullish than yesterday so far. The bounce on VWAP there, it's looking like it maybe gonna break that 48 cents. Not do a channel trade so far. Channel range. I'm moving up there, filling that gap. I have to average into my shorts on the gap fill. Yeah. Gonna have to average. That's okay. You probably do have to enable gifting. Weeklies? I've been selling those weeklies. So it depends on what you bought them at, but IV on them is insanely high. So you're really not getting, I mean, what you're paying for the leverage is outrageous. So it's not, yeah. So I'm just telling you what I've been doing. I've been actually selling those. I sold 220 of them this morning. Which is a lot in commissions. It's a lot, whoever poured water on that great strategy. Great strategy, you just paid tons in commissions. I don't see any gaps up there. right? Oh, never mind, I do. 59. Yeah, even higher. Yeah, I've got that as one of the levels on here. I forgot there was a gap there, my bad. 59.02. Got that as one of the levels. Maybe a couple softer levels before then, like 51.93. 58.99. Yeah, that's the one, 58.99. Halt up brings so much. Oh, we don't want to halt up. Salty B. It's already on people's watch lists. It's already on people's screeners and scanners, and it's already getting people's attention. Doesn't need halt. That just attracts day traders, increases volatility, which is fine and fun and all, but it's not necessary with Bed Bath. With GME, it was necessary. It's necessary to get it volatile to rip. We've seen that that's not with BBY. It's had a nice sustained run up from its lows. It's trading more like a normal stock. Whereas GME, the only way it would rip is if it got crazy volatile and crazy. I think it's coming, but yeah, it'll probably have to get closer to 80 cents or $1 once it really starts pumping. Then we'll see the hauls, but at these prices, I don't know. But I like this better. I mean, this is better, more sustained, more sustainable. Yeah, it's coming back to the highs, 47 cents. Tighter range than yesterday as far as consolidating. Yeah, it seems like it wants to go over 50 cents for sure. I'm just not certain it's going to close above there by Friday. That's why I did the cover calls, but could have been early on them. There's only 2 days left on it though, so I'm like, well, I'll do it today. Well, yesterday's volume, like I was saying, I think Webull changed it. It says 307 million. We're already at 250 today, so I think today will probably all-time high volume. Acting in the daily. Yeah, it's still way down below the center line. So happy to see you at 43 cents. Much more happy to see it at 47. It's flirting with this 48 up here. We'll see if it breaks that. 51.93 I think would be pretty easy, and probably even that gap fill. Wait, is 59 that gap fill? Yeah, probably even that gap fill today, which would be the next more major resistance, 59 cents. Halt up to 5. $14,000. I hope I meant to put a decimal before that 27. Ace, you could have been approved for margin, man. Could have requested it and been approved, and already you could do it right now. You can also open up a Robinhood, or I don't know, maybe the other brokerages. They'll front you cash if you're depositing money. If you're depositing whatever, like 5-10 grand, they'll give you buying power right away. Ardo bought 2,000 more. So not looking like it wants to retest 48 yet. SPY still filling that gap. GME does look like it's moving with it. That's crazy. Number 3% in gain change. Yeah, it was on the top 10 in pre-market. Number 3, there you go on Webull, yeah. That is neat. Well, there's another thing you don't want to do, Ace. Don't come complain to me. It's like you did when we dropped from 80 cents. Said I couldn't sell. You could sell. You could have figured it out. Maybe. Won't invest anymore, maybe. Hey, Mark the Shark. Excuse me. Won't invest anymore, maybe. Maybe. SPY still filling this gap. Yeah, it sprouts up with price action, of course. Yeah, thanks for your likes, guys. Got 44 of them. Not bad, not bad. 44 of you likers. Appreciate it. I like to do stuff. You gotta be decisive. It's one of my notes. Be decisive. Can't like until you unban from Discord. Definitely not gonna unban you, and definitely don't care about your like at that point. Salty being salty. Yeah, $1, around $1, I can tell is gonna be a crazy barrier. There's way too many people looking to get out around $1. So many people that have averaged down have, for some reason, gotten it down to like around $1. And they stopped averaging. Look at this thing hold up though. Above VWAP. Seems like it wants to just break out and go crazy. I don't know if it will. It's already up 36%. Hello. LC. SPY edging up more. Remember I made that prediction about the dip and then the rip was off. All today? Wow, dude. This is salty. No one's keeping you from being with salty, think. Get all the salt you want. Anyone? I don't know what that says. Sold it before the close. No, I mean it made sense. It ripped up a lot, and you maybe didn't have a plan when you bought it. So, fail to plan to fail, that kind of thing. Or you'll just trade on emotion if you don't have a plan. Which, I do it too. Yeah. Yeah, SPYs. Looks like it's gap filling for sure. Oh, and there's a flush. Yeah, one of you guys was like, oh, should I sell? Oh, it's you, Wanro. You were like, that's if you should sell. I'm like, I forgot you just bought in. Just, you literally, you FOMO'd in. So if you FOMO in and are up 20%, like, you should be stoked and take gains. That's, since you basically luck got you into it. And it wasn't the right entry for the right reasons. Just not good practice, and trains yourself to think that the exception is the rule. Isn't good. That's an engulfing candle there on SPY. Interesting. I was waiting to average down on my short, but pretty big candle. Not sure what's up. You know, I'm having fun. Bradley's having fun, man. Yeah, BY's up almost 40%, and might break out 48 cents right now. So we're looking good. I do have a position on FRC. FRC and SI. I got out of SI, but that's because I thought they had earnings and they haven't. Kind of a BBBY situation, I guess. Sipping rants. Give FRC. BY's getting back up here. We'll see. Double top or the breakout here. You lost 43 pounds since I banned you and it motivated you? Interesting. I don't believe you. You can send me pictures of before and after, Salty. I gotta see this. Johnny Bravo. BBY up $7. No, it's not up $7. Maybe it's coming though. Thanks guys for your likes. Appreciate your thumbs ups. We're gonna be watching BBY all day today. Got 47 thumbs ups. Hold on. It's not wanting to break out yet. 300 million. Yep, 270. Yeah, not only is it gonna be all-time high, I think it's gonna be like smash that all-time high volume. You don't have to get on Discord, just message them, DM them to me. Although maybe I blocked you because of all the hatred you were spewing me, negativity that was affecting me poorly. Yeah, no, you don't need to. You can message me. If I don't get them, that means I banned you or I blocked you. So if I do though, I'll let you know. Were we 100 million pre-market? I thought we were like 30 million. I was just counting it up and though on the chart. I didn't look at any like stats. 100 million pre-market's insane. No carb, that'll help. That'll do it. Pumping weights, yep. 57%. Nice, Johnny Bravo. All in. Okay, alright, alright. Am I still edging up here? It wants to fill that gap, I think. That gas. Maybe a false breakout to the downside. It's bounced. I can't answer that for you if it's too late to buy it. I've got more capital I might put into it, and I'm not buying it right here. But I'm willing to not put it in, basically, if it keeps going and I miss it. But if we do get a move back to 40 cents today, I'll put some more in, and then I'm gonna wait till tomorrow or the next day and see if we get another test of the 33 cents or lower support, basically. They like to usually drop it into Fridays. It gives them a lot of de-hedging that they can do from the options chain if they can keep the options out of the money, like this 50-cent one specifically, which is the only option here that we have. So I'm thinking they'll probably try and keep it below 50 cents. Not to say it won't go above there before, but by Friday I think they'll probably keep it below. That being said, that's basically where we are right now. So yeah, but it looks like it's failing to break out of that 48 cents again. So see if it bounces off you up again, or if we come down, we test that 40 cent double bottom from this morning. The flow is interesting. Has it changed? No, still that 465 million. Probably. The moon. Holy Cadillac doing like a bimmer. Nice. Yes, that same salty moon. CXAI. I think had a pretty big sell-off, didn't it? No, it didn't. Wow. They just consolidated. This might be poised for a rally. Might not be till next week. A rally into Friday would be something. That was 1100%. Oh, Express is even waking up a little bit. Oh, what? Look at that Express chart. That's beautiful. With the volume? Oh yeah, they just had that news on Bonobos or whatever. They bought Bonobos from Walmart. This actually might be a really interesting trade. It's in the basket. It has bullish news. This could be the American company. Got a pretty nice sustained run there. BY's coming back down to VWAP here. 42% from the lows. My JWN calls are up today, but it's just a really wide spread. I think that's why. SCXAI. Yeah, a lot of the AI tickers are slowing down. I closed out a GFAI yesterday. So far it looks like that was the right decision. ENS, I still like this chart. It looks like it's got a nice bottom. This one moves pretty gnarly too. Closed out of SMX yesterday. Like that worked out well. Nvidia just still hanging out up here. MU. Every time I say some price tags, I know what you mean. Yeah, I've got the filing page here. I kind of refresh it periodically, looking for anything. Share offering, or honestly earnings even. That's the next thing that they should be releasing. Nice, Mo Lava. Sterling Archer Owl. You have progressed in your levels, Owl. I'm keeping my brain and never let you go. I like for the algo. Thanks, Jim. Like, because I'm not a monster. But Ace likes to gift 15 memberships before he likes to keep his priorities straight. Back down to VWAP here. Very high, though. That VWAP's what, 42? Wait, no, I can't see it. Good night, Ellie or Elsie. The 45. Turn this little ticker thing off. 44.94. Yeah, basically 45. Awesome. UTII. It's kind of slowed down. Hoping for another bounce in this channel. All the bounces. Not liking this much. More money for GME. Yes, buy on yesterday's close. Yes. Just seeing kind of the support from yesterday. It's keeps kind of rejecting, but it seems like it still wants to fill that gap. That engulfing candle is kind of a curveball. Maybe that was news that came out. What do we have today even? Do we have any data? We had 30-year mortgage rate this morning. Commodities, inventories, crude oil, and 30. Gasoline, heating oil, all the different commodities. 30-year bond auction at 1. Beige book at 2. Williams speaks at 7 tonight. Is that right? So. And there's SPY edging up some more. BY right above VWAP. That gas now bouncing. I guess I could have held. See if it rejects that distance. Morgan Stanley added 110 billion in new net assets this quarter. Hotel rooms over $500 a night are too much even for rich travelers. The United States looks forward to soon welcoming Sweden to become a full NATO member for July's summit. The world's largest banknote printer, De La Rue, has said that printing money isn't that profitable anymore. That's awesome. Bouncing on VWAP again there for Bed Bath. Nice tree. Well done, man. The XAI up 6.5. This thing's actually held up really well. Yeah, I mean, nice high consolidation, kind of a bull flag, I guess. Discount that ridiculous run to $70 pre-market. That might have another leg up on CXAI. Did airlines up 4%? I mean, I can't tell if that's the same person, but maybe. Yeah. Well done. Well done. It is the same person. Yeah, because 40 pounds could be a lot. It could be not much at all. It's relative, right? If you weigh 400 pounds, 40 pounds is like not much at all. But looks like you weighed maybe 230 or something. 240, so that's a pretty big difference. New stock of the day, ISTX. Going good, Al. I'm trying to keep up with who you are. Every day I feel like I'm getting a new Al in chat, and sure enough, it's just the same one. LCTX? That's it. Got a double doji there on SPY. Candle on GTII. Still no close though. You would need stocks to be a whale. Oh my gosh. That gas now above that price I sold. Jeez. I like the dip I just had that false break. Broke through the support. That's not even on my notes. What about steel? Gap down. Held this 9 moving average nicely. Look at that. Predict with recession, steel prices will probably drop. Kind of got a head and shoulders here too. Shoulders, head, shoulder, shoulder, knees and toes. Knees and toes. Wow, Bed Bath's really consolidating high. Redfin reports home prices fell 3% in March, biggest annual drop in over a decade. And still hardly anything. Nearly half of Americans say it's unlikely they'll buy an electric vehicle as their next car. Pending home sales dipped to lowest level since the start of pandemic. Elevated mortgage rates curtailed buyer demand and lack of homes for sale limited purchases. Just over 7% of U.S. homes are worth $1 million or more, down from June 2022's all-time high of 8.6. The average interest rate on a 48-month new car loan in the U.S. is at 7.46, the highest since 2007. Armageddon's coming. Still hanging out above VWAP here. Wow. Nearly half can't afford it. Yeah. Playing puts and calls. Carmageddon, yeah. Our prices are gonna crash. Puts and calls, they're contracts. You're a buyer and a seller, just like any contract. Where the buyer agrees, the seller agrees, and they come to terms in a contract. It just happens very fast and with your brokerage, so it doesn't seem like a contract, but it is. Yeah, consolidation up here is sick. 100 shares of contract. Yeah, that's what we trade. The contract represents 100 shares, and then on that contract you'll have a date and a price, and it's trading a date and price, and it's the contract is based on an underlying asset. So not all stocks have option contracts on them, but ones that do, you can trade the options. You can buy or sell these contracts with certain dates and prices, and that contract is the right to buy or sell 100 shares, a certain strike, a certain date. Salty, you can still send me messages. I got your message, man. Yeah, you're learning, Ace. You've pretty much nailed it. Yeah, I actually have long puts on GME. So once it broke through that support. And I think the SPY's weak coming to SLD, all this. I think we'll probably see at least a move down to this trend line here, if not 1940. But it's very slow and very weak price action. Any way it goes, crazy. BY is looking sweet. And moving back up here. Has a little momentum. Yeah, it looks like it wants to break that 48. It's got some push. Oh. Oro? Let me look at it. Looked at Toro the other day, I think, right? Is that like the lawn care Toro? Oh no, shipping, that's right. Yeah, I looked at it the other day, it looked nice. Yeah. Looks good. Oh, it's rejecting again. It's a pretty tight range up here. SPXS, you could just short SPY, but yeah, you get a little leverage on SPXS, like 1.5 times, I think. Oh, 3 times actually. Wow. Yeah, there's decay on these, but yeah, if you want extra leverage and you don't want to play options, I guess go long on this thing, on this double bottom. Not necessarily one to hold. I don't know what the decay is, but you know, if you held it there, that's 2 months. That bottom to that high. BY still bouncing up against that resistance. 48 cents. 48 even, actually. Wow. Hey guys, my dad's in jail. He's innocent. Picking tools in a police costume. Stock of matadors. Oh, is it another SMX? Yeah, that spread sucks. Gotta be careful on this one. 9 million. Doesn't look as illiquid as SMX though, as far as the candlesticks. It's 20 million.
This is going to be a 19th of May expiration. Nothing too significant in duration, right? 19th of May. We're going to be buying the 147 puts. We're going to be selling the 145 puts. It's just a $2 wide spread. So I like to keep the spread small. I like to keep it intact. It's done for an 85
Sharkman's
cent
voice?
debit. Some of the short-term volatility.
I think so.
Either tonight, of course, in Tesla earnings, or Amazon about a week from now. But even if we're dead wrong, we still have to the May 19th expiration.
Yeah, GNS, man, I'm telling you, it's been looking good. I wasn't tied up in BBY. I mean, I still have some capital. I'm kind of saving it maybe for dip buy on there. But this is still looking good.
So I sense
You almost bought GME again, didn't you?
Like Tesla, you're seeing some down arrows. Ben, your thoughts on when we look here at the XLY?
Nicole, I think the charts, the technicals fall in line with Don's narrative in terms of the fundamentals, and headed into this week in terms of earnings, 20 S&P companies
consolidating
reporting,
the high.
Tesla a big part of
might come down, might keep going though.
Shares of, well, XLY, which let's just begin with the big rally that we saw to begin the year from 126 all the way up to 158. But you can see how we've been a lot more sideways
this
since,
part
right?
day where
Unable
things
to
are a little
follow
cooler.
through, and I think this is really significant.
Powerful afternoon move, maybe. Maybe we're getting it right now.
Let's just first and foremost identify.
There's a break of 48 cents.
Well, easily identifiable range
snap.
established here. And as I look, we're talking about, well, it looks like 158 to 134. I did the simple math. We're talking about 24 handles of range. Add 12 to the 134, subtract from the 158, and ultimately you can see how I came up well with this pivot area at 146. Now you can also see the pivot area around 128. The difference between these areas of consolidation and that vertical separation, that's high conviction trade to the upside, and this is much more overlapping and rotational, waiting for that next catalyst, that next imbalance, and to Don's point, it could be earnings. Let's check in on where things stand on the longer term time frame, because this is what he was hinting at in terms of that trend to the downside still intact, and the longer term play here. Now, a series of lower highs coming into play, which has been the pattern as we've established these areas of value at lower and lower levels. It wasn't just on the 60-minute time frame that we saw that trend playing out. Here you can see 200, 180, right around this 150, 146 area again, I think is significant. So somewhat pivotal, and we're still holding just below that right now, 147. Let's keep an eye on it, down a third of a percent on the day today. But one last chart for you in terms of taking a look at XLY. Here we are. Look at this, talking about a pivotal area. I mentioned that 145, 150 area right where we are, right on the 50, right on the 200-day moving average. RSI not really providing a lean one way or the other, but up 14% year to date. This is going to be important to watch over the next couple days here. Again, a pivotal area right now, and a downtrend on the intermediate and on the longer term time frame.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing when you talk about that downtrend, and that's what Don's really focusing on, right, Don?
Yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely. And this is not so much predicated just on the Tesla earnings. I mean, am I bearish on Tesla? You know, I'm a little confused on the underlying. Obviously, they've cut pricing a number of times. I mean, for those of you that have watched car companies for
another
years
double
and
top.
years, you quickly learn that Tesla is far from your average car company when they've done 3 to 4 price cuts in literally like the last quarter on their vehicles. Again, it's really perplexing
gap fills.
what they're trying to do coming into this particular earnings announcement.
Close
There's
open,
no
yeah.
question that margins are going to be eaten into, but again, you're talking about Elon
So,
Musk, so it's a
I mean,
roll of the dice.
I actually have it turned on
Announcement.
Webull, which is really
The
nice.
XLY
It'll
trade
just show up.
has got a
It'll
lot of
show
different
gaps.
earnings
All these
packed
light
into
gray
it. It's
areas
a
are
very
gaps.
Effective, very defined risk play for this market.
All right. Thank you for that. How about
I don't
we
know
get
what
to the
happened with
next
this
one,
thing.
and another ETF you're looking.
These are all gaps,
what's
so
been
from
going
close to
on in
open.
China FXI ETF. What are you thinking here?
So it's interesting you mentioned that, Nicole, like looking around specifically at China, because the FXI is actually less about, if you will,
I know you're
some
out
of
of
the
GME,
large caps and Chinese stocks.
but
And
you
it's
almost
more
want to buy
about
back in there.
global growth concerns.
By mistake.
And if you looked at like UK
Yeah,
today,
CXAI
the
up
CPI
8,
report came
up
out
10.
Today. It was like 10.1%. It's off
Dang,
the
I
charts.
do still have some
If you look
buying
at
power.
oil today,
Saving it for
it's
BBBY,
down.
but
Why? Because we're going again into what I kind of call the merry-go-round of risk. We're talking about global growth concerns. In this particular trade, I'm just taking
should repeat what
a
else says.
straight
That's her
shot,
job.
bearish position to the downside on those concerns. The FXI has also been in a very considerable
Supposed to just
downtrend over a
provoke
longer
conversation.
time frame. It has stagnated as of recently,
Get the
but it's
people talking.
waiting for that information. It's waiting for that feedback to ultimately see if it's going to continue that downtrend. This is a
CXAI
June 16th day
breaking
trade.
out at
It
1150.
is straight out. I'm buying a 28 put. I'm not
Oh
using
my
a spread.
gosh.
I'm just going for it. Buying a 28 put. It was trading for about 80 cents earlier in today's marketplace. So it's
This one's
just
just
an
hard
80
to reach.
cent
That's such big
28
moves, but
put, taking a shot
you
to the
spread it
downside
out,
between now and the June 16th
kind of
expiration.
see what it's doing here.
And just thinking out loud here,
Looks
when
like
you
it's
think about
consolidating
some of
before
the
maybe
Chinese
move up.
stocks per se, how do you feel on some of those, Don, before I get to Ben?
You know what? No, so I follow them very carefully. And what they're ultimately trying to do right now is what I call ride the AI wave. And there's been a lot of bids to that marketplace, specifically predicated
Yeah, maybe
on
she doesn't
AI.
know anything that he's talking about.
No one has
Definitely could
seen
be. I'm not really
any of the
listening.
Chinese technology been rolled out. No one has actually seen what Alibaba has. No one has seen what Baidu
Yeah, sometimes you can
ultimately
tell
has
she doesn't
on the
know
AI front. So
what they're
there's
talking
a lot
about.
of what I would term hopium in that particular marketplace at this point in time.
Just keep them talking.
Good one. Okay, Ben, what do you think here when you take a look at the China
Liechtenstein.
FXI?
Nicole, when I look at this ETF, it's another one that's trending lower on the intermediate and on the daily time frame. I'll be quick to the levels that my eye was drawn to, and here you can see back in the beginning of the year, we broke down into some sideways consolidation.
I don't know. It's somewhere in the settings you
February,
can say turn on gaps.
Another breakdown,
Remember
and
what it
then
is.
basically since the middle of February, you can see how we've been mostly sideways around 28. So a pivotal area here right now. We're holding above it. Continued weakness targets that lower extreme down around 27. I want to move away from the intraday look here. Let's not get too focused on the granular and take a step back. You can see areas of consolidation, 4 of them that formed at lower levels, and this is the daily time frame, so there's a little bit more credence to this. You can see again we're going all the way back to the beginning of 2021, currently again balancing around this 28 level, just above it, but opening up a door for a retest not only of the 27 level mentioned here, but potentially those fall lows here if we get some weakness at this point. Let's step further into this chart and dive into the 50-minute or 50-day moving average, the 200-day moving average, and much like the last example we had, you can see another ETF that's pivoting here right on this 200, this 50-day moving average. RSI not really providing a lean one way or the other, but again, longer-term trend on the intraday, that 1 hour, longer-term trend on the daily, right at a pivotal area, holding on these moving averages. Lots to keep an eye on over the next couple days and weeks to see how the market responds to these earnings. So far, investors have shrugged off the negative, focused on the positive, but this one not necessarily reflecting some of the strength that we've seen in some of those individual names that Don mentioned in the beginning of the segment.
Yeah, and you've also been watching closely what's been going on with the S&P 500. Don, final thoughts on this one before we get to your bullish trade.
Yeah, no, this one also is going to be impacted by earnings, but much more what the S&P 500 is going to do. And again, if global growth concerns are going to be suppressed or come back around. And as I say, this is going to be the merry-go-round of risks. This summer is going to be a whole lot of volatility in this marketplace.
All right. Last but not least, what about General Electric? Why bullish here?
So this is an interesting trade, and this is one where I'm going to ask Ben to go to the ultra short duration chart. And the reason is this appears to me to be what we term a gamma squeeze. Now that's geek for, first of all,
Oh yeah, that's right,
individuals can be
Mondo.
short the underlying, and obviously to get
I
out
forgot.
of a short position,
I'm gonna
what
start
do you
watching
do? You
that
buy.
this season.
And when you buy back a short position, well, it's buying, and it actually can force the underlying up. In this particular case, what the gamma squeeze deals with
Oh,
is
CXAI is still going,
traders that are
15,
buying
16%.
calls. Now, as a trader, if I buy a call, forces the counterparty, which is a market maker, to sell a call. If the market maker sells the call, they immediately go out and buy stock as a hedge.
I
Buying
want
the
it, but I
stock,
don't.
What does it do? Forces the stock up. So my buying of calls actually forces the stock to the upside. It's a gamma squeeze. This looks like it's going to be a short-term burst and it's exactly what we're seeing.
Gamma squeeze on GE?
April 21st expiration. That's right, people.
Do it.
April 21st. When is that? It's coming up right around the corner here. I'm just going out and buying a 98 call, straight out buying a 98 call. The trade is done for a 60-cent debit. It might be tough to actually fill for 60 cents right now because literally GE is in the midst of that gamma squeeze right now. The stock was actually down in pre-market and has been a little bit bid throughout the course of the day.
Talking a gamma squeeze on GE.
All right, and as you look at this, and you're looking at this call right there to April 21st, tell us a little bit, Ben, your thoughts.
Well, if Don's going to be bullish, he's probably not going to be able to hold that sentiment longer than the 21st, right? A very short-term approach towards price activity from a bear, a perma-bear, to say the least. But Don asked for an intraday look. I pulled it up, the 1-minute candles from 96.84, recently spiking to 99.31. But I also wanted to draw your attention to a bit of a longer-term trend that's been playing out also on the 4-hour time frame. This goes all the way back to the middle of November, where we saw this migration of value to the upside, and we're spiking out of balance right now. So this is a vertical move. We're seeing higher highs, higher lows.
those slow movers could be more susceptible to a gamma squeeze once it starts, because it's just
left it as a question mark, but we're going to see if we can get that
usually move slow, so
something definitive.
starts moving quick, and
find a new area
options start getting stacked up.
Again, breaking out of this range right now. This move up in continuation of longer-term trend that we've been seeing. As we take a look at the daily time frame, you can see a bit of a double bottom which formed. This chart goes all the way back to we're talking about
Look at 35.
September, July, August of last year.
It might.
56, 66, 80, 91. You can also see
Friday,
the vertical
maybe.
nature associated with price activity here. Again, on the daily basis, we're talking about
I don't know if
4
this one's
days in a
getting
row
filled
now,
though.
higher
28.
highs and higher lows with this breakout coming into play. One
Coming
last
back
move
down
over this
here.
chart. I wanted
Nice
to
little
dive
double
in a
top
more
up there on it.
Close look at that daily
Wasn't paying
range.
attention.
These
Should have
4 big
added to my
candles to the
short.
upside. Look at this move above the 50-day moving average since the beginning of the year, holding above the 200 since the end of last year. Not surprised to see if any one of these stocks Don's willing to jump on board with, and albeit a short-term play to the bullish side. At GE, I can understand why.
Yeah, well, I mean, it went from 45 to almost 100, and as you said, blowing right out over those moving averages, even the 50-day. So great showing us that chart, all the charts. Thank you, Ben Lichtenstein, and thank you, Don Kaufman of TheoTrade, co-founder of TheoTrade. Don, always great to see you. Thanks for being on the show. Coming up next, we're going to spotlight gasoline prices ahead of the summer driving season.
Probably going to be holding these overnight.
What are you
So
willing to pay? What does it mean as oil has been hovering around $80
intraday deal.
a barrel? Coming up.
15% on CXAI there. Has resistance at what, 12.5, 13.5. CXI AI still going, 19%. Pretty good volume there too. We say 12 and a half. Watch BBY here, 5-minute bull flag above VWAP. Looks like it wants to break to the upside. There it goes, above 48. I'm getting a little food here. 51.93. Looks like it's gonna break today's high. Need some volume to pick up. 41. 48.51. It just broke the high of the day. Oh boy. There it goes. 49 cents. $0.50. Coming. Coming. $0.70. I don't know. That'd be a lot. I mean, if the momentum picks up, look at that volume. Just broke the volume from 2 days ago. Broke above that. About to be all-time high volume just already. Only 11:30. 51.93. Kind of a soft level. That 58.99 or 59 cents is that'd be a gap fill. Oh, I think we could see that today, though. Yeah, could be after hours. Is Apple pushing the SPY up? That's a big bounce on the SPY. I'll grab another short on ES or MES. I'm pretty sure all-time high volume was right back here. 329 million. Oh, yeah. Wait. Was it? No, sorry. 395 here. I think that's the highest volume. Yeah, I mean, that's like... Yeah, it's crazy. It's so much volume. Almost weird. Almost a weird amount of volume. Broke above it. See if it starts to use 48 cents as a support. What did I say? 395 million? We're at 350 right now. Yeah. No way we're gonna break it. I think we're gonna just blow past it. Like 500 million maybe. Especially if we start to break out and move up and not just consolidate. The XAI didn't quite make it to that 1250. UVTL up 8. Express on a nice express train to the upside. What's nice about Express, it has that catalyst too, which I thought would be bearish, but apparently not. See, GME is not following BY here. So I'm really following the SPY. This is, yeah, it's mega caps on SPY. Okay, SPY, gonna fill the gap some more. Taste the 50 cents.
Thanks.
Thanks, Nicole.
Coming up next, our disruptor segment, and George Stillis is with us. He's going to take a look at Lam Research ahead of the earnings and a way to trade it as well.
So those calls I sold, they're only down 6%. That's crazy. It's basically the same price I sold them at. It shows just what Theta Decay is going to give you. And Ivy Crush of sorts. Because I sold them and the price was lower. The price is higher now and there's the same price. The price of the stock, the underlying is higher. And it's breaking out. And the calls haven't increased in value. Well, you don't buy IV, 500% IV. It's just not worth it. What up, Yen Yang? Longest 1 hour of my life. Ehab. Getting up there at 50 cents. Yeah, I think we might be getting that gap fill today. It was way too bullish. $0.50, there it is. Got CXAI this morning, nice. Well, on the 5 minute, see what it does. Price action wise, it's looking strong, but did make that engulfing candle. There's 51 cents. Bed Bath & Beyond doing it. It's up 47%. There, now the calls have increased another penny. $0.51, 48%. 59 cents is the gap on BY. 94,000. 93,000. Yep. What's weird is 86,000 volume just today on those. This was the same volume or same open interest had yesterday. So no new holders. All the volume yesterday was just traded. Yep, she's going. There's 51 cents now. Big breakout there. Oh, 50. Well, yeah, now it's starting to get volatile. This is when you might start getting halts. Yeah, it's getting pretty squeezy. There's 52 cents. So wholesome. 53 cents. It just disappeared. That was weird. So now those calls went up another penny. So yeah, we'll see. See if it closes under 50 cents by Friday is still happening. It's only Wednesday. Billion in volume. So a halt then drop to 20 cents. Only with like a share offering could I see something like that. And the 20 cent drop wouldn't be today, it would be next week. The earliest. It'll take time. All this momentum is now pushing into the upside. We're in a bit of a gamma squeeze. The big gap though, 50 cents into $1. So the delta on these 50 cents is 60 now, and the dollar is still only 20. So this is not like a 75 cents. So it's kind of wicking below. What is that level? 51. 5102. Get 53 cents, back down a little bit here. See if it wants to consolidate in this range now. Support. We'll see if it's a new, the old resistance is a new support, which was 48 cents or so. Like, right around here in this range. If it comes down here and bounces, that's new support. We're stepping up. I buy at 40 cents. I don't think I'm gonna get it. Back up above 52 cents, up 52%. Our MACD's flipped bullish on the 5-minute. Definitely have a green over the 9. If we get a little pullback here and find some support. This is so exciting! Bought at 45. It's not bad, that's VWAP. It's got good intel, about 80 cents. Good strategy rallies to scaling in and scaling out. So if you don't just throw all the money in it that you want to put into it in one order, spread it out across like 3 or 4 or 5. CXAI actually holding up pretty well there. Up 14.5. Me back down in that channel, down 1.6. 21.24. GameStop.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear who the bears and the bulls are, depending on how zoomed out you are in the story of Tesla. You know, I don't think Tesla cares about the traditional metrics that Wall Street measures OEMs and car companies by. You know, I think as evinced by the timing of them announcing these price cuts, it's almost like a thumb of the nose to Wall Street to say, we don't care about your price to earnings ratios. We don't care about your margin concern. You know, this factory they're building in Mexico is said to have a 40% smaller footprint and said to be able to produce cars 50% cheaper. Tesla wants to be the cheapest car, and they want to drown out the competition by being the most efficient and effective provider of this amazing battery technology. And I also don't think they care if 20 years from now everyone's driving Tesla Model 3s as much as do people have Tesla battery technology under the hood of whatever car they are driving. So I think it's about zooming out and realizing that this is one of the most innovative businesses of this century, and they're going to be a market leader in battery energy storage systems, in electric vehicles, and all the infrastructure that is necessary for solar, wind, hydro. Every part of our green future goes through batteries, and they are the leader in that space.
And so at this point, with record deliveries, Hatem, what will you be watching for from Tesla? And then I'd like to ask you both about where Tesla stands in the competitive landscape. But Hatem, start with just today.
Wow, it's kind of awesome to be on a day where we have another price cut, the 6th of the year. I agree with William. I don't think Tesla cares about the short term. I think they have a lot of margin to give. And as a result, as soon as they can reduce pricing, they're gonna do it, and they're gonna be able to pass that along to customers. They want to own the market. I think they are setting basically the stage for every other car manufacturer. And what we're gonna see is Austin and Berlin have a much better unit price per vehicle, and also lithium and component prices have gone down. So Tesla has basically done some cost cutting or cost savings, and as a result, that's being passed on. So for us investors, we can think about the short term, but Tesla long term is really kind of positioning itself as a leader and will continue to gain margin, I think.
You mentioned the price cuts. So the 6th of the year, I didn't even realize that. I mean, I know they've been cutting prices, but I didn't realize, to what metric. So at this point now, William, as they're cutting prices, there are concerns about margins. That's something you could talk about. But where does Tesla stand? Is this the leader in your mind, or is there anything that's close, or maybe could put Tesla in second place?
Well, Tesla has 64% market share of all EV sales. Their top two cars have 33 and 27% of total market share, the Y and the S. The next closest competitor has 3% market share. So it's going to be a long time before they are unsat as the leader in the clubhouse. One of the points that was just made is important, though. The biggest risk to their ability to deliver cars at affordable prices in the future is lithium, copper, nickel, cobalt is the ability to acquire these processed metals that are the core components of all of this battery future at a price at which they can deliver vehicles at affordable prices. And so while they can control speed of production and they can control this beautiful marketing story that they tell, they cannot control the price of the underlying commodities, which is what my firm and our ETF charge, CHRG, on the New York Stock Exchange invests in, is the future price activity of copper, lithium, nickel, and cobalt. Tesla can't control that, and that's the biggest risk they have to their business.
And you were talking about the metrics and that Tesla doesn't really look at the metrics in the same way, right? And that price to earnings ratios and all that. Hatem, we have on a bear who says, hasn't really seen the batteries out of Tesla. It's still just a car company. It's truly overvalued. Had like a $25 target. What would be your rebuttal to that bear?
I mean, it's so hard to even acknowledge that comment. They sold 1.3 million cars last year using their own batteries. As William said, I mean, they have 66% of share. So I think that comment really cannot be dignified, in my opinion. They have the best battery technology. The 4680 with this new battery is actually 30% even better than what they currently have, and they're having a bit of a trouble ramping that. But once it's going to ramp, it's going to even reduce costs even further. So, the technology that they have and the R&D in the battery space is just incredible.
All right, final quick thought, William.
I'm excited to see what they do. I think they've done a good job of bifurcating the investor day from the earnings calls. They've realized that Elon does a better job when he's up there, with his Steve Jobs angles, and let the CFO do the reporting that's necessary for the SEC compliance stuff. So I don't expect a lot of fireworks today. I think that they're going to try to fit into the square box that exists for this reporting, and I expect more of the fireworks to come away from days like today. I'm excited for their numbers, but I don't care what their numbers say, because I believe that Tesla is going to be multiples higher than it is today, and I'm excited about the growth of the adoption curve of battery technology in EVs, solar, wind, and all green technologies.
Yeah, and I know, Hatem, you were happy to hear more about the deep bench that supports Elon Musk there at Tesla. Thank you both for being here, Hatem Diab and William McDonough. Great to see you. Tesla coming up later. Don't miss it. We'll have you covered here. That's going to do it for us here on Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalides, live at the New York Stock Exchange. I'll see you at 2 o'clock. Fast Market is next.
which are off of session lows as we speak, trying to get back to that unchanged level. The S&P 500 off 0.1%. Dow Jones Industrial Average down about 86 points on the day. Tech-heavy NASDAQ 100 off 11 points or 0.1%. And leading to the downside, those small caps, the Russell 2000 off nearly 0.5% into the halfway point of the trading day. To help me break down the market action, let's bring in my co-host. That's Kevin Hinks. Kevin, you know, kind of a mixed earnings bag here, and that's probably lending support to some weakness. But you look at that VIX, and the fear has gone from this market.
Welcome to the world of higher expectations when it comes from where we were in financials to different. Now, that being said, a lot of discussion today about the VIX. What's going on with the VIX, right? Well, here's what's going on with the VIX. These markets are moving, but they're not volatile, and we're getting into late spring. It's mid-April, and late spring leads to, you know what's around the corner? Memorial Day, and then summer. And if this market doesn't take on the personality of the last 2 years that were volatile, guess where volatility's going? The all-time average for the VIX, once moved over to the S&P 500 from the OEX, is 15.4, right? That's the average. Yeah. And most summers are spent below the average, Tom. So, yeah, just gravity is going to move that VIX down to lower levels. Can something change it? Yes, of course. Volatility can change it, news. But right now, everything is being taken relatively in stride. And the VIX is starting to lose some of its momentum as we get into late spring. And like I said, Memorial Day is around the corner.
Wait, we got a month until Memorial
You know what I mean, though. Traders are looking ahead 30 and 60 days, not right where we are now. And there's not a lot of, I mean, even today, we're soft today. S&P's down 1/8%. Yeah. That's not volatile.
No. And to your point, the, you know, weathering the storm here, the uncertainty right now, we don't have a lot of it. There's a lot of uncertainty down the road because if you look at VIX futures, moving out a few months, we're up above 20, 21 levels at that point because expectations are that we're going to see some more volatility as the year goes on.
Yeah. The quote, recession that's always right around the corner. It's coming. It's looming. It's always right there.
It might
the
be
only
here.
thing that doesn't show that is the actual data. Yeah. Right? And so there's no recession in the actual data. All the recession talk is, oh, it's coming. It's coming. Yeah. Those clouds on the horizon are coming. Well, guess what? It's not here. Yeah. And right now, we're trading with some mixed data, and we've got higher inflation, not a recession. You know, European data, the inflation there higher than expected. So, you know, I think a lot of things are going on, but all things considered, the markets just aren't very volatile right now.
And that VIX, remember, it's a 30-day product, right?
Yes.
It's short-term implied volatility at this point, but we're going to keep an eye on it. But one of the stocks that's not doing well today and kind of dragging on the market here is Netflix post-earnings. Let's bring in Caroline Woods, senior markets correspondent here on the network, to help us break down this report. This stock traded below 292, I believe, overnight, Caroline, but we're seeing a little bit of a resurgence. It's still down over 3%. What was your takeaway here from the report?
Hey there, Tom. Yes, not nearly as bad of a stock reaction as it looked like it might be last night. But as you said, shares under pressure regardless. And that's because these results came in pretty mixed for the streaming giant. Netflix posted earnings per share of $2.88. The consensus was a bit lower than that, so that was a beat. Revenue, meanwhile, rose about 4% to $8.16 billion. That fell short of estimates of around $8.18 billion. Meanwhile, Netflix reported 1.75 million global streaming paid net additions in the quarter. There was a wide range of expectations for that net adds metric. So it's hard to say. This was a beat according to FactSet. They were expecting more like 1.4 million, but it was about 500,000 lower than some of the other estimates that I saw. So that's kind of a mixed, you know, possibly a beat, possibly a miss. We know Netflix has been focusing on initiatives to really boost growth amid rising competition in a saturated streaming market. One of those, of course, is the ad tier. We were anxious to see what Netflix had to say there. Still early days, but Netflix said engagement was better than expected and that there's been very little trade down from the premium memberships to the cheaper ad tier. Meanwhile, the crackdown on password sharing, what they call paid sharing, they tested this in Latin America. It's already rolled out in Canada, New Zealand, Spain, and Portugal, but it was supposed to roll out in the U.S. in Q1. That's been delayed to Q2, so investors are really anxiously awaiting that rollout to help grow the revenue base, help boost profits. Customers a bit more anxious about it. I'll say that from a personal experience here, but so Q2 outlook came in a bit disappointing because the benefit from the crackdown on password sharing, or the paid sharing as they like to call it, won't be seen until really Q3. So for Q2, Netflix sees Q2 EPS of about $2.84. That's well below analyst expectations of about $3.05 on revenue of $8.2 billion, which would represent about 3% year-over-year growth. Paid net ads should be roughly similar to the first quarter. Should note, in terms of that password crackdown, as I said, they had already rolled it out in Canada. They actually said they initially saw a spike in cancellations after rolling it out, but they ended the quarter with more subscribers than they started with. So a sign that people decided that they needed Netflix after all and might actually want to pay for it. The company has said that I think 100 million households share accounts, or about 43% of its global user base. So there's a lot of people that they could potentially reach that aren't paying, that watch their content. Looking further out, Netflix said it's on track to meet its fiscal 2023 guidance, and longer term, it said its objectives are still to produce double-digit revenue growth while expanding operating margins and growing positive free cash flow. So that's even further out. The other development that actually was the biggest surprise to me is that it's shutting down its original mail-in DVD in the red envelope business. I had no idea it still existed. Yeah. I mean, apparently there are still people with DVD players, and I couldn't believe when they said it's 25 years old, which made me feel very old. But yeah, a bit of a shocker there that that business still existed, but that's being shut down as of September, I believe.
Caroline, I think mostly the numbers that they put out was kind of a flesh wound to the stock. Really didn't, I mean, severe reaction right away, but it came all the way back to be very close to unchanged. But it was that guidance that you mentioned, that 284 versus 308, the 8.24 billion versus 8.47. I think that and the overall new section of earnings that we find ourselves, where the bar has been pretty high for some of these names. This could be a precursor for what we're going to see with large cap tech. The expectations that were very low for banks are very high for this next tranche of earnings, Caroline. And that guidance, which I think guidance is going to be something we're going to talk about in a few minutes on Tesla, is going to be extremely important.
Oh, for sure, especially for Tesla. But I think the thing with Netflix is Q2 came in disappointing, but that's because of that delay of that password crackdown. So we actually saw a flurry of analysts raising their price target on this stock. So there's just a bit of a delay until maybe they actually start to post even stronger results. Other analysts are kind of sticking with the wait-and-see mode. I saw Raymond James, they're sticking with their market perform rating, saying the latest report kicks the can down the road, saying all in all, this quarter does little to settle the debate on the scale of the paid sharing and ad tier opportunities. Rather, the outlook has been put on pause momentarily before major market launches commence. Meanwhile, Morgan Stanley also sticking with its equal weight rating, saying paid tier and ad tier appear to be delivering at the micro level, but their ability to deliver the robust expectations ahead and support premium multiple remains unresolved. That being said, UBS, Deutsche Bank, Piper Sandler, all raising their price targets. I will say JP Morgan did cut its price target to $380, but maintained that overweight rating, and still $380 implies quite a bit of upside. I mean, the median price target now is $375, so still about 16% upside given today's 3% decline. So I think that, yes, it is disappointing, but almost disappointing for a reason, and that's because of that delayed rollout. So possibly some optimism that they will see that, a boost to profits, a boost to its revenue base. Just kicking that can down the road a little bit more.
Password sharing. They got me on password sharing.
Well, that's good. They should get everybody.
I was doing the reverse phone bill. I pay your phone bill. Guess what? I'm getting on your Netflix account.
There you
Except
go.
that went away.
Kevin taking advantage.
I just don't know if I can handle the monthly charge. I hate monthly charges, so I'm hoping they don't crack down on my brother just yet.
Yeah, there you go.
There it is. See, there's a lot of us in that camp.
Yeah, and free cash flow, they actually raised the target for their free cash flow, and that's what I think the market's been looking at lately. Maybe we're seeing a little bit of a rebound in that stock due to that. All right, thanks to Caroline Wood, Senior Markets Correspondent here, breaking down the Netflix earnings report. But now let's bring in Nick Theodorakis, Financial Risk Management Director at TD Ameritrade. Nick, I wanted to get your take here. Seems like, earnings are beating expectations, but the bar's been lowered substantially with these recessionary fears. You've got all these bank CEOs that have come out during their conference calls and says, hey, we see a recession, but it's going to be a soft one. That soft landing, I think, is what the market's been taking a hold of so far this year in 2023. But, there's still uncertainty out there, right?
The first conversation you guys had about the VIX is so interesting. It's a 30-day measure. We're seeing so much activity in the shorter-term options, things that aren't getting picked up by that number. But generally speaking, it's trended lower. I agree with Kevin. I was in the background making my, arbing 15. Like, that's the average, right? That's it. And that's just where we're trended with no new breaking news. Right? There's not anything crazy exciting out there. I feel like we're always talking about how expectations are lowered and then numbers beat. It just feels like the repeat of that story right now.
Yeah.
And to start off earnings season where the banks weren't anywhere near as negatively impacted as was thought to be. Now, remember that event that happened with SIVB happened at the end of the quarter.
Yeah,
so
end of the quarter for a
we're
lot
going
of
to
them.
probably be having the same conversation going into earnings next period.
Yeah.
And there's a little bit of a barbell effect here, right, where the smaller banks are impacted more than the big banks. We saw some really positive things out of the big banks. But these tech companies in general, I know we're going to talk IBM here in a minute, generally speaking, IBM not included, have really benefited from some of that volatility. We've seen the tech trade pick back up. We've seen some of those, the Apples and the Google as a safe haven here in the first quarter of the year. And I think you're seeing so many people out there now saying, well, can these levels of, can these PE levels last? Can we hold here if interest rates really do stay this high? Everybody thinks rates are topping out in the next meeting or two, right? But how long are they going to sit here? Are we going to be
they're
at
not going to go
5%?
down anytime soon.
Unless there's a massive change to Kev's
some event,
some event or some really a real recession rearing its head. Which with the yield curve shaped the way it is still the most probable outcome, right? I mean, it's just history tells us that when the yield curve is inverted to any extent, but especially to this extent, we do have a recession. Those things haven't shown their head yet, so the market's not pricing that in, which I think is fair given the data we're seeing. So it's calm until we get that catalyst. To me, the biggest thing looming out there is this debt ceiling talk. And at some point in the next month, to your point on Memorial Day, I was saying, well, what's really coming up? By early July, at the latest, the government runs out of money again. What do they really do to make amends here, and how do we get this over the hump? I think you could see stories of potential government shutdown start to cause some volatility, and it's known, but nobody's really talking about it aggressively yet, and it's not impacting markets at this point. So if that topic picks up quickly, I think we could see some vol come in. But man, I'll tell you, it feels like we had that 180-degree week here in Chicago, and it just some were set in that fast. It's pretty amazing.
Think about this, that old adage, sell in May, because April's typically historically been the second best month out of the year after December. Yep. And that's why you get a lot of that sell in May. I think that rhetoric is really going to start to ramp up towards the end of earnings season this month. In 2023. But Kevin, if you look at Travelers up 6%, Abbott up 7%, there's good reports out there, and the beat rate right now, although it's from a small segment of the S&P 500 that have reported, it's at like 90%. This is the best we've had in a couple decades.
Well, FactSet is expecting 6.8% lower for S&P earnings for the first quarter. But Tom, you're talking about Travelers, you're talking about Abbott Labs. Yeah. That's not where the market is focused. The market's focused on Netflix and Tesla right now and high cap tech. Right. That's what's next. I mean, sure, there's good, what I love about earnings season, and it's a big market made up of a bunch of individual stories. Yeah. Some are good, some are bad. I mean, Morgan Stanley, right? Much more in line with Goldman's numbers than, say, Bank of America or JP Morgan. So, yeah, there's always going to be some individual stories to pull out, but today we care about Netflix. Tonight we care about Tesla. That's where the focus is.
Yeah, and that's been what's leading the market, the big tech. I mean, 10 companies have basically 90% of the gains of the S&P 500 so far this year.
That ain't enough. That's not enough.
Yeah, it's not.
No.
That's why, that whole rolling
Sorry guys,
recession
had a phone call there. Nice Bed Bath & Beyond price action up here, above 51 cents. I mean, you can see once the kind of the hype and the FOMO comes in, the viewers start pouring in too. People are wanting to buy this thing. Consolidating now above 51, really 52 cents. That's crazy.
They're not at these historic highs.
So that's kind of a new support for now.
Yeah, but you still got almost
We'll see end of day if we have a flush back to 48 or
but they're
what happens.
They're
But
stable.
it's very
stable.
very strong.
Still
Those calls are only up 56%.
All-time highs, and they're stable. Gas is stable. It's like
Crazy.
all the stuff.
Buy continues to rip up.
A decrease in vol. And I think it's going to be quiet until it's not, right?
Yeah.
What's the catalyst?
And oil back below $80 a barrel. That should definitely help.
Oh, my
also.
GME puts up so much. This thing's not moving with SPY at all.
Which releases earnings after the close and has been underperforming so far this year in the tech space.
Yeah, another nice bull flag. That's true. I think we're going to get that gap fill. I think that's still coming. I mean, it's pretty close now at this point. We've almost even started filling it, I think. Probably, huh? $56. Yeah, we've started filling it. Because this high was 56.60. Yeah, so we've started filling it. We're on our way. 58.99. I think we've got bid support at 54 cents there. 173,000, 174,000. Still keeping an eye on the filings. No new filings from BBBY. No, we haven't heard about earnings, when that's going to be even. No share offerings or anything like that. We're waiting. Shorts covering? Probably some shorts covering. I mean, there's dilution going on from 80 cents, I'm pretty certain. And so once that ended, buying pressure just started, and we're getting a combination of shorts covering mixed with now some momentum of just other people going along. And who's to say all those shorts closing, which is also buying, who's to say they're not buying more because they know it's a bottom? I mean, it's market swings back and forth. Every reaction is overreaction, and this was a big reaction from that share offering mixed with dilution. But to come down from 80 cents down to 23 cents, like, that's not all dilution. That was a ton of shorting too. So a lot of this way down, I was like, well, the bounce back to 80 cents will probably be pretty quick. But I didn't think it would come down this low after that. I thought maybe 40 cents or, so yeah, to make it all the way to 23 cents is crazy. How much BY I got? I've got like 32,000 at this point, 32,000 shares. But I've been in and out of it quite a bit, so I'm still down. Was gonna look to get another like 10,000 today, but we never hit the... we never came back down to that 40-cent support, so I'm gonna wait, see maybe tomorrow or Friday if we get kind of a sell-off into Friday. I'm thinking they try and keep it below 50 cents by Friday, just so they don't have to pay out on all these exercise calls that might happen. The volume's 112,000 on that 50-cent call. That is outrageous. But a little disappointing that the open interest was the same today as it was yesterday on the 50 cents. So not as many people buying it and holding it, I would say, from yesterday to today. I think that's pretty much all we can gather from that. But still a good setup. I mean, the gamma for this is still, even if nothing stays in the money, there's still a lot of gamma pressure that we retained from raising this price, because the delta went up a lot on this. This was like 30 something yesterday, now it's 65. And then looking at next week's, there's still a gamma ramp set up for the following week. So even if we don't end this week above 50 cents. It's still set up, I think, poised to go to 80 and even $1. Pretty short order without news. The ego on you.
The ego on you.
You literally called it. I didn't see it in stream. Thanks, BY Fire Marshal. Appreciate it, man. Congratulations, Jay Scott. Come think Papa Ace. Price action after the gap's filled. I mean, it's been so mellow. Haven't had like any rug pulls. It's been beautiful. So probably some selling pressure, I'd imagine, at that 60 cents level. Maybe something like this. But yeah. Look for selling pressure, then consolidation in a higher range.
The ego on
Maybe
you.
51.93. Jeez, Ace, thanks, man. 10 gifted subs. Rad to riches. You have been summoned out of lurkership and into the chat. Ezel Met. I don't even. You need to come thank Papa Ace. BX, get on chat. Give a thumbs up. Thank Papa Ace. Same to you, Kren, Dave Mounts, John, Aaron, Matthew, George, Game of Inches, Ruthless, Redu. Come thank Papa Ace. Throw a thumbs up. Ask yourself why you didn't buy more BBBY when it was cheap.
The ego on you.
More shorts repositioning. Maybe a little bit for some scalp trades, but I mean the momentum's not in their favor, so it was easy to start positioning shorts with all this momentum to the downside, but we've now have pretty clear signs of a reversal that has taken place.
The
so
ego on you.
for them to reposition and to hold for a long period of time, I don't see that happening. But yeah, maybe just little intraday scalps. Because this is a cheap price. It's 56 cents. This isn't like, oh, let this
The ego on
whatever
you.
company, whatever value company. It's 248 million market cap. Yeah, they do over $1 billion a quarter just in revenue.
The ego on you.
Yeah, there you go, 508 million. So I thought we'd hit 500 million today. Oh man, we hit it, and it's not even 12:30
The
yet.
ego on you.
$5 in a week or two. Speculation. Sounds like a lot of people are going to sell at $1. Trying to hype that. Selling tomorrow tree.
The
Nice, well
ego
done.
on you.
Yeah, no news. I mean, it went down more or less on no news. I mean, all the way down to the dilution. What was all this from?
The ego on
When
you.
it dropped. I know this was from share offering. Some of it, but not all that. That was 158 million. They didn't offer even close to that many shares. So why was all this selling volume down here? Dude, this is crazy. This is crazy. Iron Stark, you do. You have to enable gifting. If you guys haven't enabled gifting, you will not be able to get a membership. If you just become a member, join our Discord. I'll give you the Happy Crew badge. Just send me a DM. I'll give you the Happy Crew badge. That gap's come down a little bit here. I still working on filling that gap. We're still getting Ace figured out on the BBY gains. He actually made money on GME, so he's kind of the godfather in these parts. Look at that. Bouncing on that support right there. That's crazy. Wonder if the rug pull, as some of you might call it, or the selling pressure, the downside will happen maybe in after hours. One of these after hours, not during intraday. CXAI up 20% there. Yeah, it held up well. Got a little resistance here. I drew it, what, 1250? For that, I mean, Just that gap fill up there. Not a whole lot. $14.83 in that area. Half of 1 billion shares traded so far. Yep. I just kind of wicked up to that 12.5. Grinding up here some more. Looks like it'll probably get a gap fill. If we get up to 414 again, I'm gonna add a lot more shorts up there. Yeah, bank earnings have most likely or mostly been pretty bullish, it seems like, or at least the reaction to it.
This strategy, and what it is it's still in the calendar spread family. It still peaks out at the short strike, but what you do is you, for very low capital outlay and net taking in a credit, right?
Yeah, consolidating up here still.
Have
only 12:30.
Deltas,
a lot of time.
But a spread that peaks on the upside.
How many lines above 59 cents here? So
incongruity.
I mean,
right?
You want it to go up, but
that next level is really that 80-cent level.
You have exposure through the 132 strike.
If we start getting up to, if we get close to there today, we're probably going to be seeing some halts to get there, I would imagine.
Spread theory, it peaks out at the short
but there's just not a whole lot of price action
is if you don't
before
adjust
there.
that,
It's just
if the market's
going to be kind
open,
of a vacuum
provide,
again.
If you don't roll that short call, say it goes up to 132, if you let it go out worthless and you're just left long the May 135 strike call,
it'll have value.
It'll have value, and then you want it to kind of move higher.
This volume is actually
earnings.
Remember, then you could turn it into
it's
a
almost strange.
135 calendar, or you know, you could. There's a lot of things you
turn
can
into
do.
a long vertical out in May for cheaper too, right?
Yeah,
So
the
there's lots of ways
adjustments,
to adjust it.
trade management may be necessary on this, and remember you got some assignment risk on that short call into
I'm moving up a little bit
on this Friday, but a good look at a
BBBY up 52%.
here over the next
52 cents.
All right, thanks to Nick Theodorakis, Financial Risk Management Director at TD Ameritrade, for joining us. But coming up after the break, Kevin and I are going to be joined by Megan Brantley from Likefolio for a discussion on Tesla, which is under pressure today.
That's right, Rally got back in. Above 46. Capture little gains. Yeah, I guess you're hoping for a support on 48 cents. Oh, it's a big move today, man. 51%. Jeez. Okay, it's dropping below that support a little bit here. Might be seeing a little bit of profit taking. We've got bearish MACD, red candle here under the 9 moving average, so I think it might make a move back to VWAP, which is conveniently located right near that resistance from before, that 48 cents. Got in Money Express? What? The fire is under control. Hot is BWAP. Ricardo. VWAP is the volume weighted average price, which is this white line. Could sell some more cover calls up here, but I think I've got enough hedging on my shares. Here's some profit taking coming in for all you day traders, scalpers.
here on the TD Ameritrade Network. Let's bring in our next guest for our cash tag segment.
Down
That's
a little
Megan
bit.
Brantley, Vice President of
First,
Research.
pullback really we've had.
Welcome back to the show, Megan.
This was just consolidating. Now we're actually getting
All right, great
a pullback.
Topic today. We're talking Tesla ahead
which
of
is
earnings.
good though.
Stocks pulled back about 12% so far this month. Price cuts and
Hourly
more
RSI
price
was a little
cuts and more
hot.
price
Daily,
cuts.
we're just getting. We're not even at equilibrium yet. We're not even in the middle.
Active
is still well below the
because that seems to be a
midpoint.
concern for Tesla and the EV segment as a whole here.
Yeah, you know, I think that they just announced another round of price cuts even this morning. And so this is something that we've seen move the needle, at least in terms of our data, especially when it comes to consumer buzz and even when it comes to consumer demand. You know, we first
Hold
started
50
to see
cents
these
for next
price cuts rolling
hour or
in
two.
January of this year.
Yeah, maybe. I mean,
And
we
if
might
you
not
look
make the
at
view
a
up.
track of
I
consumer
guess.
mentions of Tesla, at least on our
Yeah,
chart,
yesterday it was
you can
holding
see
up
a massive jump up,
better
a
than I
massive
expected.
spark that, you know, all of a sudden
You know,
this did
kept continuing to make
help
higher
these
lows.
vehicles
So
to be perceived as more affordable by
I feel like
the
a
consumer.
VWAP move is probably more
And
merited
you can see
today,
this on this chart
just
here.
because we've
Now
had such a
we've
big
seen
move
a
up.
bit of tempering since that initial,
Buy still
those
filling that
initial
gap.
cuts were announced earlier in January and February. Now we're trending about flat on a year-over-year basis, but now we're watching in the future to see if these additional cuts will prompt demand. Historically speaking,
Sell
when we
instead of
look
just
at our
buy.
data, these have prompted demand. So
We don't need
I
those
think that this is
thinking
very
profits.
strategic, just in terms of making Tesla affordable. And what's interesting is
There's
when you
a
look
rip
at a
gap
happiness
fill on
perspective,
SPY.
you think about a company like Tesla.
SPY crash? I think it'll crash this
you know,
year.
they're perceived by the consumer
crash
on the
this year.
same or even higher happiness levels than a lot of luxury vehicles like a BMW or even like Mercedes, like Daimler that we're watching. And so, you know, they are much more
Unloaded her
affordable
wallet.
than a lot of these vehicles. I think with recent price
Gap
cuts,
almost
the
filled there
Model
on
Y
SPY.
is now under $40,000 with federal tax
Look at this.
credits.
Even
So
the
seems
the sell-off
more
in Bed Bath
attainable
is
for consumers.
mellow.
And when we look at a model breakdown, we can really start to see traction, especially with the Model Y, at least from a demand perspective on a year-over-year basis. So, you know, for us, forward-looking, at least, we do think that these price cuts are likely to prompt more additional consumer demand and help just secure that and raise that consumer happiness because now these cars are more affordable for consumers.
Megan, in late January, remember, late January,
the more times
Tesla
it's
came out
used
and
as
said that
support and
demand
resistance,
for
the
their
stronger it
products
is.
had
So
exceeded their production levels. So
that helps.
one of a couple things is happening, and I hope
And then
in their
using
conference
extended
call
hours
they're gonna
too
address this.
to find pre-market and after
these
hours
price cuts, and
levels.
there's been
Sometimes those are
officially
respected
6 of them.
during the trading days. You saw
Either
like
this
here.
price cut is because of some
here.
weakening demand that has come since late January, or it's that they are putting pressure on the other EV makers and showing dominance because they've got the margins to do this. So, and what will say that? I think in the
420
conference
next
call,
week.
you have to look for guidance on
I don't see us
production
breaking
levels.
out
The
from here.
guidance on
This
production will tell
416
you
high. I
if
think this was the high. I
demand
think we're
is
double
still
topping
there
now.
or growing or what it's doing.
If we do
Your
break that,
numbers
then yeah, definitely. I
seem
think
to say
425.
that purchase intent for the Model Y
Model Y would stop at
is
420, probably
skyrocketing up
425 or
55%.
yeah.
Maybe some of the higher priced models
But yeah, it does.
don't have the same demand.
Earnings do have a
But
pretty big weight on that.
what-
We've only had
one
some of the
these
earnings so
things
far.
is going to be proven wrong, right? Either the theory that
they haven't been
demand is
good, really.
weakening, or
Netflix,
the
Netflix
theory
wasn't very
that
good.
this is just Elon Musk pressing his
And then-
competitive advantage.
Yeah, in the next few days, we're still in
Yeah, it's
SLD period,
interesting.
so
Whenever we look at just overall
typically
consumer
kind of a
mind
sell-off
share,
into Friday
I
on
think
those
that Tesla's doing a
periods.
really good job of defending that market share. When we look at mentions of consumers who are
Yeah,
talking about
this thing is
purchasing a
strong.
vehicle, nearly half of
BBBY,
those, so 1 in
like,
2 consumers are talking about buying a
the
Tesla.
mellow
And that's compared
drawdown.
versus all of the other vehicles and models in our universe, from luxury to EV makers to, you know, these traditional, you know, a Ford or a Toyota. And so I think that that's pretty impressive that Tesla has managed to maintain this massive mind share in the eyes of the consumer. And
Travelers?
these price cuts are definitely defending that mind share. We do see a little bit of a sign of weakening
7.5
in
baby, that
the
seems
second
pretty
quarter.
high.
And you can see that on this demand chart. And this is overall
What's the ticker
consumer
for
demand. So
Travelers?
mentions of consumers who are
TRV?
purchasing a Tesla no matter what model it is. And now we're only about 19 days in. So this is a really early read, but there is a little bit of tempering. So I think that these price cuts make sense because we have seen these price cuts be really effective at spurring demand. So if there is any perceived weakness, I think that, you know, these cuts will definitely help. But it
Sales
also
down
is a
40%.
brilliant move to just defend
That
overall
yield on
mind share of
Travelers
consumers
seems
who are
sketchy
excited
high.
about purchasing an EV, and especially one that's perceived as luxury, and even more so
Over
if
5, I start
it's
to get
on the
skeptical.
same price level as another just traditional vehicle.
There you go.
that they're
There's a move
considering.
to VWAP.
Megan, and that's kind of my question here, because is this also, it might be a demand concern, right? Because maybe people, the ramp up in people buying new and used cars over the last 3 years has just been astronomical, right? So those levels have come down. But now, remember, everybody was late to play catch up as far as EV space goes. But now, if you look at some of the cars that are coming out of BMW and Mercedes, and
Weeble's still saying Bed Bath's earnings were yesterday.
They're comparing, the high-end
they were
cars
negative
like that
0.92 on the
with
EPS.
the Teslas, right? They're all releasing new models, and those are really starting to spend on advertising for those. And they're, in my opinion, better looking cars. Is that the concern for Elon Musk and Tesla? Is that, hey,
thanks
now
guys
we're
for your
gonna be
likes. We're at
flooded with all these new models. Now I can pick
64
and choose.
likes.
I don't
Appreciate
have to get a
it.
Tesla if I want an electric vehicle.
Yeah, I think that's some of the pricing power that Tesla is exploring right now with making these cars so affordable.
What are your guys'
but just from
positions
a
on BBY?
perspective, we do see Tesla,
You guys have calls, shares, puts, long, short.
If you've ever ridden in a Tesla, or people who talk about
Let's get some answers in chat here. Might do a poll.
It completely changes their whole perspective once they have had that experience, and we see just
1,156.
extremely high levels of consumer happiness whenever we look at Tesla. And so I think that this is something that Tesla definitely has going for it. And another thing that Tesla has is it's had years to perfect its scale and perfect production, and I think its margins already speak to this. People are concerned, analysts are concerned about margins, and they're expecting, I think, gross profit margins upward of 20%.
7,500 shares at 47.
But that's much higher
19,000 at 33.
that are trying to get in the game.
Bunch of the sidelines.
Ford said that it hopes its
There's
gross
calls
profit
both sold at
margin
53.
can be 8% by 2026. So there
Nice,
is a
John.
lot of catch up at play here, and I think
They
that
take
it's
profits.
brilliant from a price cap perspective that
Scared there at VWAP.
Elon Musk is playing this defense of this market share,
0.58
this
shares.
mind share that
Shares at
Tesla
58
has
cents
developed
maybe.
without sacrificing the
3,000
quality
shares
of
at
people.
29.
Yeah, all the OEMs,
Nice.
single digits as far as margins
Let's have
goes.
some low-cost bases. Wow.
They're expecting about 25% margins for this quarter,
Five
which is
next Friday
down,
calls
as you
should get
mentioned. But do you have an earnings
12
score
each.
for this one? Because it seems like the shine has been taken off of the
I don't know my
stock,
average
even
either,
though
Bruce. It's
still up
okay.
47% this year.
Yeah, our earnings score, which it comes
Shares
in
free
a
for
little
selling
bit-
covered
a little
calls.
bit
This is
bearish,
the
a
way,
little bit on
Travis.
the
Well
softer
done.
side, and partially it's just because we do see some
331.
slowdown in
Nice. How do you guys
growth.
get such a
And
low
we do
cost
see some
basis?
slowdown in
You guys
the
haven't been in this
macro
play very
trends.
long.
Whenever you look at just overall EV demand, that growth has tempered some, especially
270
as
at
gas
22.
prices have fallen
Nice.
comparatively versus last year. So a little, lost a little bit of those
3,000
tailwinds just
at
near
70
term, but
cents.
long term, we still see Tesla dominating consumer mindshare, and we still see consumers from a happiness perspective
13,000
who
70
really,
cents.
really like this
14,000 at
vehicle and are
45
likely to
cents.
not just purchase a Tesla, but also purchase another Tesla. So
Vapor trades
I think
in here.
long term, we're still, this is a name that we really
1840
like.
at $1.50.
But near term, we do see a little.
It's kind of difficult for some of you maybe because you've closed out and rebought back in, or you've got to spread across different accounts. That's how I am too. I've got to spread across different accounts.
As
So
always, Megan, appreciate it. Have a great day.
Thanks, guys. You too.
All right, that's Megan Brantley, Vice President of Research at Lightfolio, breaking down the data for us. Kevin, this stock.
Lower gas prices, maybe in Louisville.
Yeah, well,
It's not in Chicago. There's not lower gas prices. Hold on a minute.
We talk about
Time
that all
out.
the time. Welcome to Illinois
Yeah.
in Chicago. Kevin, this stock was trading $207 exactly 3 weeks ago. So, to Megan's point that they saw some of the weakening numbers, but
there you go. There's
the
a little
stock's already
little
up 12%
poll.
so far this month.
Yep.
I mean,
You guys can take.
how do you want to look at this from an example trade point?
Here's
Here
what
you guys
I
are
did.
at.
I
My
wanted
son
to
put
do
everything in.
something that gives you some
So now you're just checking up on
also
what's going on.
Gives you some duration. And how did I do that? Well, I did something in the butterfly
Down
family, but
3K.
Tom, I put a little bit of a diagonal in the
394,
butterfly.
32.94
So
profit sub,
I
7,500.
went
Nice.
to
Next
next
pair.
week,
Little
April
scale, little
28th.
trade. That's good.
That's my 180 call that
I considered,
bought long.
instead of
That's
selling,
a
I just
couple
sold covered
dollars
calls.
in the money, right? But then I went to
I don't want to deal
the
with wash
expiration
trades and
week,
all that
or
anymore.
The event week.
Thought about on the
where there's
IRA,
the
but
highest implied volatility. That's where I sold.
I don't like trying to time the
290
market
calls
too much. It's
and
difficult, and
bought one
odds
of the
are it's
190
not going to do good.
2.5
So
calls. So it's got a
the fewer times I
butterfly,
time it, better.
characteristic to it, but it's also got a
1555
diagonal, a 1 week diagonal. So
1 million
there's a
on
diagonal
25-cent paper
butterfly.
trading.
And so that gives you something
Riley,
to
you're
do
probably
next
gonna get stopped
week as
out.
well. But if it gets up to
All right,
the
man. You
190 level, you
get back
can
in
see
cheaper.
You're
Stop
insulated
losses
from
are
profit, from losses up there because why?
1500 at 31,
190,
1500 around 110.
Diagonal turned, has good.
Nice, not a
good
bad
numbers in
average.
it. It's a little pricey at
Holds around 30
$5.30
cents.
right around there. So, but this is one that can
all
certainly
right.
go up, and it gives you
VY
nice
below
levels of theoretical theta.
Yeah, let's
below
break this
VWAP a little bit
example
here,
trade
which
down
is 48
real quick
cents.
Here. Going out to the April 28th, 180
Getting a little
strike call,
volatile,
buying
though.
one of those. Selling two of the April 21st weekly
Look at
or
it just
monthlies
pop back up
expire
there.
this
Wow.
Friday. Selling two of the 190 strike calls.
There's
and then
buying
buying
pressure.
one of the 192.5 strike calls in that same series. So, as you mentioned,
Going back in at 25.
that in the money 180 strike call, that's a week out, so you got 9 days till expiration.
Average
Paying roughly
after
about
you
a
sold and
530
bought back
debit
in, or
point.
just
There's your risk, $530.
once you bought back
Your
in,
break even on
Dennis?
this one, Kev, it's around that 175 and a half level.
For Hallie, oh boy.
You do have some assignment risk on your short call on the 190 strike going into expiration this Friday, so keep that in mind.
Remember, there's $2 of intrinsic
BY
value
Fire Marshal Bill,
in
I
that
think
180 call.
most in here probably
And
don't remember when
everything
9 was
above
normal.
That one.
I have a feeling a majority of the people
thereabouts is profitability
have,
on this, but this
just gotten
takes
into play in the
advantage
last
of a grind higher
week or
towards the
less,
190
maybe.
strike over the next week and
No
a
problem
half.
with that,
The
though.
anticipated
No problem.
market maker
You guys got
move,
into
priced by the option
bargain
market,
basement
plus
prices.
or minus $12 in the shares. So getting that grind up would be a good thing.
50,000 shares at
Profitability
25
does come
cents.
down a little
Wow.
bit above 192 and a half on that one, but a good look at a different type of strategy combining the butterfly with the diagonal on this one. But yeah, we've got it all laid out there for you. Good look at that example trade. Tesla's going to be a big one after the close.
I don't.
We'll have to wait and see
I don't
on
know if
that
I
one.
believe
All
you,
right,
Flavor.
coming up
I
after
want
the
to see a
break,
screenshot of
we're gonna
that.
take a look at Lam
Mostly that
Research,
cost
which has risen
basis.
about 17% so far this year.
Like, I believe
and they also
50,000, but
report quarterly results after the close
say you went in
today. Stick around.
that
We'll
heavy
be right
at that
back.
price. I guess it did start to rally, but still, that seems a little crazy. Might have to DM me a picture of that. Word. I'm below VWAP now. I'm looking for support. We do hold below VWAP. Kind of the 45 cent here, where it bounced before on VWAP, and then $0.40 maybe, where we opened. Not sure it'll get that low though. It's having a hard time even really staying below VWAP. 48 cents there. Since you bought back in. Alright. Alright, Dennis. This is a good culture lesson for you, Ace. Never put everything in. Nice, Muhammad. Just slinging those contracts. Yeah, you got to be careful. I mean, there's not much Ivy crush, but the Ivy is still so insanely high. So, if they do, I don't know, announce earnings or something. Look at that bounce on volume weighted average price. Incredible. Tempted to pick up some more here. Trying to wait till 40 cents, but wait a bit. Yeah, those calls really haven't lost value. Crazy. I don't know what would cause them to lose value. I suppose earnings. And then a drop. We dropped on earnings. $44 and up. Bullish. Yes, Flavor. Some of these people might be making money. There are rumors floating around. Liechtenstein.
That's for sure, Tom. This market rebounding off lows from earlier this morning on the cash open.
Yeah, look at this, just straight up
SPX
on
down
the
to
SPY.
41.34. The Nasdaq briefly down below 13K. Back to near or positive on the day. There it is. You can see we're actually up 11 handles. Saw the Russell down to 1784.82. I'm sorry, and the Dow actually was only one of 4 majors unable to trade below the previous session lows. So maybe large caps were a bit of a tell
49 cents, up
morning.
43%.
They were somewhat unwilling to participate to the downside. I think this comes as investors gear up for some 20 S&P 500 companies set to report today. A lot of focus on Netflix, obviously, and some of the disappointing results. The banks have been
sold for 20. Nice, man. That's now, but it's crazy how the IV's been so high, but yeah, you have been able to still trade them.
Definitely a lot.
It's been high and it's just gone higher.
Don't forget jobless claims next week. I think is going to.
I mean, I traded them the other day.
I think will be important as well because we have
seen it now. I should have held, but
in terms of the weekly numbers, heard about the
I closed out at some 50-cent calls. I guess I could have made.
Digest all of this information. Also, we got
only a few more pennies actually per contract. So the relative move on the contracts compared to the stock price is so minor because of that huge premium you're paying. That's what sucks about it. But
some of the negative.
Yeah, SPY's filled the gap. Maybe it's at a top here. Got some wicks out the top side. Little engulfing candle being built here.
All right, Ben, appreciate it. That's Ben Liechtenstein.
I want to grab another short.
Breaking down markets for us.
Am I fighting this market all
bring
day?
in George Tillis, senior markets correspondent here on the network. George, we're talking Lam Research, and I think this is sometimes considered an overlooked kind of stock in the semiconductor space. Just due to the fact that they manufacture parts for other semiconductor makers here at this point. But with this Inflation Reduction Act, George, it seems like we're eventually going to get maybe a buildup in some of their products here in the longer term. But what are you seeing here in the near term ahead of earnings?
Well, I think this is interesting because if you look at the fabrication manufacturers, in other words, the parts and the equipment manufacturers like Lam Research, Applied Materials, KLA-Tencor.
Thanks for your likes, guys. I appreciate it. 67 likes. Pretty well done.
Of course, that is utilized for end products.
Sub up, like up, comment down. Happy Money sticks around.
For the company, which are actually
for Twitter, you can follow us on at Happy Money YT, as well as our Discord server. Link for the Discord is pinned in the comments. They're both pinned in the description as well. Our Twitter and the Discord. It's free Discord. We discuss trades, ideas, and everything on there.
$7.40, and sales are also expected to be lower by close to 6% at $3.82 billion.
So it's bouncing on that
so there seems to be the bar as
48-cent
for this particular
area.
name. I think the elements of this
group
seems to speak towards
higher
the
range
cyclical recovery first in the equipment manufacturers.
Higher range up here.
That's typically what follows suits as you see some
last time I went up past 13.
Companies like Micron, Western Digital.
You're gonna be true and it ran after that. Yeah, I know what you mean.
After the manufacturers
when it started that rally from $4.
So I think this will be interesting to see. Because
I know I watch that thing pretty much from like $6, $7 too. Like
the guidance was really
it was
cut
cool.
back in October for full year 2023.
Thought it was over and then went to 30.
But last year they generated about 15% sales and about 16% EBITDA. But on a forward basis,
any world where I was on suddenly, yes, there is a world where that happens.
And actually,
this is the world actually.
To be down about 2%, but nonetheless,
that's very possible.
It's a company that's very locked in. Especially when it comes down to the all-encompass semiconductor.
The suddenly part,
CPU chips,
the reason,
chips, NAND, flash
the fact that you're
IoT,
even asking if it's sudden makes me think that you're too emotionally tied to this. Maybe your position's too big, or
George,
you
when I look
don't
at
have conviction for why you're in it.
Research, I think long-term,
that's not a good sign.
Right? In the short term, new restrictions on China
the speed shouldn't matter.
Is going to hurt them about 13% of their sales. Also, the overall demand and consumer sentiment
100K at 48 cents.
Relatively questionable or hesitant.
Senior.
But in the long term,
I gotta see screenshots of that.
They still service a
DME.
bunch of
Discord.
Their products out there in the marketplace, about 80,000 of them, that builds up their service. And George, at the end of the day, it's people want smaller, faster, cheaper, more powerful, more efficient semiconductors, and Lam Research's long-term growth is still intact, George.
Well, very much so. I think
yeah, there's some media on it for sure.
I mean,
Bed Bath & Beyond stock surges. Meme traders are back.
Gross margins, but the
What's going on with Bed Bath & Beyond?
This is on a
Bed
GAAP
Bath & Beyond
basis,
renews
26%.
bankruptcy talks as rescue
And that's
stalls.
very remarkable, especially for a manufacturing-based business, which this
Bed
company
Bath & Beyond
is.
stock
So
surges as
I
meme
think the
trading
long-term
ramps up.
secular growth story is still
Bed Bath &
intact
Beyond
for
jumps
Lam
23%, even as
Research.
bankruptcy
I think if
talks
you
are
look
reported
at
to be ongoing
some of the
again.
challenges in the last year
Who's
that
Seeking
are
Alpha
based
is saying that it's
on
reporting that?
perhaps some
Yahoo?
of the declining demand for
NASDAQ?
equipment, at least in this
Bloomberg
last year,
TV?
but nonetheless, you have to think about
This was the first FUD we saw
cycles
this
of
morning.
semiconductors.
Bed Bath & Beyond
Faster,
revives Chapter
more,
11 bankruptcy
processing
preparations. What does that even mean,
and this is
revives the
essentially what,
preparations?
creates
What do they
this,
do?
recycle or
Pull
refresh
paperwork out of a drawer?
in the
Got
demand
an article
for,
about
for
that?
semiconductor equipment and the cycle that just continues to move exponentially.
And this wasn't even,
So
I have to look up the article, I think, because it's just a title.
If you just consider the low bar for sales for the years, which is expected to be flat.
But here's an actual article, see if I can read it.
You know, slightly higher or raise guidance just a little bit.
Consolidating there right around VWAP.
In the name, but we'll have to see what they say post earnings.
Yeah, definitely. And it's one of those tech companies
It's
that
like
actually
one
pays dividend also.
one media
George,
outlet
appreciate it.
just
That's
puts in a
George
couple
Silas,
key
Senior Market
buzzwords.
Thanks, George.
No
Breaking down,
sources,
Lam Research
not
had
based on
earnings,
anything,
Kev.
just kind of
You know,
it's speculation.
you
They
had your
don't
take
say
here,
it,
so
and then other
I looked
other
at the
outlets
strategy. The option market's
go ahead and
pricing
report
in
that,
about plus or minus,
and
what,
it slowly
$18.5
becomes more and more
move in
fact as
shares.
more
It's
report
a
it,
high-priced stock.
but it's
PE
based
is only
on nothing.
13.2 at this point. So I wanted to look at something to the upside here in case the stock does move higher. So if you think it's going to move higher, here's a strategy that may work out for you. Now the stock has moved higher since I looked
Here's the
at this
article
before, but it's the basis
on Reuters,
behind the
NASDAQ,
strategy.
NASDAQ.com.
Unbalanced call butterfly
April
here to
19th.
the
Bed Bath &
upside.
Beyond is
We're gonna
reviving
buy
bankruptcy
something
preparations.
that's
What does that
slightly
even
in the
mean?
money, to the
What's
upside, or
BBBY.O?
slightly in the money here at the 490 strike call by one of those.
Bloomberg TV reported on
Sell
Wednesday.
two of the 510 strike calls, which is about that one standard.
So they're saying someone else reported it, right? As the home good retailers has struggled with dropping sales and competition with big box retailers for a while. There's a company. So there's nothing. But they did not immediately respond to Reuters' request for a comment. The company late March announced plans to sell 300 million worth of shares, and once again got warned it might have to file. This is nothing. This is not reporting, Deborah Sophia.
Debit, your break even, 495.80 to the upside on that one. And
Some
that's
tight
basically
consolidation
just
of
above
VWAP
the
here.
current share price here. So you don't need a big move, Kev, and everything above that break even's profitability.
Similar to the trade that we put on in Tesla, just all in the same month this time, all in the same expiration price. But
No more day trades. Gotta let it ride.
Actually, a little bit of theta. Why? Well, because you're close to that 490 strike. Your long strike is the one there, and you're paying, you know, a good debit. But you've got a $20 call vertical on. That's going to cost you money, right? Especially in a front expiration. So a little bit of negative theta. That negative theta theoretical will dissipate if it starts to move into that level here and get up towards $500 or $510. But for right now, paying a little bit of theta, long deltas, Vega relatively flat at 1, but this is an upside play with very little upside exposure.
Yeah, that could have been a bot that wrote that.
Trades like this, somebody will say, well, why don't
That's
you
true.
Just buy
It did just look
the
like kind of keywords in there.
490, 510 call
And then it gets spread to another algo.
Right? But it's going to cost you more, right?
That writes another article.
Because you don't
And then I just clicked on it, so it just reaffirmed that that's a good article. So then another article will pick it up because they saw all the data that was pouring into that one.
No commissions to do the extra legs on that to reduce your exposure. But it is a bullish play. But Kevin,
the viewers of the media, we are the market, we are the client.
Move and targets that
so
move as
their
the
business, they make money on us.
Is right at or near where the expected move is, around $510. That's why you do that.
Right, and above the 515
green candle there, but yeah, this is interesting. It's almost like active barcoding on VWAP here.
But this is a really short-term look at this example trade here.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Until expiration, so remember that.
Look how tight this got.
Friday's close. All right, Kev, that's going to do
well,
it
that's like 10 minutes. Wow.
Market. But stick around right here on the TD Ameritrade Network. Next Gen Investing's coming up with Alex Coffey and Jenny Horn.
Jenny's coming back. I'll show you guys how to do it. Here's the stream. Here's the thumbs up. Bling! And then you can join if you want, become a member. I It doesn't show subscribe on here, but subscribe, hit the notification bell. It is that hour. It's 1 o'clock subscribe hour. Let's see. Oh yeah, Carmageddon is what we talked about last. Yeah. Oh. Millennials who rent for their entire careers versus millennials who own property will have to save 50% more for the Mercer report. Own your property. OpenAI will start paying people as much as $20,000 to help the company find bugs in its artificial intelligence system, like with ChatGPT. %70 of Americans are feeling financially stressed. Whoa. Disney plans to eliminate jobs as it pursues cost reduction. The company could eliminate 15% of its workforce in the entertainment division. Yeah, even Walter Bloomberg tweeting this garbage. Bed Bath & Beyond revives Chapter 11 bankruptcy preparations. What does that mean? There was no filing. There was no statement from the company or anyone at the company. They didn't even source someone familiar with the matter, as they oftentimes do. Someone familiar with the matter. All right, coming down a little bit more here. 46 cents. See if we find support around that 45, kind of the support from earlier today. New York City had the most millionaires in 2022, but the Bay Area had the most billionaires. Lunch break. Oh yeah, Jenny. No, Jenny. Still waiting to buy puts on SPY. Yeah, I mean, it filled that gap. It's just climbed up all day. It's almost green. That's crazy. Easy. I'm going to be buying more. This 40-cent level. Probably pick up some here if we get there, and then look at tomorrow, see where it's at. If it's even cheaper, I'll probably get some more there too. You were late to the party. Pump is already done. Damien. I don't believe that. Depends on your time frame. If you're saying intraday, then yeah. Intraday would maybe hit our high, it seems like. But next 60 days, 30 days even, I think we'll definitely surpass that high. We almost completely filled the gap, so it got to 56 cents. The gap's at 59 cents. And then after that, it's really not much holding us back until that 80-cent level. So I don't think we'll see that this week. We might, but I think we'll probably come back down if we do. But after this, it's looking like we probably won't see that this week. I don't know. We could though. We still could. I mean, this is, you know, zoomed out form. This is just more consolidation after this crazy rally we've had. So. Sit on a throne of lies. Close the gap at 35? I don't know, man. Maybe a gap down there after hours and then open and rally up through it to close it. I don't know though. Last 3 days, I don't think they've done any share offering in the last 3 days. And that's, yeah, I think they've probably finished that. From when they announced it at 80 cents, it's come down to 23 cents. So I'm assuming they did it in that period. So there's 45 cents. We'll see if that holds as support. BY could pump again when BK is announced. That's true if BK gets announced. But sometimes it's a catalyst. Still haven't heard about their earnings, which are supposed to be any day now. CKAI literally hit right at that line we have, 1249 on the dot. 1249 resistance. Sold off from there. BK's bankruptcy. Oh, she's got
movers post earnings, some movers
got her smart glasses on today.
Something for everybody, and we talked about this at the beginning of this week as well. This week was very much going to be Netflix and Tesla centric. Today we get a little bit of both. Post earnings now for Netflix, and man, this has been a roller coaster ride. I know on the surface it's down like $10. That doesn't seem like that much, but that does not tell the story of the last 24 hours in Netflix.
No kidding, and I think it's
yeah, Damien. No, you're right.
Because Netflix shares are down about 4% now on the session, a little bit off their session lows here, but definitely nowhere near session highs.
You're right.
But all in all, this was a pretty mixed financial
This is
picture.
kind of a normal type of move for a penny stock.
The closing bell on Tuesday.
That doesn't mean that this is doing the same thing as what a normal penny stock would do.
$8.16 billion. This did miss street expectations.
And what it did prior is not what a normal penny stock would do.
$2.88 per share, which did actually exceed forecast.
The sell off from $7.
Global subscribers, though, were all of the focus as they did climb about 4.9% year over year to 232 million. And the company said its ad performing tier is also performing better than expected. Now, they said in the letter to shareholders their long-term financial objectives are unchanged. They do expect
it does go bankrupt, and when will we find out in time?
Revenue growth will expand
there's no way.
Margins.
I don't know when we're going to find out.
Free cash flow, and they said they are on track
chances that it doesn't
to meet their 2023 financial objectives. So
I
that was all positive.
I don't know how to answer that
but
for
they
you.
did also delay.
They make a ton of revenue. They have a ton of debt.
And the company
they have some cash on hand.
Towards stopping users from sharing passwords sometime later this summer.
Their market cap is really low, though.
Disappointment when you see so much built right now.
Would be an attractive
on
purchase.
Tier as well as this password sharing crackdown.
Right, broke the 45 cents, coming back down. We've got
feels like that financial
42.51.
As a result of that, is sort
then
of
40 cents
down the road. So
was the low on the day from open.
Somewhat in limbo, I will say, Alex, from reading the analyst notes today. Analysts still feel pretty optimistically on this name, no doubt about it. We're still seeing definitely a skew more leaning towards buy ratings from the analyst community, but it does feel like right now
good job, Fire
we're
Marshal
sort of
Bill.
Stuck in a waiting game for Netflix. So all things considered, relative to its first quarter of 2022 drop, this move feels relatively small. I mean, down 4% isn't exactly a huge swing for Netflix, but it almost feels like Netflix shares are in limbo today as well.
You know, bears and bulls alike in Netflix may welcome a period of calm because that has not been the case.
Dipping more than you were thinking, Kenny Man.
This stock has been up.
Yeah, this is a pretty good
rally off its lows, but it's still essentially half.
We haven't seen this yet. But we also haven't seen this big of a rip yet on this this rally so far. Today was the biggest one we've seen, so we're going to see bigger moves to the upside and downside. Right. We're still up 28%. That was our low to high. That was the most we did yesterday. Was 28%.
Than the one that we've watched in Netflix for the
past
even this day,
10
years, and so. Really, a key
we're up over
50%
today, so you have to expect more volatility both ways. You can't just have it one way.
U-turn in the stock price after
fine, new high there.
Is the first look
Gap's filled, but it's still going.
But the fact that they're able to generate that free cash flow the way they are now has certainly painted a different picture. Gonna say down boat though because it's in the
stop losses, profit taking. From snowballing.
And another name that has underperformed, at least on a yearly basis, that is IBM, which talk about it's like the new wave of tech being Netflix and the old wave of tech being IBM. Shares are down about 1% today ahead of their first quarter results, which are expected today after the closing bell. And the company is expected to have recorded lower revenues this quarter from its software segment due to this overall challenging tech environment. Although tech has looked pretty strong this year, so this name is just somewhat of a disappointment. Their software segment does include their hybrid platform and solutions, their Red Hat automation and data centers, as well as AI business units. So AI, you'd think, would be a key term for IBM, but they haven't gotten
Coffee with Gen A latte.
Now, during this first quarter, they did collaborate
patience with your low-level trader co-host.
Data innovation, they said,
Spy new high there.
Cloud environments.
Bed Bath first green candle we've seen a little bit.
As a lift to their top line. They did also collaborate with Cohesity to launch a new
kind of bouncing on this
vendor solution to help address this really critical need for data security. And during the first quarter, they expanded their client innovation center by launching their second Japan innovation hub in the Philippines.
Whoa, Spy just ripped
all
there.
Of this you'd think would be a huge positive, although it's expected to be offset by the overall macro concerns.
All right, there's 414 on Spy. This was kind of the high resistance from yesterday. We triple topped on.
I read all these advancements it's made in the first quarter. Just
now Spy's green too. That was that kind of push.
Down about 17.5% from its high and up only about 9% from its 52-week low.
Yeah, this will be one that was probably more interesting 20 years ago, but it's still interesting. I still think that there's a sentiment read-through, and we're still watching a company try to transition into this new cloud world and do so effectively. So there'll be, of course, a lot of focus on that process, and of course, the company has been convicted in its efforts to do so. But they've also issued
the short interest is self-reported.
Well.
I mean, I don't hold too much weight with that.
Around this one, going into it.
Easy to manipulate those numbers. You can look at FTDs and borrow fees. That even that can be manipulated, but that to me gives a little better picture on what's going on.
While it maybe isn't the big name stock it once was, it's still a pretty big company. It's still a tech name that I think garners plenty of attention, and I'm excited to talk the technicals on this one with Ben.
And I'm excited for our next name here, as American Express does also report first quarter earnings tomorrow before the open. Now, what is expected of this quarter is a pretty mixed picture, but their earnings projection is around $2.66 a share.
Go for a higher exit.
3% year over year on revenues that are expected.
I mean,
to
I can't answer that question for you.
To just roughly $14 billion. Now, the company is also looking for between 15 and 17% growth for their full year revenues, and is expected to deliver earnings on the full year between 11 to 11.40 a share. But they've bounced back pretty steadily from the slowdown that hit so many companies that are very similar to American Express, and of course that followed that really global travel ban we saw weigh on.
I mean, buy and hold works good for good companies. Good fundamentals.
Like American Express. So with this stable recovery,
value stocks, dividend stocks,
volume now in American Express, I do think all eyes are on this report, given its
never taking profits. I mean,
comps on a year-over-year basis.
If it doesn't give you a dividend,
they also have
you got to take profits at some point, at least some profits. Sell calls on it or do something.
Seen as more higher income, thus having better credit and more resilient to some of the credit woes that are weighing on some other credit card companies, Alex. So American Express, we compare them to a MasterCard or a Visa. I think they're sort of in a league of their own.
GME get a pop with that Spy push.
Chart standpoint, shares are up about 11.5% for the year, and our brightest spot of our upvote and downvote segment today, about 0.7%.
Yeah, and much of that is while they provide that networking access that a Visa or Mastercard does, they also serve as the bank. So you'll always see Visa partner with a bank like Chase or Citigroup. You don't see that in American Express. They're holding that credit on their own balance sheet. So it's a little bit different.
First Republic started ripping.
Downvote. This is absolutely one I'll be keyed into to see what they actually have to say, especially given their kind of high
big advisor team to Rockefeller
spending. You oftentimes think of American Express
the news?
Sort of corporate cards as well. And with all these layoff stories that we're reading about, I'd imagine accompanying those is smaller travel and entertainment budgets, smaller spending in general. We'll see if there's any outlook or anything we can take away from how American Express perceives the future quarter, but also the rest of the year to shape up, at least from them. Their standpoint and their exposure.
They left
to that.
First Republic.
So
why would that be
bullish?
bullish?
What they have to say. I am going to say downvote though. However, the next one on the list.
Huge rip
I think
on
it's just
FRC.
forgotten in this space, and it's just such a big company.
Huh.
It's so important to
a lot
the
of volume there too.
Technology, yet it just doesn't get any love. I don't know if that's
BBY bouncing here a little bit.
It's overseas or what it is, but that's TSM.
I was thinking the same thing.
I want a 40-cent retest, but we might not get it.
16% for the year. They also report their first quarter earnings tomorrow before the bell. We are expecting.
I'll continue to wait tomorrow and Friday, see if I get a better buy-in.
Analysts are forecasting
SI got a pop there. All the banks At least these two banks got a
an operating
big
profit
pump.
margin of about
That's probably what that SPY pump was
43%,
from too.
which are closer to the midpoint rather than the high end of
was
TSM's
weird.
management guidance back in their fourth quarter.
FRC,
Now, I think
SI,
it's very
right there,
important
got that
ahead of these results
same
that
surge.
they already did disclose their first quarter revenue in a 6K filing back on April 10th. That marked about 4% growth year over year. That was below the midpoint of the company's earlier financial guidance. So this was attributed to both weaker than expected demand as well as some unexpected Forex fluctuations. But in terms of demand,
we don't know when BY's earnings are yet. They haven't announced.
In their fourth quarter earnings call that capacity utilization in the first half of 2023 will not be as high as it's been for the last 3 years due to some end market weakness, Forex headwinds, as well as some PC slowdown demand. So we do already
Not
have
one
some
soul
more
knows.
picture of their top line, which
Not
I think
even the
is
board.
important. Could be seen as a benefit, could I guess be seen as some downside because a lot
Bargain at
of
44?
this price action, I'd say, would be pricing in results that we already are
bad.
accounting for, Alex.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. It could take some of the sting out of the surprise. There's an idea of where this is going to shape
AMC,
up.
I think AMC is probably going to go bankrupt.
There is something to be seen here, outlook related, ultimately
I don't know
how
when.
efficient they were able to utilize that revenue that they're generating. And then just looking at the market, you still see a pretty sizable premium.
Maybe they
in
get
terms
bought
of
out before then,
implied
but
volatility for this week's expiration versus future dates. So there's still that surprise factor, that uncertainty factor being priced in. But I think it's a great point. I'm glad you brought that piece up as well. I am going to say upvote for TSM. Maybe not as surprise-inducing as it could have been.
Laws
there's
were
still
super
some
laws.
uncertainty surrounding this one.
And these names look fairly different on a chart perspective, so we'll be diving into the technicals, looking at some example trades in both IBM as well as Taiwan Semiconductor coming up next. Stick around to Next Gen Investing. We'll be right back.
FRC is ripping. Still going, huh? Not sure what the news on the banks were or was. They have enough cash till next year? Well, I guess it would just take some poor management to not use that cash wisely. Still pucking water out of the boat. You guys know the news on FRC? Is it just this? Blue's a big advisor? The options like on here is still super high, super high IV. Yeah, it's pretty high. Might get a spread. So hard to read this chart because these moving averages. Nice bounce off of that 1250. Thoughts on Polestar? I think it's a cool car. I don't know if it's a viable investment. I don't know much about their financials or anything. Well, good to relieve the stress, Justin. holding. Yeah, it's not worth your livelihood or your, I guess, peace of mind. Not worth losing sleep over. So looks like a bounce there at 440 thereabouts. VWAP still at 48 cents. So still a huge green day, up 34% today. Volume's at 653 million. Thanks for stopping by, Tasty. Need a breather. Yeah, get a breather. Stock's getting a breather with you.
Look for on the way down. And again, when we look at the bigger picture, you're going to see that down to 127.
Thanks guys for your likes. I appreciate it.
But still some
79 likes today. Well done.
Still very much range bound on the bigger picture. Let's just identify these 4 areas that my eye was drawn to, where you can see the sideways consolidation, then you can see the breakdown out of the range, and then again acceptance of that new lower level basically since the middle of February. It's been kind of
way to support the company.
28
there, SPY actually rejecting resistance level 414.
Looking at the 4-hour, right? And I kind of segmented this as we work our way into the bigger picture, because you're going to start to see what I was talking about. Here's the move lower that we were just looking at. Basically, we're talking about into this 125 area. But notice, as I mentioned, the recent lows, unable to take out the 115 low from the middle of October, beginning of
Thanks,
October.
Bennett.
And
Thanks
so
for your like, man.
It's pretty clear. When you look at this 4-hour candle chart, you can see we've got a well-defined upper extreme. We're talking 153 to the upside and 115 to the downside. So momentum lower, but again, very much range bound. Not a lot of real like high conviction trade where we're breaking out or taking out key levels and seeing energy associated with that. So there you can see the range on the 4-hour time frame. Now let's take another step back. I've got the daily time frame here in a very similar pattern playing out, right? Just not a lot of conviction. You see this overlapping kind of rotational, this almost wave pattern as we kind of chop around. We'll call it 120 for the most part. We've got 86 as a lower extreme. We got 153 as an upper extreme. So I'll be interested to see how Alex trades this, because again, as you can see, there's no real like well-defined staircase type pattern like what we saw in the hourly time frame to the downside. Nothing apparent along those lines in terms of the daily candles, and we're going all the way back to 2018 here, guys. I mean, so this one for the most part, Big Blue has been, all of that in terms of a disappointment for the bulls. That's for sure. Let's take a look at where things stand in terms of the 50-day moving average, the 200. The blue line's the shorter dated. We're below that. The 200's yellow, holding below that since the beginning of February. I do want to point out, look, this is one of those stocks. I mean, we've been seeing stocks recover nicely.
That works, Tasty.
Year. Taking a look here, down 10% year to date. So again, very much in the middle of the range here, and you can see it pretty
maybe starting
well
an
here for the
uptrend.
most part. 115 to 153. Just not a lot of conviction here.
Yeah, and sort of trendless. I mean, obviously trending a little bit lower to the downside on the year, Ben, but overall when you
There's
zoom
a pretty
out,
big red on
like what pandemic.
SPY.
So I guess that could almost be seen
Didn't
as
have
a
margin
bright spot
to
because it
add to
didn't have
my
the same
shorts,
roller
so
coaster ride as some of its
couldn't.
tech
But
peers,
I did
but
want
it's
that
also not
414
getting rebounded all this year either.
average.
So with that in mind, Alex, say you were looking to lean into some of this weakness, given that shares are down 10% on the year. Walk us through what you're thinking for an example trade, then leaning more neutral to bullish in nature.
Yeah, and so the boring aspect of this company
You've
is that
gotten
it's
stoned
seemingly
today.
been $125 for like 5 years, 10 years. It's like basically my entire time covering this stock.
I don't know, if people are bearish,
kind
it's
of
fine. Just be respectful.
And so sometimes you can use that prior knowledge. Of course,
Trying to
historical
expose
price
how
action
emotionally
is not
involved you
indicative
are.
of future price action by any
Trying to
stretch,
squash
Jenny.
people.
But say you do see this as a name that's sort of working to the lower end of its range. Maybe you think that some of these concerns surrounding this company, of these cautions
for President 2024.
that the company
I agree.
has left out, is sort of priced in given its recent underperformance. And maybe you think that this earnings is just good enough for it to maintain its value. And if that's the case, I have a strategy that would look to benefit just from that exact outcome. And so I looked at selling a put vertical just in this Friday's expiration. This is the April monthly expiration. And then it centers around the 125 put. And so selling that strike, it's
GME down
well inside
2.5.
the expected move. So
ETL
this is
still
not
hanging out up
necessarily
here.
a probabilities game, looking for underperformance. This is more
this not on my
directional.
watch
This
list?
is really
Do
asking for the
not.
stock to either be unchanged or to move higher. But it's a $3 wide spread, so it's
For
risk
$5.
defined. Collecting $1 that is 1/3 the width of the strike, so it would make the break even 124.
breaking out there,
is
actually.
$2 below the current share price, but again, that is well
Is this finally
inside
found a
the
bottom?
roughly $5 market maker
Probably
move.
not.
So again, this a little bit more directional. I know it's neutral to bullish, but it's really a strategy that's looking for at least higher. Unchanged would be okay as well. But $200 in risk. So $100 max profit, $200 in risk, 2-to-1 risk reward ratio. Very, very short term. Just goes till Friday. This is a true earnings related trade. There is not a lot of time post earnings for this to change direction if it doesn't. So this is one that is looking for this earnings to be the reason it's successful, not necessarily waiting for a recovery post earnings if this does sell off.
It's only
and
121.
Is making almost identical price activity on
a
the
lot
day
of action on Bed
IBM,
Bath so far.
Taiwan Semiconductor, which is
Not
down
much
about
day has even
1.3%.
passed.
So
Yeah, you guys were saying a billion volume. I
its
laughed,
quarter
but
earnings. And Ben, this name looks a
it's
lot
actually
more
not
promising
out of
on
the
a chart
question. That's
perspective. I mean, shares
insane.
are up 16% this year.
660
We're well
million
off Barlow
already.
now by about 46%, and even the 12
I mean,
month
probably
chart looks
not.
pretty strong with shares
It'd be
up
like 7,
about
8,
16%
maybe
over the
800
last
million.
12 months.
Absolutely. The hourly chart, definitely, you can see a trend to the upside, but the daily chart, you're going to notice that we're nearing a key area of resistance and possibly have already failed at that
Happy
level,
rolls.
right around the 100 area. But let's begin with some of the strength you suggested and pointed to, talking from the end of last year, beginning of this year, 72, 73, all the way up to 99. But look how we've been a little bit more sideways.
Hey, BY's up
recently
33%
since. I went ahead and
today.
identified
That's
some of these
a
areas
huge
of
day.
consolidation that have formed along the way up, and you can see 3 of them. 75,
Keep finding higher
80
supports.
into the beginning of the year, and then that high conviction move up. You get that elongated kind of horizontal overlapping rotational price activity. And
I don't think so,
basically just pivoting
Bungie.
around
I
the
think they're going
92
to.
level.
I
So
sold cover
notice
calls
here
today.
how we got a lot
I sold them a
more
little
high
early. I
though
sold them
into
like
the end of
here.
March, beginning of April, which failed
But
to
I'm
take
profitable
out
on
that
them now.
Feb high. So that has me a little
That's
bit
just way too
concerned
much
as I
IV
look
for
at
me
this.
not to want to
I
sell.
notice a high conviction move up on the left side of your screen, and then look at this more kind of
Probably wants a
overlapping, as
Billy.
I mentioned, consolidation and range bound. We're talking 86 to the downside, and you've got 99
Yeah,
to
I
the
think if
upside to keep
I
an eye
agree,
on.
Brian.
Let's take a step
Breaking
back.
50 cents.
Notice here on the daily time frame, the double
big.
top that we saw. This goes back to we're looking at.
But it's got to take
beginning of
time.
2021, and we're talking into the end of 2021.
Still think that
beginning of
80 cents is
2022, and this
got
double
kind of
top
a
formed right around this
magnet
145 level. You
vacuum
can see, again, I've identified that
up to there where they
and
announced
selling
that
we had seen
dilution.
since. Now I want to zoom in on this move down and then this
You
consolidation
did too.
because it's almost the
Nice. Yeah, I mean,
exact
it was like
opposite of what we looked at
600%
on the
IV.
hourly, right?
Insane.
High conviction trade to the upside, and then the momentum, which has gone more sideways. Here you get that longer term trend, which
Model
is
3 getting
momentum to
refreshed.
the downside, and then sideways consolidation. So as I pull that
Volumes
kind of
from,
zoom in, look at that double top,
market
the second
makers,
test of
funds,
145
individuals,
on down.
everybody.
Here you can see that again. Big move lower, sideways consolidation, no rejection of this. Look, you can see how we're kind of rolling over again. I mentioned how that 100 level was a key area, and should
Down a
we
little
take
more
out
here.
80, I think that we could open up a door for a retest of this lower extreme of the range that we've been in going back to the fall
42.51.
of
I
last
don't know
year.
why I have that line.
Look,
Is that
120,
extended hours?
105. 80, you can see again migration of
Oh, it's
value
kind
to
of
the
that high over
downside.
there.
Here's that mention from earlier of the
where
failed
it
attempt
opened
here
at
at the
too.
highs from earlier in this year, rolling over again. 80 is going to be pivotal at this point. Let me just move quickly into where things are in terms of the 50, the 200
bouncing a
moving
little
average,
bit.
because I think that sort of supports what I'm talking about in terms of this stock just kind of, I'm sorry, this TSM shares of feeling kind of the weight of what we've seen in terms of the broader market. Look, coming
John
off
Bravo.
here, or I should say relative
27
to the broader
cents?
market, coming off
Yes.
here. RSI also
That's
opening
super
up the door
cheap.
to the downside. See how it's taking out those March lows. Prices yet to get there, but below the 50 and nearing the 200. So a little bit of weakness here. And again, definitely on a longer term trend to the downside. So this is what the bears want to see. They want
That
to see
sounds
some
pretty
further
bullish,
weakness below
Tasty.
80 ultimately.
Okay, so changing
I heard
hands
BBY
a
go
little bit
bankrupt.
here, Ben. I think that tells a really good story of what's
It's
going
possible.
on with
All that
TSM, because
news
from
that's
just
spreading
the
today
day perspective,
is
things looked relatively
just
strong, but I think it's important to know that
just a
RSI is
money
turning
grab
over a
for
little bit
eyeballs.
here. Momentum is
It's
starting
not
to
based on
weaken
anything.
overall. So
It's because people are
really good
looking at
thoughts to keep in
BBY and
mind
looking for
ahead of this
BY
earnings
news
event. We'll leave it there
because
for
it's
the
rallying,
Master Ben Lichtman.
and
So thank
so
you as
they
always.
want to come up with
And
news
Alex,
for
when
it. So they
trading,
say
it's
it's
aim to lean into
what
some
do they
of
say?
that more
They're
bearish
what was the
activity
word?
like
The
Ben
wording?
just highlighted. Walk us through what you're thinking for an
Oh,
example trade.
political,
Yeah,
but
so
not
we're looking at
political.
a
It's
little
really
bit
just
more of a
for
directional
money.
type of a strategy for this
Just kind
one,
of goes
Jenny.
hand in
And
hand.
the question
What's
then
the
is, okay, if
wording
we've
that they used?
determined based off of what Ben's decided, some of
Renews.
the, info
Renews.
that
That was the
company's
kicker
provided,
key
then maybe
word.
you see
Bed
this
Bath
as a
Beyond
risk
renews
factor to the
bankruptcy
downside.
talks.
You want to be bearish. assuming
Or no,
you're
revives.
following
This is
that,
the one.
now the next question
Revives
is,
bankruptcy
how bearish? Where do you see the
preparations.
stock
What does that
potentially
mean? It means
stopping
nothing.
if it does get a
Revives.
downwards move? And also, if you look at
Like
this
the
chart,
preparations
it
were
simply went back to its
slowly
last earnings event. You'll
drifting
notice
away down the
one
river,
had
and
a
they
gap
ran
up
and
and a
picked them
nice
out of the
reaction
river.
on its
Oh no,
last
those are our
earnings, and
bankruptcy
that was from
papers.
around
Go get them with the fishnet.
$82. And so if you're looking for maybe just
I don't know what.
back to where it was,
there's no
its
source.
last
There's
earnings
no
report,
filings.
this is a
The company hasn't said
strategy
anything,
from
so
that
I don't know what
exact
reviving
thing
of bankruptcy
happening. And so,
preparations
looking at
is, or
this,
where they got it from,
this
or what it
is
even means.
A really short-term put calendar spread. Selling this Friday's, buying next Friday's. So
Maybe
week
someone
over
knows
week
though. They can
calendar,
explain it.
This is a true earnings trade again because there's not a lot of time for things to change. Likely the greatest volatility inducing event to occur over this next week and a half is going to be this earnings event. And so oftentimes the less time you have, and this being the big moment, it
Thanks for stopping by today. I appreciate it, man. Thanks for your support.
All or nothing, if you will, around this event. And so
all right.
the
BYGME Tesla, let's go.
relatively
He's president.
low-priced type of a trade.
There's a lot of articles. Then once one puts it out,
that just simply means $35.
then another one puts it out and
again,
sources that one. And then as it spreads, it's like, then they just create their own news based on other news. Well, this outlet said it, and then they'll literally source each other.
Also, in turn, takes a lower
It's
notional
like, what?
dollar amount in risk because, well, it has a lower
That's
probability of
just
success.
how it works.
So
They
in this
just
case, this is one way to look at
one
it.
person
This is
spreads a
looking
little
for a move
rumor,
towards
and then they just
82, which we had
source
mentioned
each
is
other
where
on it.
gapped up from on its
I
last
trust the
earnings.
news. They're honestly
The
good
other beauty
people
of
with
this
no
type of
hidden
a trade,
agenda.
Jenny, is it can be customized so easily for someone who's more bullish, more bearish, more neutral, whatever it may be, whatever the strike selections are available and expirations available, there may be something within the calendar spread family to better reflect a different
kind of bouncing here. It's got
Two
that big
highly
engulfing.
customizable example trades today, and also both earnings pure
No,
plays.
it's not
as both
quite
of these
engulfing,
do
is
have
it?
Earnings in
No,
the
it
near
didn't.
term, pretty much, but also important to keep in mind for both of
Oh,
our
there was
example
definitely a
trades today,
resistance.
they do contain multiple legs that can lead to higher transaction fees. Short options can be assigned at any time, and carrying option positions into expiration.
We'll buy the
can
Model
add
3 if it
additional
plays
risk
out
when
right.
anticipating
Nice.
exercise or assignment. Now, coming up next, it's time for FOMO and the earnings event that everyone is looking forward to. That is Tesla reporting today after the closing bell. Shares are down about 1%. We'll dive
Yeah,
into
it's
all
interesting
things
they didn't even get
margins as
a
well as
pre-earnings run up. Tesla usually always gets that. I don't know if that means anything, but the SPY got the pre-earnings run up. Look at that thing. It was all ready for Tesla's earnings. Shane with glasses. Holy. Yeah, I got filled, Brian. That's right. And we hit a resistance, and then rejected. But now it's given more shorts a chance to enter. So many Teslas in Austin. Oh yeah, forgot. I wanted to go long on something. What was it? Let me see. I had one note from yesterday for today. Up. Go long on up. What's it doing? Is it down today? Nice, down 7%. And now I don't know if I still want to. I kind of do though. I think I will get a few shares of this. Like that bull flag, like the bullish MACD. Green over the 9. Double doji candle down here. Reversal, volume picked up on it. All good things. You'd rather buy SMX. No, I don't want that yet. Wish I knew the news on FRC, like what caused this. Just this losing advisor? Alright, I'm getting some up. That was me. Trying to spread my money out so I don't just put it all into BBBY.
Here, and usually the trend or the average post-pandemic or pre-pandemic was around 18%, and now the company is forecasting that they now expect procedures to grow between 18 to 21%.
Retesting this level.
That's a lot higher than their average.
If it breaks through here, it seems like it might have some room to go down,
to the upside,
maybe below open, even if it break here.
Adjust their price targets for
I don't know, open was 40 cents. It's kind of a heavy level.
Continuing to have their buy rating on the stock, but they moved their price target up to $317. That's up from $305. We also have Barclays maintaining their overweight rating, and they're actually adjusting their price target to $314 from $298. So overall,
yeah, I'll probably
a market that's seen a lot of volatility.
Pick up a car. I mean, I'll probably be selling a car, but nice thing about
and we are actually seeing some other
buying. Well, usually about buying used cars is that
focus on the healthcare space, like
they go down in value.
Pushing to the upside as well. So
but at a certain used cars usually get to kind of a certain price where they don't lose a whole lot more value. That's usually about where I pick them up.
Where it was
so
several years ago,
I'm gonna probably sell a car and pick up another one.
CEO on their earnings call saying that they're seeing such an uptick really in surgical
but the car I'm gonna sell probably.
Years of really
I mean, it's only gone up in value. Even before we've had that crazy rip. Didn't go up in value. I just got it for a good deal. So. Yeah. Anyways, hopefully get out of it for break even around there. Maybe make a little bit. And pick up something else.
It is, and that is actually some of the reasons that analysts are citing here, just because of that pent-up demand that we saw during the pandemic. Obviously,
I think you can if you think you can.
Were limited and costly at the end of the day, so now we are starting to see that
prices on cars. I think so, yeah.
From the pandemic,
Bed Bath might be double bottoming a bit here.
A lot of traders are really focusing on is the lack of growth in China in this report, and that also could.
I'm gonna scale in. I'm gonna get a couple shares here.
Moving forward here. As we know, China is reopening, and so if we start seeing
1,000 shares is only $100 more now than it was yesterday.
Completing here, that can also be another revenue windfall for the company that the market has not priced in as of yet. They were a little bit disappointed about the Asia numbers or the China numbers, but once again, that is going to be an area of strong growth once that economy starts to get rolling again.
Okay, so more to be excited about from here. I like to leave it on a positive note. Thank you, Kevin Green, Senior Markets Correspondent for the network, for all the good thoughts on Intuitive Surgical with a nice move higher today. But it's time for FOMO, so I'd like to bring back in Alex to talk all things Tesla. And I would say this is one of the most important, if not the most important events of the day. We'll finally get
I picked up some more shares there.
On Tesla's first quarter today.
Just a little bit. I'm gonna spread it out over maybe 6 buys. So
lackluster deliveries for March, I'd say. I mean, all in all, shares are still up 48% on the year, no doubt about it. But it just feels
I can get
like
some smaller amounts.
Yeah, and still like 80%
BTI, I never sold
as well. So we can't sneeze at the performance, but for a name that is so volatile, none of those numbers seem that crazy at this point. I mean, we're used to this thing swinging around. Obviously, price cuts have started to dominate the story, and there's an argument on two different sides right now.
Earnings report was
a polarizing name, and there's one that's
wait. They say negative 1.86. So Webull says earnings were yesterday.
It's the
Bed Bath,
biggest scale when it comes to
they were negative
production. It's able to do so, the most
on
efficiently and has the best margins in that sense. And so
you might be looking at maybe last quarter. I don't know.
And squeeze them a little bit. The other side of it is.
I said on the 12th. You sure it was this year? I don't know. Webull's do the same thing, so it's all jacked up.
More likely to buy those cars. The honesty, it's probably a little bit of both. This is a competitive advantage if they can do it.
1970 Monte Carlo.
If you could sell them at a higher price.
You still drive a 90s? You don't drive a 97 Monte Carlo.
So It's going to be a fascinating.
Park that in the garage.
They're always making
That
headlines.
you might park that
They just
outside
make bigger
actually.
ones on earnings days.
No kidding.
We don't know when the earnings are. They've not
Like the
announced.
sixth round of
Refreshing the filing page. Still no new filings from them.
Territory when it comes to their earnings because we've never seen this name.
Buy now, starting to come back down.
This past quarter. Today we did get reports they lowered prices for their Model Y as well as their Model 3 electric vehicle in the United States, lowering their Model Y to just around $50,000. That's down from about $53,000. And then
I have looked at Mullen. I've traded Mullen. I don't think I know. We have some bullish people on Mullen. I maybe need to look at it closer. I don't see really any of these new EVs right now making it.
Price tag around 42,000. So falling below that 40,000
Mullen included.
I think is pretty significant, Alex, when this is a company that initially marketed themselves as being a luxury automaker. Now we're seeing more affordability.
Operating income is negative 80 million.
Consumers.
Don't have any revenue yet.
They are,
it's
as
all
a result,
pre-rev.
expected to post their
I don't think it's undervalued if it's pre-revenue.
Growth since the second quarter of 2020.
Yeah, I see a lot of these going bankrupt, honestly.
The pandemic. Now, keep in mind
there was a crazy huge EV bubble, and so there's tons of money being flown in, not flown in, poured into it. So you had lots of EV companies coming out. You could get tons of investors into it. You had all the grants. The government was pouring all of our taxpayer dollars into it. So it's just natural that you're going to get a bunch of EV companies. Everybody's making EVs at one point. All sorts of companies. Oh yeah, now we're making EVs. Now we're EVs. It happens all the time with 3D printers with the hype. Now we have AI. Random companies just saying, "Oh, we're doing AI." Happened with NFTs for a bit. NFT hype and the metaverse, and this company's doing NFTs and would go crazy. So I think we're still seeing companies from the EV hype that are just kind of floating around on debt that they got from taxpayers and investors that were bought into the hype. And Mullen, maybe I don't know specifically enough, but I think it's part of that.
If you want to read tons of different perspectives, this is the most actively traded name. This is a powerhouse from a trading standpoint. Volatile. It's got everything investors enjoy.
There's definitely a few people, Ryan,
assets that they look at. But it comes down to the fact that this is a 570
that have more than 25,000 shares.
You just can't keep doubling revenue year over year forever. It just becomes too difficult the bigger these companies get. And we've talked about this a lot. We've watched Tesla sort of mature in front of our eyes.
50-cent retest coming soon.
It's just a different company now. It's turned that corner to profitability. It is
maybe to VWAP. I don't know. Yeah, the day's still pretty early though. Still only 1:30.
And you go all the way back to what it was like 2005 when Elon Musk came into the folds of this. He said,
"Yeah, they have a predictive time when earnings come out. Usually, I've never seen them say that the earnings have come out and give numbers."
Take those proceeds and then make an affordable car. And he's just slowly but surely.
Like Weeble's saying. Weeble says the earnings were yesterday,
that's what we all want to know.
And the estimates were 0.03 in EPS, and the actual is negative 0.92.
I don't think you can compare them to some of these newcomers like a Lucid or Rivian. So it's difficult to pinpoint where they really compete in this space, and some argue that for that reason their valuation is
yeah, they'll give estimates, but I've never seen them say that they've happened. They haven't happened.
The other side
and then give actual numbers. That's super strange.
So it's difficult to pinpoint where they should go from here based on the fact, like you said, Alex, shares are still up.
Parking the guys outside sold it too. Noise.
But down about 50% from their highs. So there's two ways to play this name. So for an example trade today, walk us through what you're thinking, because I'm sure there's a ton of interest in this name ahead of this earnings event naturally.
Yeah, naturally, no doubt about it. And the stock's been under a little bit of pressure lately, so just simply because it is one that tends to ebb and flow, I looked at it from a neutral to bullish trade illustration standpoint.
I would look into it more than I just did. Like I said, I haven't looked at the
similar trade strategy,
much of the financials at all on that, but
a neutral to bearish outlook as well.
There's some smart people I know that are bullish on Mullen, so there's probably a reason.
This type of a strategy, or at least
so maybe it's an outlier.
Is because it's typically higher probability. It gives you a lower break even, still has a risk definition, but has several areas where it can be profitable. And ironically, while it is neutral to bullish and there is downside risk, because it's
Very
Tesla,
flat, Toro.
and Tesla has this fun ability to kind of do so many
XAI
different things.
back up
it
to
actually
VWAP.
benefits greatest from a small down move to a particular point.
FRC still holding up.
Risk profile will do a better job than
At those
I will
levels.
Of explaining what exactly this strategy looks for. But you can see we're staying to this Friday's expiration, so it is a very short-term
What,
trade
25?
strategy.
512 calls?
It's skewed because the
Oh,
distance
boy.
between the long and short strikes is not the same on both sides. But the exact strategy we're looking at here was buying one of the 172.5, selling two of the 170s,
maybe moving
then
up here a little
defining
bit.
the risk by buying a
VWAP's
160
down
put. If the
around,
whole package
or
was
up
done
around
for
48
$1
cents.
credit, the break even would be 166.50. That's a good
Bear flag on
16 or so
I didn't
dollars
see anything on
lower
it.
than where the current share price is. With a market maker move of about 12 and a
bull
half, it's
flag,
a
yeah.
little bit outside of that market maker move. And for a stock that's trading at 182 and a
the
half,
chart looks nice.
for a $12.5 move,
Reminds me
we're
of
at that target.
SMX.
Again, it's not anything more than a loose guideline based off of option prices. When you're looking at this
kind of
market
giving
maker
back
move,
some
by
of
no
it.
means is it a limit or
But
a
I might jump back
suggestion
in
of
this
where
thing.
it ultimately could go. But if you looked at it as a sort of downside target, potentially
Maybe like $1.73
12 and a
again.
half away from 182 and a half, you get to 170. That's where this thing peaks out on the risk
That
profile.
thing is so liquid, though.
If
Oh, I
it does
hate
have
that.
that downwards move to that level, that's the
Ah,
best
still
case
holding
scenario
out up here
where you have
near
that
the
$2.5
resistance of
white debit spread
414.
working for this
Like
strategy.
Bed Bath wants
and
to
you
move
can
up.
potentially keep the $100 premium collected as well. So a lot going on here. No upside risk. Done for a credit. Would like a small down move in its best case world.
And I think this company typically reports a little bit later in the afternoon, so we'll be sort of just holding our breath until we finally get some financial updates from Tesla, of course. But that does it for our FOMO segment. Now, coming up next, we will look at Disney with more layoffs coming to the media company. We'll dive more into that with Caroline Woods coming up next.
Oh, my up shares never filled. There. It made the sound, it still didn't fill. Weird. Yeah, I think Toro was a spin-off or something. Its history definitely looks sketchy. It's making the noise like it's filling it, but it's not. It's making that noise, just replacing it. What the heck? Alright, BY is actually coming down here. Just a little bit. Still just consolidating this range. Let me chase you up. I don't know, I have to look into it. Is it this one? Oh no, another one we were looking at had a weird... Is this a SPAC? An IPO. Yeah, shipping. Shipping company.
Tell us more of the details.
Hey there, Jenny. Yes, Bloomberg is reporting that Disney will lay off thousands of workers next week. The cuts will span across several divisions, including TV, film,
they really are like
parks,
it's
and corporate divisions across every region.
Got some sell off, but
according to Bloomberg,
it's quite resilient. Given it's up 32%, like it's held pretty well.
That's home to its movie and TV productions, which of course includes streaming. Some of the affected workers, as you said, will be notified.
Wow, looks like it's finally going to come down. Got a bearish MACD right into the 9.
Monday.
Let's go.
Now, back in February, Disney announced
picked up a few more shares here on BBBY.
positions in an effort to cut costs. At the time, CEO Bob Iger
I do another purchase today and then save some for the next 2 days.
Of cost savings across the company, with $2.5 billion of that coming from annual savings in non-content operations. It said 50% of the cost savings would come from marketing expenses, 30% from labor savings, and then 20% coming from less spending on things like technology. Cost cutting, though, as you said, is really kind of the name of the game. We've seen several of the major media companies trim their workforce, including Warner Brothers Discovery, Comcast, which is the parent company of NBC, home of Peacock, Paramount. So Disney, of course, in good company. Not alone in this endeavor. I should note, shares of Disney down about 2% today. That being said, they could be trading in sympathy with Netflix after Netflix's quarterly results.
All you pickle people, what's the deal with Upstart?
How difficult the streaming landscape actually is at this time. Netflix, of course, off about 4.5%. Disney only down about 2%. So not necessarily because of these reports. We'll of course
like
see
a bankruptcy
if these
contender,
actually do ring true.
What's going on with that?
But could also just be because it's a tough time to be a streamer.
You know, you kind of feel for the Disney employees kind of a sloppy way to find
bottom
out
before
that
payday?
You could be on the chopping block,
Bed Bath?
but we'll see ultimately what happens.
Been payday the last few
You gotta
days.
start thinking too. I mean, I know we just keep reading about this, and like it's clear now that a lot of these big companies just got too bloated, too many employees. These are sizable cuts, and it's been in so many different industries, but we haven't seen it in the macro figures. It's going to show up. It has to. It's just been too many people. We'll see ultimately where it goes. But any final thoughts on Disney or thoughts on streaming as well as you talked about Netflix?
You know, I think it's an interesting landscape
put a bunch of
right
AI
now because we heard from
keywords in its
Netflix that
description.
they spent about
I don't think it used to have those.
less
Didn't
in
get
the
a pump
first
from it,
quarter
though.
creating content. We know Disney is also trimming in terms of cost savings as well, not necessarily just in these jobs, but also just in spending less on content. I know Bob Iger has talked about less Marvel sequels and possibly less Star Wars movies, just to name a few examples. So in that sense, it kind of puts them on a level playing ground in terms of one doesn't have a leg up in terms of the other when it comes to spending more on content. But I do think that just as the focus has really shifted from growing those subscriber numbers to cutting back
at least have
on
the decency
how,
to
we're focusing on how much
alone.
it costs to operate these streaming networks and how much it costs to create all of this good content that we're consuming.
Or to look into it. You don't have to though. Just look at it for the chart. Who cares? Whatever.
And revenue growth is easy at a time when they're doing all of these things, and they really, you know, the good content is why we're watching, I guess. I'm not being very articulate in saying that, but if they're going to be spending less on all of this good content but continue to want to grow the organization, it's just a tricky landscape right now. So I think that the good news for Disney is that, you know, all of these other competitors are basically doing the same thing. So, you know, it kind of levels the playing field, but certainly seems to be weighing on shares as well.
Right, Caroline, I totally get what you're saying. How do you expect to gain new subscribers if you're cutting your costs in terms of content? That means your content probably isn't improving.
You said it so much better than me, Jenny.
I totally understood. I totally get it. And Disney has been one that has been somewhat resilient, but also it hasn't been that exciting, at least on a year-to-date basis. So we'll get their quarterly update in a few weeks, not until May 10th, I believe. So we'll get an update from Bob Iger, although he's been very active this quarter, so I got to give him some credit. But we'll leave it there. Caroline Woods, senior markets correspondent for the network. Now coming up next, it's time to preview AT&T ahead of their quarterly update with George Tillis. Stick around to Next Gen Investing. We'll be right back.
NA. All right, let's end this poll. Let's see where we're at. Got 106 votes. Wow. Well done. The premiere in the stream. Like if you voted. Play Tetris with ray tracing. Whee! Alright, BBY is coming down a little bit. Still in this range, but it looks like it might flush this time. Got a little momentum. Yeah, there's a new low on it. Not a new low, but actually we're still at the bottom of that range. 43 cents. 25% still on the day. Okay, Jam, I'm timing you out, dude. You had plenty of chances just to chill. Didn't do it. But look at that, it's met with buying pressure. Look at this buy too, bouncing back up. Oh my. So Upstart looks like a nice premium sell. Looking at some cash secured puts on it. They've that buy coming up again. Bed Bath just met with buying wicking out there now. Gain's too close to the money, I don't like that. Buys, maybe it's giving the Tesla pre-earnings run up. Billion in volume, that would just be insane. We got Carvana on this list. Liking Carvana as much. What? Oh, this is a crypto mine? Interesting. What's the deal with Dish? Why has this thing just been selling off so heavy? I'm just kind of kidding about it being because of Tesla, because I don't think Tesla's really up. No, Tesla's not holding it up. Might be the banks. Some of the banks started popping for some reason. At least FRC had that weird pop. What are the financials? Oh, energy. He's rallied some. What's financial XLF? Yeah, financial sector's up. Sure. Weeple says 40. Yeah, I saw some brokerages that gave a range also. Here's on Dish. What's the problem with Dish? Drops to 24-year low. Making money. 4 billion in revenue. 375 million operating income. I mean, they're on a downtrend for sure. Probably losing market share. What do they own? Is it just Dish? They don't own anything else? Oh, Sling? They have 5G network deployment. Still has a pretty high market cap. Guess that's why. $72-year low on Dish. Not 72, sorry, 25. 24-year low. Oh my gosh, SPY broke above that level. 414.51 and ripping. Banks gave upgrades to a bunch of tech companies. Tech's pushing the SPY up today. 1 hour early. That's true. Where's he at? Maybe level top. Not sure why it's still going up. Yeah, this is kind of a big break on it actually. If it holds above here, we're looking at 415.50 from yesterday. Not much in this range. No satellite dishes. It's like still. Oh. Bed Bath's still just consolidating. 44 cents, up to 28%. Down a little bit here. PGC? Never heard of it. Gladstone Financial? What in the world? Yeah, I don't know anything about it. They could be finding a bottom though. Even RSI divergence. Very strange looking chart. Wow, yeah, SPY's ripping now. Holy smokes. So, really not much left for 415. I guess we do have a spot up here. I like to flip and go long, but already so far up the so far up the rally. Here it goes. SPY's ripping. Getting a little inverse beta on BBY. It's dropping. I dropped below that kind of consolidation area was at. Now down to 42 cents. Still up 23%. D3AI. About at 2150. I don't like it. I didn't like it here, and then it made that huge rip. But now I don't like it again. I still didn't like it. Just see kind of a bear flag here. The daily candles. BY kind of wicking now. Back up. It's got a bearish MACD. You've got right under the 9 and then this pull and flag. But given this is at kind of this support, so kind of wait for a break below that, of course, then you go short on it. The upside, I mean, I don't know. Just kind of had these little pumps and dumps. I like it, BGC. Anytime seem chill and interested. Because Hulk. Alright, there we go. So it did wick. Oh, it's still above this level though. This breakout of 414. Crazy. This is the level from the other day though. 414.82. Alright, BY is coming down. It's below that 42.51. This is why small averaging in is nice. Edible. Wow, big rip up today. What was the news? Collaboration with Auburn University. Launch of zero waste inspired AG Tech facility in Michigan. Points Pamela Donorama. The board. Huh. I wouldn't get into it today. Just is that kind of buy into the hype on the highs. I'd wait. I mean, it's in a longer downtrend, of course. Don't see signs of reversal really at all. Your MACD's bullish, and you do have this green over the 9, but that's just from today's news. Oh, you could. Probably wait though. Wait for a better price. Put it on your notes. Check it tomorrow. See if it's lower. As I did with up. There's a big wick on SPY. That's what we needed. That's what we wanted. That's what we expected. Bed Bath coming down here. Getting close to the open. Up 20%. 41 cents. See what happens at 40 cents. Oh, stocking back, holding on. Alright, man. At some point. Cost average went up to 273 in selling. How did that happen? I was kind of kidding about inverse beta. Might go under 40. I mean, I'd be fine with a gap fill. 35 cent. Keep kind of scaling it down here.
earnings, what happens more. But right now you can see that analysts have a mixed view on this stock. They have some that are continuing to be very bullish on this stock, while we see Piper Sandler, on the other hand, still at a neutral.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to say, most of the guests I have on the show still like Netflix and Tesla as leaders in their group.
Getting to 40 cents now on BBBY. There's 40 cents.
Let's take a look at the bigger picture. Hugh Roberts,
a lot of profit taken today.
Analytics at IQ at Quant Insights.
Still up.
Rally in the yields
what,
today. That's something that you're watching the bond market. What is it telling you?
We break 40 cents.
Yeah, I think it tells you a couple of things. Maybe
we've
that
got
the
some
worst of
room
the
to
banking
downside.
crisis is over. If you think about the repricing in the bond market in
35
March,
cents.
that was very much all a function of the SVB and the crisis around the banks. And that takes
true, little head and shoulders.
Hikes off the table and bringing rate cuts
a
forward.
5 minute here.
So
I wouldn't say it's almost done. It's just getting to the shoulder, or just getting to the neckline.
It's hopefully telling you that the worst of the crisis is over and it's a little bit more contained.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen mortgage rates on the rise as well, along with the move
the
that
confirmation
we've seen,
of the
pretty
move.
fast over the last 1 week or so. In the meantime, how are you feeling about the markets? I was saying earlier
I guess
that
this is the neckline.
5 of the last 6 trading weeks have been up arrows for the S&P and the NASDAQ.
Yeah, we're in a bit of a tough bind at the moment with regards to US equity markets, because if you remember, what we do is we look at markets exclusively from a macro perspective and from a quantitative perspective. I've just got a smart machine that crunches where growth is, inflation, financial conditions, etc. all are, and then
not great as far as a candle goes.
An asset should be. Now, the good news for the S&P, for the NASDAQ, for Russell, is that macro momentum is generally pointing higher. So that's the good news. But the bad news is certainly in the case of the S&P and definitely in the case of tech, the market has run ahead of that. So something like the NASDAQ is about 5.5%
big range today
to macro conditions at the moment. So we wouldn't be advocating a big short
30%
here because
swing.
macro conditions are improving. But equally,
That's
this is not an
ton of volume will give you.
place to be chasing it either, just because we are slightly
that was
rich.
40% from bottom to top.
Good to
done
talk
a round
about
trip now.
tech. I mean, we have seen tech running up. In fact, the NASDAQ's up 20% this year. When you do the charts, I know you're doing a lot of analytics. I mean, what's the takeaway on how well we've seen tech doing this year?
Yeah, I mean, there's an understandable narrative around it. Markets run on stories, and at the end of the day, you've got the move in bond yields that we saw up until very recently that obviously tend to help lower bond yields, help the technology sector. For the mega cap techs, you've got the kind of safe haven dynamic. When the banking crisis was going on, then why not hide in a big mega cap tech with an incredibly strong balance sheet? That all makes sense. And then, of course, last but by no means least, is the whole kind of buzz and hype around generative AI, which could be a genuine game changer, once in a generation type thing. So the price action is entirely understandable. I think really what our modeling is just saying, well, how much of that good news is now in the price? On our models, a fair bit. So, as I say, that the main conclusion from our side is these are not the best levels to be chasing tech, whether we're looking at NASDAQ, XLK, XLC, same principle each time.
Yeah, nice, Max Bear. Well done, dude.
Right, understood. At this point
well
now,
done.
when you look ahead,
I considered it, I guess. Again, I just ended up selling cover calls instead.
Which way we may or may not go. We often hear the phrase. Yesterday, my friend Art Cashin was talking about sell in May.
I guess there's still some time in the market with selling premium, but it's less important as it is with buying and selling shares.
Gun to head for a tactical trade,
or even
we would
like
probably be saying
going along on options.
And I'd say that really because it just feels
time
like
decaying is on your
to
side.
the earlier point, a lot of good news is priced already.
Whereas
and then I think
long on shares,
we've got two kind of main
short on shares, long on options.
One is earnings that you talked about.
Fighting the clock.
The bar is now quite high for tech to deliver some really strong numbers, and probably not just good numbers that come from cost cutting, meta year of efficiency type mantra, but also
volatile. That's a big rejection up there.
Growth going forward. But also it's just the whole debate from when we're thinking about macro and the top-down kind of asset allocation view.
The BBY is bouncing a little bit on the 40 cents.
Kind of priced for recession and rate cuts, and you've got equity markets who kind of priced for a soft landing and saying it's fine, there's nothing to worry about. So how do you square that circle is a key question for investors at the moment. And it just strikes us that some of the kind of common thread between both those stories is the tech sector. if the bond market is wrong and yields start to move higher, as they're showing
yeah, I did
small
say all
signs
day
of
I'd
doing
pick up more
now,
if we hit 40 cents.
well, that's going to be a
Some
headwind.
here and then
Higher bond yields typically
more if we
weigh
hit
on
35.
technology.
So these have
And
both been
if
smaller
the equity
purchases.
market is
They're
wrong
bigger one
and
if
we
we
actually
get
get a
back
harder
to like
landing
35 cents.
than people are currently talking about, credit crunch kicks in, recession fears increase, well, that's going to be risk off, and credit spreads will go wider and risk aversion will spike, and tech is a high beta equity play. So it just strikes us that whichever scenario you look at, from the bond market being wrong, the equity market being wrong, and the valuations in tech at the moment, the risk
First
reward
Republic's
just
still
isn't that great.
going, just breaking out there.
Yeah. A quick thought on the commodities or anything
I
else we
wanted
should be
exposure
watching
to this.
closely
I don't know
today
the catalyst.
or going forward?
This chart is annoying to read.
Yeah, we had some strong signals on gold.
It is literally one of my
at the beginning
deterrents
of the year,
is having to do
and
this
on
with the moving
WTI
averages.
actually, but all bullish signals, and they've all worked out.
Oh.
Those signals have now closed.
Got
and if
room up
anything, the
until
spot
like
market is slightly
14:30.
overshot. So we see all three of those as slightly rich
In that
relative to
range.
macro, but not enough to get excited about and start, issuing a new bear signal.
All right.
I do.
Pete Roberts, thank you. Head of Analytics, IQ, and Quant Insights. Thank you. Later this hour, we'll examine the banking group, find out why loan loss reserves and deposit flows are critically important metrics to watch. Gold and crude oil.
This chart still looks nice on SI. Still respecting that $1.50 level. Not a good day for cash good puts though. It's up 0.7. Put it in my notes. Even FRC also. Full remote work has been declining year over year. IATA Director General Willie Walsh, as of February, industry is at 85% of pre-COVID capacity. International flights at 78%. Oh, is oil finally coming down? Now that I closed my short. Yep. That's having a way on the market. Dollar's pretty flat though. 7.3% of the U.S. senior managers surveyed by the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta said remote work was causing them to move more jobs abroad. Applecook promised additions of jobs in India in a meeting with junior IT minister. What? The largest annual drop in rent prices in metro areas in the U.S. in March. The chart. Austin, Texas. This is probably the most inflated. Chicago, because people are leaving. Nolens. Birmingham. BBY getting the bounce on 40 cents there. Climbing back up. It's now 43 cents. Italy's birth rate has hit historic low last year with less than 7 newborns for every 1,000 inhabitants. 7? Yeah, there's not going to be any more Italians in a couple generations. Less than 7 for 1,000? Europe's housing market has turned. Big, slow ship. Starting its big, long turn. $2 trillion venture capital industry could see portfolio markdowns of 25% to 30%. A haircut of possibly $500 billion following the Silicon Valley Bank's failure.
Well, that story with a mixed market. And here are some movers. Apple CEO Tim Cook continuing his trip to India. The company announced its intentions to open a second Apple store in that country.
Austin, Texas,
Meanwhile, JP Morgan raising its price target to 190 from 175, keeping its overweight weighting. Shares hit an 8-month high today.
Oh, that's because it's
Intel announcing its plans to stop making its block sale chips. The company debuted this series of chips only last year and revealed it to be a Bitcoin mining product. Companies like Block, Argo Blockchain, and also Hive blockchain were among Intel's first customers. However, Intel cited weakening crypto markets as its reason to discontinue this series. Disney shares down today as investors digest news of pending layoffs. The company is reportedly preparing to cut 15% of its entertainment division workforce. Disney had previously announced plans to reduce its workforce by 7,000 in February. Amazon also eliminating some positions as well. Company trimming its undisclosed number of jobs from its advertising unit. Year to date, tech sector layoffs have surpassed more than 170,000. Amazon earnings are on deck. This company reports next Thursday. We'll have that for you, of course. Here's a look at Bitcoin since we mentioned it. 29,375, down 3.1%. Let's welcome in our next guest. Tony Zabigala is with us, Chief Operations Officer, Senior Wealth Advisor at Strategic Wealth Partners. Thank you for being here. Tony, we love having you on the show. Tell me a little bit about your thoughts on the current state of the markets at this point.
Crazy.
Yeah, Nicole, I really feel things can get really active here in this market in the coming weeks because we are going through earnings season. We got 90% more to report. The Fed talks in a few weeks, debt ceiling in a few months, and there's constant geopolitical issues. But every day that I wake up, I feel like it's Groundhog's Day. The market's up or slightly or down slightly. Yet, you know, the tide is not lifting all ships in this environment. There are 10 stocks that make up 90% of the S&P's gains year to date. So right now we're going through earnings season. The banks kicked it off. There was nothing crazy, but a lot of the big banks were reporting. So I'm more interested in what's going to happen with the regional banks, more so for the flow of deposits, how their loan loss reserves are going, their general outlook. But next week's going to be really interesting because 20% of the market cap is reporting, such as Apple, Google, and Microsoft. And then I'm also waiting to see if this market shrugs off another negative earnings season because we're looking at a 6% contraction this quarter. So that's why our mentality right now is like, let's play defense because defense wins championships. And so we're being very selective in our picks right now. And my tips to investors, just like my team does here at Strategic Wealth, is we do our homework, we create a watch list, we're looking for high quality stocks with strong balance sheets, strong cash flow, and then we make sure that we size it appropriately. We don't want to go too much overweight in any particular stock so that if we do pick wrong,
sometimes it does this all day and then it retraces
on the right side of the
whole
trade
move
at all
in
times.
the last 10 minutes.
I understand. So doing a little bit of hedging, you got to be careful, right? What do you, when they talk about a complacent market, they also say never short a dull market, right? Volume has been relatively light. Sometimes you have sell in May and go away. What are you thinking about that concept?
I don't understand, I think there's still a little bit of fear, and I feel that's why everyone flocked to the FANG stocks in the beginning of the year because they're they're big mega tech stocks that are always making money. They're positive. They're not short duration stocks. They're long duration stocks. And I think that's why next week, the earnings season for the big boys, how strong is the consumer, specifically with Apple, how are Apple iPhone sales? Are companies cutting IT? How resilient is cloud spending? So if any of these big tech companies that help keep up this market come in with bad numbers or bad forecasts, it could drag down the entire market.
All right. right, let's get to some of your picks. I know you had
Sincerely,
Perrigo in there as a defensive positioning. Tell
Jenny's
us a
not
little
on the
bit
screen
about
anymore,
that.
big dogs. This is Nicole Pedaliti.
Yeah, great company, because over the last 4 years, they've spent the last 4 years selling off their non-core assets. And today, they're completely focused on consumer health care. So think aspirin, allergy medicines, cold and flu, skin care, nutrition, and their sales are split between branded and private label. And the interesting part with the private label is that it's the beneficiary of a trade down trend during a weak economy. And this trend has actually been playing out the last few quarters. So we like this stock. It's generating free cash flow. It's got a solid 3% dividend. And the valuation is attractive right now based on their sales forecast.
Ah, okay. And then the other one, S&P Global. Explain that one.
So S&P Global is a company that they provide ratings on newly issued corporate bonds. Really, really exciting stuff, Nicole. But this is really significant when the Fed stops hiking and they decide to pivot, because that's when corporations are going to start issuing new debt. And S&P Global makes money rating these new bonds. Plus, 50% of their revenues comes from more of a predictable subscription-based service for portfolio managers and institutions. And they fit our investment model. They have a strong free cash flow. They've been actively buying back stock. They provide a dividend. And they have actually been incorporating a little bit of AI technology into their service model.
Understood. At this point now, are there any other themes? We've talked about how there's a few names that really run the market, and people did run, to your point, to FANG for some safety during what was going on in the banking system of the regional banks.
6.5%.
Any other themes for sectors that you like or don't like now?
Well, I mean, this quarter, again, we're looking at a contraction of 6%, and it's projected 7 out of 11 sectors are going to be negative in Q1. So at this time, we're going to stick to our guns. We're going to be selective, a little bit more on the defensive side, but when we take a look at big tech, we're involved. It's just we're underweighting compared to the index. We don't want to be overweight in case they start coming out with bad news.
Understood. Thank you so much. Wonderful to see you, Tony.
The upside still.
Thanks. Tony Zabagallo, Chief Operations Officer, Senior Wealth Advisor, Strategic Wealth Partners. Okay, coming up next, let's look more closely at the financial sector. Obviously, it's been a tough month or so, back and forth, and how Apple's jump into the
we'd be up 6% today. This was on the cash secured put screener. Was it GoEV? There's like 3 tickers that are so similar to this. Yes, things look nice. That RSI divergence kicked it off. That looks good. Carrying the couch up the stairs. One on my list? What was it? Oh. Fine, moving back up here. Wow. Bed Bath still hanging out above that 40-cent bounce. It's at 43 cents, up 26%. Above the 40-cent bounce, below the support still that it was building before, 43 cents or so. FRC kind of rejecting up here. BTL up 9.7. SI, big wick down. This thing moves crazy. It's a small float. 27 million. Bed Bath moving up here a little bit. It's 225. Shot Bobby. I shot the Bobby. But I didn't shoot no deputy. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Dude, look at that thing. About picking up shares and then bloop. The danger zone. Next down 30%. Wow. A lot of volume. $1.70 again. BBBY moving back up here. We've got a VWAP at 47 cents. Looks like it might be going for it. It's at 44 cents right now. Dude, SPY. Yeah, I think it's just gonna make an end of day move. End of day to give back a whole day of grinding up. Jenny was the worst? Come on. Jenny? Jenny.
And actually, we have ICE, the owners of the New York Stock Exchange, right here. So it's these long-term, solid businesses, very strong market positions, and high-quality companies that tend to do well no matter what the overall environment.
Sounds like some dividend payers in there.
Absolutely, yes.
What's the advantage of having these 25 names and not rebalancing at any point for the whole year?
I think it adds a discipline. Some people often think it's a negative. I think it's a benefit because when I add a stock, I have to say, I know I'm adding this for an average of 5 years.
I see.
Some can be, so you're really making sure, if I said to you, you're going to have to buy some purchase and you're going to be with that for 10 years, you're really going to be certain about it.
Right, doing your homework on that.
Exactly.
So tell me a lot about the banks. I mean, this is part of your expertise, right? What do you think? Obviously, we know what's happened,
broke out there.
What do you think perceived that's happened, and what is changing to not have this happen again? Because there's still another shoe to drop, right? We still have repercussions, according to Jamie Dimon, and Warren Buffett sounds a little worried.
No, I mean, that's exactly it. And it's a good example of being afraid of things that we don't know what they are.
Zone up here.
Inflation, we know what it is.
These banks start going, these regional banks.
But a lot of these banks, we just don't know.
Upside on these is huge.
We got on Friday, we got a good earnings report from JP Morgan. They're a little different. Also, Wells Fargo had a good report.
Right.
But then we saw a lot of the trust, State Street got hit pretty hard.
Big gap
We're going to get next week. This is what really is to pay attention to. Is next week we're going to get a round of those regional banks. So if you remember when that broke, when the story broke about Signature, about Silicon Valley Bank, you don't know who else has been infected. And that's the scary part about these banking issues. A lot of the Q1 earnings, we're really not going to know about that. That really didn't affect it. But we know there was a bleeding of client accounts going to those larger ones. So it'll be interesting to hear next week what the outlook is and what these banks have to say, because it's we don't know what we don't know.
Right. So are you generally a fan of regional banks, or sort of in a wait and see camp?
It's a good I would say it's a good example of there are very good ones. One I like, Hingham's Savings Bank, excellent.
Which one was that?
It's a HIFS, HIFS.
Right.
And it's a in fact they've always had their insured deposits. Very good company, but some of the other ones, I'm not sure. So I can't lay one rule over it. The ones that are doing well are going to do well. The ones that have suffering are not going to do well.
So it sounds like that's your winner in the group at this moment. When we turn our attention, you said bottom fishing. You look at a name like Whirlpool, that was in there.
Yeah, well, I wrote
it in the fund, or a name that you're watching for the fund
exactly
in the future?
And it's a good example for know your viewers or investors. One of the popular methods of investing, people like to bottom fish. They look for things that look like they're bargains, but that can be tricky. Sometimes they're cheap, sometimes they have a high dividend, and they do because of very good reason. They're not doing well. And I said Whirlpool is an interesting one to look at because it's gotten battered. The yield is something like 5.4% or 5.2%. It's performed very poorly. It got recently upgraded by Goldman Sachs. They went from a neutral to a buy. They actually lowered their buy price. But I think it's worth adding a conservative position to it, because it's still, it's still, the headwinds are against it, but there are, I think, very good odds that it's going to be a long-term winner.
Yeah, and it may even go into your CWS fund at some point. Another story here that you followed closely, Apple and Goldman Sachs, a credit card, right, a titanium credit card. I've seen it with my own eyes, sort of cool. But you can also put your credit in there, and up to $250,000, right?
That's right.
Why is this a good thing? Is this a good thing?
Oh, it pays a good interest rate, and it's hard to find a good interest rate. This is something like 10 times what you can get at the average bank account. The average bank is something like 0.3 or 0.4%. And I mean, it's names you can trust. It's Goldman, it's Apple, and you can get if you spend at Apple a lot, you can get cash back with it, and it goes right into the account. But it's interesting how the idea of a bank is sort of changing and evolving.
Yeah. What does it mean for the other players in the industry? Because everything seems to be somewhat of a bank or a cash app or a fintech, or, I mean, what does it mean?
I mean, it just shows how the industry is really fracturing, and differences of what a bank is and what other banks are. Remember, Walmart a couple years ago wanted to get into the banking industry. So the idea of your classic bank, where they used to say, they pay 3%, they lend out at 5% on the golf course by 1 or something. That was the saying. That's not true anymore.
Yeah, I remember those old sayings. I love those. It's great to see you. Thank you so much for being here with us. We will watch for some of those regionals next week. We had on Peter Tuchman. He was talking about earlier today. He's one of the traders here. He said he walked by WAL. Right, that was $7, and today it's $40. So the volatility has been nuts in that group, too. CWS, we'll look for that ETF, and congratulations to you and your team today. Eddie Alfbain, portfolio strategist of the Advisor Shares.
This is not supposed to cut back, though.
ETF. All right, still ahead in the second half of our show, we'll examine the recent activity in commodities. Now, gold, that's down today. But is it still a safety play? We'll explain. And as we head to break, take a look at winners and losers in the S&P 500.
Yep, a little double top there on SPY. That is an engulfing candle. Got our bearish MACD. We'll move to VWAP, but be safe. Our first stop here. His face. Need an alert to pick up the Silvergate when it hits 149. Need an alert. Oh, below. Like that. See if I'll get an entry on there. Right path. Didn't make it to VWAP. Kind of rejecting this resistance. Still up 25% on the day though. These calls, since they're so cheap, they don't decay like that fast. Because 1 cent is such a big percentage, so it kind of makes trading them interesting. They're only down 31% for this move. Why I take them on the long side too is like tough to make much with them. Full port. I can't tell who's typing. All you guys have the same avatar. Bed Bath moving back up a little bit. SPY not giving it up. Gotta wait till end of day.
Continue our discussion about the commodity space. And David McElvaney's with us, CEO of McElvaney Financial Companies. You know, he just finished talking about the pullback that we're seeing today, but we know the commodities have run up. I mean, when you see gold down today, $12, oil's down $1.50. What are you thinking?
Well, for gold in particular, I mean, we've just retested the all-time highs.
No choice but to hold, yeah. CXAI.
The target. If we take out 2070,
I mean, you can do day trades.
We consider new
just get a
vistas
good
in
faith
terms of
violation.
performance, 2,300 to 2,500 by year.
It's worth it if you're going to lose money.
But that's.
But yeah, this is looking strong.
And very interesting.
Did I close out of this one? Which one? I closed CFAI, GFAI
the dollar
yesterday.
At 101. This is sort of your
this one's actually holding up pretty good, but CXAI actually looks
and
nice.
I think that's what gets gold moving again.
Yeah, it looks really
so
good.
a little bit of a dollar bounce off of those levels, 103.93.
Kind of double top there,
today.
But overall it's in a nice kind of bull flag uptrend still. On the daily, I like it too.
Today to the
you might be getting a
inflation
bull candle here. Could be good.
With food being outrageous.
Day to day, though, I mean, yeah,
outrageous.
it's up 10% today. It could still drop 10% tomorrow, but on the longer time frame, it's still an uptrend. So
it was expected to be in the
if it's selling it today or tomorrow, maybe take your gains today.
The gold market says, look, they're going to have to continue to raise
keep a good
rates,
faith violation,
and that's going to put
most
pressure
brokers can get
on
like
the
at least
metal
3.
itself. And so, with lingering inflation concerns and the need for stronger monetary policy measures, yeah, the gold market gets a little skittish around that. But I think later this year we do take out the all-time highs on gold. For oil, I think we're also looking at higher prices. Gold. Remains to be seen to what degree China comes back into play as a major demand source. We did have very positive retail sales numbers, over 10%.
The path is moving up here.
With a GDP print of 4.5%, higher than expected from China. A little disappointing, actually, if you think about the $2 trillion of stimulus the Chinese have put into their economy year to date. Massive stimulus. Unbelievable. So 4.5%, it's good, but it should have been better. We want to see how that plays out, but I think it's reasonable to say, Brent climbs into the 90s by year end.
Wow. So with that being said, I mean, what are as oil's moving higher, right? And you have this weaker dollar, stronger euro situation. Are you expecting moving parts? Are you expecting, what if the dollar changes direction? Things like that.
Yeah, I mean, we're at inflection points in a bunch of these key markets, and 110 has been the cap on the euro. So breaking out above that significantly redefines the vistas also. 101. These are critical levels. You get below 30%, that, and it's reflective of a lot more that's going on.
VWAP has come down to 47 cents.
I think it's important to look at time frames when you're thinking of some of these commodities, because, for instance, we're very bullish on gold on an intermediate term basis, on a long term basis. But in the short term, you look at the daily charts and you've got sell signals for gold. So, to see some consolidation over the next 6-8 weeks, not going to come as a surprise. We've moved off of the 1800 level pretty quickly to 2000, consolidating those gains. But again, intermediate term, long term, very bullish. I think that looks like a value proposition as we get some weak prices if people want to position. Things like the metals miners ratio, looking at the miners in the gold space, they're very undervalued relative to gold, even as gold consolidates. It just gets even better, I think, as we look towards the end of the year. And some of these companies, again, assuming that gold breaks 2070, these companies get re-rated with a totally different configuration for net asset value. They're already cheap, but I think they're going to look even cheaper with that re-rating in mind.
So, I mean, when we look at all these miners to metal ratios out of whack, you talked about crude sort of jumping around because you are bullish, but there are some concerns globally about the economy, and that could put crude back in the penalty box, you said. So with a little back and forth, I think it's hard for an investor to make their moves here. Anything that you would suggest?
Looks like it's
I mean, the things that look most attractive
momentum,
to
but
us,
getting back to that
sale,
support,
if you will,
12.5.
Natural gas
Maybe it'll bounce there.
looks more and more attractive, looking to be putting at a bottom around $2. And, off of the 8 to 10 range, I think this is something that we're comfortable kind of the second shoe has dropped.
Nat gas.
In the gold space, you know, I think being patient there, I would be patient in adding to gold. And the miners, I think over the next 6 weeks, you're going to have an opportunity to do that at more attractive numbers. But I think you're talking about one of the most compelling stories of 2023 in that space, if not the most compelling story. In terms of undervaluation, these are companies that are making a ton of money with all-in sustainable costs at, say, $1,200 on average. Okay? They're making money at $1,900
today, but
and if we do see 22, 23, 2,500,
like
most of that's dropping to the bottom line. And again, a significant re-rating across the industry. I think that may be the best kept secret for 2023. And right now, as prices begin to shift to a lower level, people would say, "Oh, no, that's not going to be the case." Anticipate. You'll be glad you did.
Yeah. And you're watching the bond market very closely, giving you some cues as well, right?
Absolutely, because when we look at the year end, again, this is about anticipation. We see that the terminal rate is expected to be, or the high end is supposed to be right around 5.25. Maybe we even get 5.5. We'll see. But the bond market is already pricing in 4.6%. Just a few days ago, it was 4.3%. So that number is coming up in terms of where they think Fed funds is going to be on December 13th. What takes interest rates off of a 5.25, 5.5 number to 4.6? What would cause the Fed to be cutting rates? The bond market is suggesting that we've got significant peril in the equity markets as we get to the end of the year. And to me, that's also a part of the gold story, because what you're talking about is a flight to quality, a bid for a safe haven asset in an environment that, again, we're anticipating what the bond market is signaling insofar as equities are a little stretched. They're not cheap, and we could have reasons to have sell-off that have nothing to do with the equity markets. It may be macro in nature from an economic standpoint. It could be from the banking sector. There's so many geopolitical X factors in the current environment that's worth keeping in mind.
And
we don't know if things get better or worse
some
between
IPAs.
us and China. Taiwan is it's fraught. It's very fraught.
Not like super hoppy ones, but
David McElvaney, CEO of McElvaney Financial Companies. Thank you very much. Good to see you. Thanks.
Thank you, Nicole.
Coming up next, well, our panel's ready to discuss Travelers. The insurance company's on the move, better than expected quarterly report on its earnings. Our experts will break down the numbers, and CFRA lifts the to buy from hold. Let's find out why.
Those are pretty similar to like the Hefe, though. Sorry, I know I'm kind of talking quiet too. I was just rambling on about something called Polestar. BBBY moving up here. I think the volume is credit suite swaps. She's whispering ASMR. Sorry. No, we don't. SPY. The frig, this looks like weird, even this price action. No, thank you for telling me. I forget that when they're talking, it's too loud when I'm talking. Basically, I don't think their talking is too loud, but if I'm talking too, it's hard to understand probably, especially when I'm in like nap time whisper mode. Oh, immersion. Did I sell immersion? I think I might have. Yeah, BY is now going up a little bit. I bought it down here at that 40 cents area. Not a huge amount, just a little bit. Buy, sell off into close. That's kind of what we're anticipating, but yeah, I mean, it's looking like it at least. Video volume's up for Jenny. Yeah, I need to turn it down a little bit. I'm just looking for stuff that's red right now that I might want cash grid puts on. There's not a whole lot that I liked on the bar chart scanner, so. Oh yeah, Express was interesting. What's that thing doing? Yeah, this chart looks nice, and I like that it has fundamental catalyst behind this move. Express could get out of control. Something filled. Oh, I finally got my up shares. Dude, the thing is crazy. There's my up shares. See no crime indicate. Yeah, most of the moves are after hours. Which indicator, Julie? Last play failed big time. What was your last play? Still trying to sell my GTAI. That's a news slapper. Hey, I've traded up pretty well. Don't sleep on up, it's a good one. Bed Bath kind of making a little inverted head and shoulders maybe here on the 5-minute. Back up in the consolidation range of that 40 cents area. 28% of the day. That is neat. I don't think we're gonna hit 1 billion. I think we'll be pretty close though. Oh wow. 804 million. And we still have over an hour. Wow. Yeah, I think we'll get a sell-off end of day. GME. Bit digital. Yeah. Yep, options will do that. Gotta get close to the money and lots of time. Even in the money if you're going long. It's still day trading, yeah. Wait, if you buy... No, the day trading is buying and selling the same day. You can sell and then buy the same day. Right? It's closing a position that you open that day. It's not opening a new position that you've previously closed. Hold it till expiry. All right. Is expiry today or tomorrow? The volume is crazy. CXAI 14 FRC. Come down a little bit.
As we get it into an economic environment that potentially softens, balance sheet strength is important, and that's something that's key to the Chubb story. I also like Arch Capital, which is an insurer-reinsurer recently added to the S&P 500 in the reinsurance space. I like Everest Re. So I actually have quite a few recommendations in the P&C space.
Okay, good to see you both. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. A great conversation, an important one, too. Kathy Seifert of CFRA Research and Kevin Heel of Argus Research. Thank you. That's going to do it for us here on the watch list. I'm Nicole Petalides. Keep it right here. We have a slew of earnings coming up. A busy afternoon right here on the TD Ameritrade Network. Oliver Rennick, Market on Close, is next.
$907% versus average. That's crazy. SPY edging back up here. Oh, looks like it might break out for power hour. Could be wrong. Crazy. VWAP's good for SPY. Yeah, that's a good place to find support resistance. Abuse my privileges. Alright, there we are. CNS close. What happens? Fixing the after hours run, not at day traders. Yeah, Eric. BBBY coming down here a bit. Now SPY is starting to get the reds.
Now the caveat to that, which we're going to test here, is whether or not that does, though, mean that the whole narrative around the bank fallout forcing the Fed's hand is wrong. And I think there's some pretty good evidence that that narrative is really weak right now. Got the dollar a bit higher, which is notable considering we saw some very hot UK inflation this morning. Greenback still holding its own on the global stage suggests the Fed's probably got some work still left to do. If we know that Europeans are going to hike 50 basis points, China's recovery is in full steam ahead now, as we saw their GDP print pretty warm. In fact, the dollar is still holding up, granted, at the lows of the year, but unable to really break down, similar to the way the Treasury yield proved unable to break down past 3.5. Dollar's kind of stuck at 101, 102. 10 years stuck around 3.4 to 3.6. Here we are, back above that 3.5 level. Kind of thought that breaking through it the last time around was the real deal as yields dove. If we are going to take back the lost ground in the Treasury yield from the bank fallout, or lack thereof, I guess maybe we should phrase it now. Maybe we just call it the Silicon Valley Bank Panic, California Bank Panic. I think that kind of summarizes it pretty well because it's pretty limited. That happened around 4% in the 10-year. And so as it seems the earnings have told us, there was no major systemic fallout through financials. Credit conditions are pretty much unchanged. There's nothing unique really happening in credit spreads right now as far as the corporate bond market's concerned. Measurements of financial conditions, whether Bloomberg or the Goldman Sachs or the Chicago Financial Conditions Indexes, they're all loosening back up, which shows relief that panic wasn't actually a crisis. But all of that should be making us question a big part of the bull thesis this year, which has been that the Fed is going to have to stop hiking rates and that they won't be able to fight inflation the way they want because of risks to the economy that many said were exemplified through that bank scare. So I think there's some good reason to see bonds selling off a little bit, yields inching their way higher, dollar firm, and maybe just on the margin, if it continues, a little bit of slowdown in some of the high-risk, high-beta stuff like Bitcoin. That's why I watch Bitcoin, because it tells us on the margin when things are changing. Bitcoin is heating up in a big way this year. That told us the market was heating up too, and that it was going to be major risk on, and it was. Bitcoin got through 30. We saw the stock market push the S&P towards 42. But there hasn't been that takeoff velocity. Could just be a little chop around this area sideways, but I think we want to watch it and have some appreciation for Bitcoin's utility as that gauge of risk-taking behavior, and one that specifically really has a group of proponents and bulls and buyers and storytellers that really are latched onto that Fed narrative about cuts. So if the stability here that we're seeing from earnings and banks, the fact there was no major systemic fallout from the California bank shutdowns, then maybe the Fed can continue to fight inflation, which we know is still too high at 5%. The market overall, though, is generally handling all that and taking it in stride because we're still dealing with levels on the 10-year yield that we've seen many times before, the dollar many times before at 101. But just take note with KRE, the regional bank ETF, up 4%. Notice the way the market dynamic shifts here a little bit. So we want to see if that continues. Now, we still have a lot of big earnings that are going to determine tech's role in this market throughout the next 2 days. We've got Tesla tonight, going to be a big one. We got Ross Gerber joining us here at the top of the show to talk about what he's looking for. And just over the last 24 hours, again, more cuts to the prices of Tesla's entire fleet, basically. Puts a lot of drama on this report this afternoon. So stick with us. We're going to hit it at the closing bell. We've also got Lam Research, and it's not a great day for chips here. So there's some interesting stuff happening, kind of bubbling underneath an otherwise very calm surface with volatility dropping and stocks a little changed. I got Renita Young in studio with me, and Kevin Hanks is on the line. As our economic data is not the main driver here this week. It's earnings for sure. We're going to talk about a lot of these stock specifics. But Kevin, to see the way when banks are up on a day like today, this relief trade in the regional banks, should it also carry a little bit of a caveat with it, which is that if the banks aren't falling apart, then you don't get the Fed to cut because of the banks.
Exactly right. I mean, the scenario that Jerome Powell laid out at his last Fed meeting, right, that the weakness in the banks would stifle and do some of the work for the Fed. Well, that narrative, though accurate probably at the time, and their talk of pausing was accurate at the time, it's all dissipating now. You see that in the recovery today in the regional banks and some of the other banks. You see that in yields that shot lower and have, in the last 10 days, drifted from 3.25 to 3.6. So that pressure, that uncertainty in the market is all but gone. You see that in the VIX contract that you just mentioned. You know, a lot of people today have been asking me about the VIX, and my thought is, as someone who's been doing this a long time, late spring, early summer is not the time you want to be long a bunch of volatility, especially, Oliver, if we get into a scenario where the Fed might raise one more time, then pause. The market may rally throughout the summer. That will do catastrophic damage to the overall volatility of this market. So when I look at VIX and I see a 16 in April, sure, remove the last 2 years from the discussion, and I know that's hard to do, but the history of the VIX is lower than that throughout the spring and summer, Oliver.
Okay, so there may be a little bit of a normalcy from a calendar perspective, kind of trying to creep in here. And I think this is why it's such an interesting moment, an interesting test. Can we see normalcy envelop a market that has been defined by craziness now for 3 years? You know, just when it kind of seems like we're out of the woods on some of these things, we get a problem with inflation or something to come back. What's interesting here, Renita, today is that actually the biggest decliner in the market that's kind of keeping a lid on things is a kind of relatively overlooked tech company called CDW, but it's having some ripple effect that I think is making perhaps some investors question some of the big trades they put on the last few months that have been super bullish tech, super bullish cloud, chip makers, kind of out of nowhere. That's put a big damper on the market.
Oh, I would say so for sure. And so this company, it touches all those other areas because it provides tech solutions for companies, for other companies, for government agencies, for schools. And it provides hardware, software, cloud services, security services, right? And so the thing is, CDW down now around 13%. It warned that cloud and enterprise spending will be lower for its company and for the broader tech sector. And that's dragging on the market today, and this makes sense considering its clientele, right? And considering the fact that its clientele they're looking for ways to cut the budget, so you don't see schools and other businesses and other institutions spending more money on enterprise tech solutions right now. You see them cutting back. Those are one of the areas that they are cutting back. And so this company says that it expects to have sales of it's expecting first quarter sales to be 5.1 billion, but that's below, or 2.1 billion, pardon me, that's below the 5.5 billion estimate that it actually said before.
Way below.
Way below. And you know what, we may have a confirmation of that number a little bit up very soon. But CDW says that it expects the broader market to see a drop in the high single-digit area this year for the full year, and that economic conditions are leading this, just like I said before. So I don't know if this is as much of a surprise, the reasons, as anything, but more so the shock that this company, which is typically overlooked, is now kind of leading that way and touching so many different subsectors of tech.
Absolutely. I mean, pretty much everything is in the connected world of cloud and chips are just taking a breather here today. And I do think that this is kind of one of those situations where even if the company is not, like the headline mover that we're used to, the way it reaches across the sector, I think, kind of makes folks question a little bit. Because ultimately, there's still a little drag here from the COVID era, where we know growth has been slowing in these companies. Kev, I mean, it's been no mystery that we should expect numbers to generally slow on an annual basis still for a lot of these sectors. It's just more been like investors are surprised by maybe the degree to which they're slowing. But we know there is still downward pressure on a lot of these businesses.
Well, I think that you're still going through this, boom or bust cycle in semiconductors, and the market's trying to figure out where they are on there. It certainly looked like it was a boom. It certainly looked like we're in a bust, but once the market thinks that you've got the you're at the bottom, they start nibbling on some of these names. Well, it'll be for some, it won't be for others, but that's the interesting trade, I think, going forward is semiconductors. A lot of them have rallied a long way, Oliver. Now the numbers have to show up for some of these companies. They have to start showing the Microns, the Nvidias. Some of them have rallied quite a way, or some people have made some bets on some of these semiconductors that the worst is there. Well, they're going to need some evidence that the worst is actually there, or you're going to have to show some numbers. Lam Research, I think, will be a really interesting one today, because even though their long-term prospects are incredibly bright, they still got problems with less shipments to China, right? That's the restrictions on China. That's 13% of their revenue, Oliver. So these companies still have short-term problems. Most of them, if not all, have long-term positive, but they got to get through some short-term issues here.
Okay. That'll be a good one this afternoon to continue the conversation. Appreciate it. Renita Young, Kevin Hanks, Lam this afternoon alongside Tesla. An important indicator here is maybe a little bit of cold feet ahead of the meat of earnings. Let's talk about the big economic picture with John Lear from the Morning Consult. He's a chief economist with us this afternoon. John, thanks for joining the show.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Oliver.
So we've obviously had a very fascinating kind of roller coaster response here the last now month and a half since the epicenter of the bank problem in California. First, markets sold off, yields dove. This narrative built that this was going to be a major economic event that would put the Fed on hold. Now, a month and a half later, I see financial conditions loosest basically in a year, back to where we were. Stock market valuations have been soaring. So what's the conclusion then we draw from this event?
I think the conclusion right now is that the effect was not nearly what markets thought it was going to be, that while credit conditions may very well tighten, that they're not going to sort of contract the way that they did in, let's say, 2007, 2008, and that the underlying fundamentals, particularly on the consumer front, remain reasonably strong. Inflation is running still a little too hot. The jobs market remains robust. All of those, the totality of those indicators together suggest that there's more work for the Fed to do to tame inflation and get closer to its achieving its price stability mandate.
Okay, so what in your mind right now would that entail? Because the market still has these lingering expectations for cuts later this year. They're starting to come out a bit the last week or so, but they're still lingering. Is that a wrong assumption that the Fed's going to reverse?
There may be cuts later in this year. I think what's important is that, where we are right now, I think there's more work to do. I think the Fed will and should raise interest rates again at its May meeting. It's not to say that that's necessarily the best thing for the economy, but when you look at what's what the Fed's mandate is, which is achieving price stability, and then they updated that mandate slightly, or they provide additional clarity in 2020, noting that it's going to be an average of 2% price inflation. Well, we're nowhere close to achieving that average. There's a lot of work left to do. Historically, one of the ways that central banks have failed is they've slowed interest rate hikes, or they've reversed interest rate hikes a little too soon, and that in turn leads to this sort of whiplash effect, which I think is what we really don't want to have in the economy. We want a little bit of clarity. We want to make sure that we tame inflation now so we don't have to fight it again next year.
Okay. Right now, the kind of structural risks, if it's not going to be a systemic fallout from what happened in some of these regional banks, is there something like that should be keeping us up at night, or is inflation still the number one economic threat?
I think inflation remains the number one economic threat. We saw that most recently in our Q1 small business survey, that was by far and away the dominant major business challenge that small businesses face. And it's a challenge for a few different reasons. Its input costs remain high. They continue to rise. Price setting has become extremely challenging. You probably saw this in a lot of the earnings calls right now. There's a real question out there of to what extent can companies maintain their profit margins, given not only that prices have risen, but they know they're going to continue to rise. And so you've got to do a lot of forward-looking thought and set your expectations in order to understand how to properly price products and services right now. And that's going to be very, very challenging for businesses to get right.
As far as what moves the needle for consumers right now, do we see a pickup? It seems like some of the data maybe suggests confidence, sentiment is better than it was at some of the rougher patches the last few years, whether the onset of the pandemic or when inflation was roaring, near double digits at one point early on last year. Are people responding to the slowing of some of those price gains, or are they responding to a stock market that's rallied?
That's exactly right. I mean, consumers right now are growing more optimistic than they were last week or the week prior. We continue to see in Morning Consult's daily data that consumer confidence is increasing. There's a couple factors at play. One is gas prices have remained relatively muted. We continue to see stock prices as being elevated. Those two factors in and of themselves have historically been very strong drivers of consumer confidence. At the same time, on the inflation front, it's interesting. Inflation expectations.
Mine went the other way.
Morning Consult has a weekly measure of inflation expectations that we run in collaboration with the Cleveland Fed and the Central Bank Research Association. We've seen there that inflation expectations have essentially flatlined over the last few weeks after falling dramatically earlier this year. And again, that goes back to the point I made earlier, which is there's a real risk that if the Fed pulls back a little too soon, you're going to see these expectations start to rise yet again, and it's going to become more and more difficult to tame inflation and really stamp it out of the economy.
So act sooner and assess the effects rather than wait too long. That is still something
Tesla?
that it seems that you believe should be the path. Do you see that in the language from the
watch
Fed?
the chart
Is
just right now?
Being their mindset? Do
Or
they
you
have
mean
that
after
kind
hours?
of, does Powell
You
have
mean
that
watch
kind of
Tesla after
Volcker
hours?
act now, act fast mindset, you think? We heard a little bit of Jackson Hole.
Yeah, they've adopted a slightly different rhetoric or mental model, but I think the underlying intuition is the same. So the chair of Powell frequently refers to his risk preferences and his risk tolerance, and that the risks are weighted to inflation over a recession. And I think that's how folks are thinking about it at the board right now, which is that the risks remain very, very high, that the Fed gets this wrong, pulls back prematurely, and inflation takes off again, all the while essentially eroding confidence from both the markets and from consumers in the Fed's ability to tame inflation. And so I think the risks continue to be heavily weighed on, to inflation running too hot. And then, in terms of the minutes that we received earlier from the last meeting, we are seeing, right, that the staff economists increasingly acknowledge that the risk of a recession, particularly in the latter half of the year, are high and elevated. And that I think we're getting more and more insight into sort of this real trade-off between taming inflation and keeping the labor market strong. And it's going to be tough to do both.
Okay. So it seems like maybe the risk is just kind of a steady grind away of inflation and maybe some self-induced
up above that
pain as a result
consolidation
of
zone.
having to keep it under control. So
just kind of right at the high of it.
Appreciate
VWAP's
the thoughts,
at
John.
46.97.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, definitely. John Lear, Chief Economist at the Morning Consult. Okay, let's talk some Tesla when we come back. A little preview into the number this afternoon. What's most important to Mr. Ross Gerber joining us next.
Oh, 3 likes away from 100. Thanks, guys. That's sick. Well done. It's been a long time since we've had a stream with that many that wasn't an earnings call. I should probably do more earnings call streams. Probably. Bed Bath moving up a little more. Only picked up 1,000 more shares today. Trying to be patient. We've got 2 more days. I think we could get a gap fill down to that 35 cents still this week. Express, yes. That's what I thought about getting into. Oh, yeah. Hopping up here, Express. Good call, Gene. Good call, Candyman. Wait, who called Bad Hombre? Well done. Yeah, this chart looks nice. You kind of want some exposure on Express. Just go with the shares, though. BBBY back to VWAP there. Huh, ripping at the same time as Express. I think it's unrelated though. Yeah, kind of wait for a pullback on Express. I'm gonna put that in my notes too for shares. Bed Bath back to VWAP, up 36% on the day now. 46.90. Thanks, Gene. 2 more days. Till the end of the week. I guess I'm kind of trying to space out my buys. And I think they'll probably try and flush it maybe starting tomorrow, but might not start till Friday. How many shares you should buy today for sure. Hold on, Ricardo. Ace likes to give excuses for himself. He's scared. You're back in here, Wanro? You waited for a move all the way back up to VWAP? There's a reason why those calls are so cheap. Because you only have a week of time. You have to look at the IV, not just the price. Yeah, the spread is stupid there. There's not much liquidity. Right now you're looking at next week. Yeah, 0 and 5. IV is not crazy, actually. Picked up another grand today. Nice. Sell tomorrow, wait for a new high. I know I'm gonna be more careful on how I time the market. Fewer times I try and time the market, the better I usually do. Added before Monday. don't see that as being a good idea as far as the chart's concerned. Monday is really the first day. That was even a kind of an early day for a reversal. Yesterday was the bigger confirmation day for me, at least. Holding up at the level with consolidation with the volume. All right, BY is breaking VWAP. $0.47, up almost 40% again. Holy moly! My calls are back, almost break even. My covered calls. I didn't want to day trade them though, and waste a day trade. It's only for a year. That's one way to plan it out. Just like that disrespect. That's like this guy.
Increase in inventory despite
just wear like a
massive
Kennedy
price
mask.
cuts and the benefit of the U.S. government, you know, help.
It'd be hot and sweaty and gross.
We didn't sell every vehicle in inventory, so I was pretty surprised that inventories went up. Actually, and my number for deliveries was way higher than what they actually delivered. But I you know, once again, we're trying to assess the damage that Elon is causing to the brand and Tesla's ability to sell cars, and clearly it seems to be quite substantial because
it's like the mainstream playing Rocky like montage
Ross,
music.
Is there a,
I know. I wish I could play some.
Judging from our conversations and stuff that you put out in the public realm as well, it seems like for various reasons, from the Twitter thing.
How my life would be different if I could stream that, put that in my videos.
Cost changes, that you've become a little frustrated with some of the things happening at Tesla. I mean, is there a possibility that, I mean, is there a one-day scenario where Ross Gerber, you know, drops Tesla shares?
Sells Tesla?
That could do more covered calls here. The price is about the same.
There's two things. One, I want to make it clear, I'm not really frustrated with Tesla at all. The people at Tesla are doing a great job and they're working really hard and they're doing great things.
The premium getting on
I'm very
2-day covered calls is crazy.
Elon Musk, who works at another company called Twitter, who's arbitrarily changing prices 5 times a month, which, you know, basically he can't articulate Tesla's sales strategy in any intelligent way. And so, you know, I'm really getting frustrated by the fact that they continue to cut prices and hurt margins and they won't run an ad. So the price cuts just from last night will cost Tesla over $1 billion, but they won't run an ad and won't spend money. Now I'm hearing rumors that they will. We'll see. We'll see. But I've never seen a business not advertise their product and just lower the price, you know?
That's what you have to if you believe in it. It's just gotten cheaper.
I think we got to get to a
point
must
believe
where Elon's philosophies towards certain things.
You wouldn't be down as much if you put more in.
And
that's
Tesla
the point.
Needs to start acting like
a huge average down
company and doing
if you like tripled your
Apple
position
does,
when we were 2 days ago,
reinforce the
you would probably be like breaking right now.
And what Elon's doing is constantly reinforcing that he's a MAGA Republican in the public's mind, and that does not sell EVs. Whether it's true or not isn't the issue, but it does not sell EVs. And I think at some point people have to accept that going on Tucker Carlson does not sell EVs. And that's just a reality. And so, you know, I think it'd be great to have a CEO who actually markets the product.
Ross, do you think there is evidence that there is a competitive bleed happening where people are buying other EVs? Do you see any other brands or empirical evidence that people are trading either out of Tesla or buying other EVs, or might this just be a big macro industry?
I mean, given that's on a ton of shares. But
now,
yeah, I sold 220 calls.
The largest EV market in the United States, and it's a liberal state. So I want to, you know, preface this by saying you can say, well, it's the libs or this or that, but this is California, and Tesla sold over 500,000 vehicles last year in California alone. And so to just you know, discount the value of the libs in California is very short-sighted. And what the libs want is a Rivian. So when you walk around now in my neighborhood, the few people who have Rivians, everybody's like,
that's funny. I didn't even think about that.
Like they used to be with Teslas. And it's sad.
All right.
That's hilarious.
Thanks for the
yeah.
and the update.
They're trying to stick it to Elon and not buying Tesla.
I know your mood is going to improve for your 420 party tomorrow.
A bunch of big babies with all their money.
Tesla's going to do great things over the long term. They're having some issues right now. I'm just not happy that the CEO of the company doesn't want to advertise the vehicle when they're having trouble selling the vehicle. Right. It's stupid, to be honest.
All right, noted. Ross, always appreciate the check-in.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Earnings this afternoon. All right, there you go. Looking for margins to shrink. Hopefully some volume pickup closer to 2 million for the year basis. And maybe if Ross gets what he wants, we'll talk about some advertisement, but it doesn't sound like we should hang our hat on it. Coming up, let's trade some options. Tom's got to look at LVS.
Talk about overvaluation. Look at Rivian.
Let's talk some casinos, as we've also got a pretty good number
That's a lot of nuts.
For the recovery out of.
It is 3:30. This is, let's see. I am able to cut out and do my video today. I probably should. It was a pretty big day on Bed Bath. Those that can't sit on stream all day, appreciate a video to review. One time that was a majority of you. Probably still is. I'm liking that this candle is not red at this point, or not red volume. Yeah. I don't know how much you appreciate us. I appreciate you. Okay, I do need to do the video. You do recap. Alright, what a fun day. What an exciting week. Thank you guys for your support, hanging out with me all day on stream. The ups and the downs. Right back here though, 35%. Ace Ventura, MVP again today. All the gifted memberships, donos, thank you, sir. Thank you. I can't find it on my feed. I think big hugs for dono this morning. Appreciate it, man. Thank you guys for new subs, new commitments. Oh, we're coming down a little bit. This is gonna be exciting. Here we go, Spy. About BBBY. Thank you for the thumbs up, sub up, like up, comment down. Happy money sticks around. You still follow us on Twitter. Do a Twitter Spaces maybe. We can do one coming up. If you guys want to come chat with me on Twitter or whatever, let me know. I'm down. Or on Discord. Link for both those are in the description. Yeah. Just don't look up Slapbox. I can imagine. I think I know what that is. Thanks, Ryan. Thanks, Christopher. Thanks, Big Hugs. Thanks, my next pair. Thanks, Katie Daddy. Thanks, Trace. Thanks, Big Hugs. Thanks, Dennis. Baby Bottle Pop. Thanks, Ace. Thank you, Christopher, again. Thanks, Travis. Thank you, Juan. Appreciate it, you guys. We'll see you on the recap video. See you on Discord. I'll be premiering the recap in like 30 minutes. Over the positions. It's a yeah. Yeah, doing all that stuff, etc. See what happens with Tesla earnings. I'm kind of bearish on the market. Yeah. So, but we'll see. See the recap. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it so much. Peace out.